The spiritual path is a sacred land of cultivation for teens from all universes. The opportunity to be selected for the spiritual path list is every teenager's dream. But the selection to it is extremely strict and is carried out by 5 courts of court mirror. Therefore, the teenagers on the list are people with excellent natural data. Continent ling xuan Chi class. As it turns out, the older brother made the spiritual path list. Everyone was happy for him, but some didn't even believe it and thought it was all a joke. But the guy wouldn't even lie about something like that. He brought the list. The others asked to open it up and show it. As soon as they opened the list, they saw that there were so many names. They had to find their big brother's name quickly. Qin was in 893rd place. He is the first of the Qi class disciples. Damn, if he passed test as well, so he will become the first master in Xuanzhou. They all recognized that Big Brother was they also wanted the spiritual part. A Qi class student named Jiang and Nan also wanted to look at that list. He was glad that Big Brother was really on that list. He thought about the fact that everyone admired Big Brother. If he could take the spiritual path, he would definitely become stronger and stronger. But there were as many as 893 as strong as the elder brother. He wondered how strong the person in first place was then. This man's name is Mu Yuanxi. Could it be that this person is the son of Mu Zun? Therefore, no wonder he is so strong. When the battle with evil began, Chu Chenli turned the tide, defeating Tian Seishan and saving many lives in the world. Since then, people have revered him as Mu Zun. It is said that this person I also cultivated on the spiritual path when I was a teenager. I wish Zhang Yinyan could become as strong as them. It took him to cultivate for so many years to reach the spiritual shift realm. The others had already reached the spiritual wheel. He wondered if he would ever be able to enter the spiritual path list. They started joking about how with his results, he wouldn't even achieve that for the rest of his life. The kid replied that she hated them and decided to leave. They asked him not to take offense and asked him where he was taking the list with him. The boy replied that he wanted to show it to his older brother. But all of a sudden he hit someone. Zhang Yinyan replied that it was painful when he fell and saw another boy in front of him. The one asked where he was in such a hurry. Can't he see the road in front of him at all? It was a Qi class student named Tan Suya. They realized that it was better for the second brother not to tell the older brother that the older brother had entered the spiritual list. Tang Shuya usually doesn't cross paths with Big Brother, but this type is too clingy. The protagonist asked why he cared where he was going, but she immediately saw the spiritual list revealed as well. What shocked him was that his older brother's name was there. The kid reminds us that he has nothing to do with the spiritual path list. But there is no need to be sad, because he just still has a long way to go before his older brother. The protagonist of such wanted him to get angry, and it's even okay if he hits him. And he was really running out of words, for she wanted to start unraveling. But another student in the class, named Qin Yuan, came to the defense of the chief surgeon, the same one who made it to the spiritual path list. He sized up if Tan Shuya wanted to fight, then let her find him instead of Xiao Nanny. Tang Shuya replied that he was only one step ahead now. His name will still appear on the list of the spiritual path. He left with words to the effect that he would show them around. Guy congratulated his older brother on joining the list of the spiritual path. Qin Yuan thanked Xiao Nian and asked if he was hurt. He replied that he was fine. He can only blame himself for being too weak. Someday he'll be on the list too, and his name will be on it. His older brother reassured him that the opportunity would definitely come. He was still young and would be able to make the list in 2 years. Also, the older brother relayed that the master had asked to call him. At the same time, the protagonist will show the master the list to make the old man happy too. The back slope of a Qi class mountain. The boy informed the master that he had come. Head of the Chai class, Tong Xuan Taoist. The protagonist informed the master that the elder brother had entered the spiritual path list. The boy asked if the master was not happy. Tong Xuan replied that as a teacher, he was certainly happy. But he decided not to dwell on that, and wanted to look at the main character's hand first. What little he saw shocked him. It's only been half a month, the aeronauts are already losing their effect. And the sitter asked the master what good this bandage would do. The master replied that he would surely understand everything when the time came. As a boy, once again, the same answer was given. He got a drop of blood. He poured his blood into this rune, and the rune took on the same color again. Master said for Xiaonian to memorize this phrase. He must not even think of destroying the rune. Every time the master calls him to reinforce the rune. But he never once tells him what the rune is. Whereupon the master told the boy to go. Xiaonian's blood is getting stronger and stronger. His rune is about to collapse. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for his bloodline to awaken. He asked the emperor what he should do now, and for some reason the old man always vaguely feels an underlying threat lately. At the foot of the Qi-class mountain, there was already a person watching them. After so many years, the rebels were finally found. Qi-class, the back slope of the mountain. He had just accurately felt a trace of spiritual power, but that one dissipated polygenically again. He didn't understand why this was even happening. He informed the master that his spiritual power still hadn't grown. The teacher decided to take a look at it. That rune almost didn't even hold up anymore. This child has an overly powerful bloodline. The rune has almost no way to contain it. Still need to calm him down. He told his student not to get upset. As long as he stood his ground, the result would not be long in coming. The boy confirmed the teacher's words. For what else could he do? The boy only sighed, but he's not gonna give up. His goal is the great Muzun. The boy wants to become an unrivaled hero like him. His disciple's heart is too kind. He cheered up immediately, but isn't his goal Muzun? He really is a consummate hero. Unfortunately, he's not their consummate hero. The disciple asked the master what was wrong with him. The old man replied that it was nothing, and also implored him to continue practicing. He mentally asked the emperor if maybe he should unseal Xiaonian. In the future, he would have to make his own way on his own. Class Qi, deep in the mountains. The efficiency of hunting with Big Brother is too high. They usually need a whole day to hunt down so many spirit beasts. The elder brother told them not to be so hungry and to think of Mr. Zhu Yuan. Otherwise, he would get angry and they would get nothing. The boy asked his older brother what the origin of the Zhu Yuan was. But the truth is, he doesn't know it himself. Zhu Yuan came here when the Qi class was not even here then. According to the master, when he founded the class here, whose he had to fight over Master Zhu Yuan. Subsequently, they then made an agreement. The Qi class will provide food for master, and Mr. Zhu Yuan will be the guardian of the Qi class. The boy wondered who was stronger than the master or Mr. Zhu Yuan. This is something Big Brother doesn't know. However, the master possesses the dragon bloodline. When they grow up, they should not underestimate Zhu Yuan. Suddenly he felt someone watching them. This man learned that this mountain was home to the dragon of the 9 depths, namely Zhu Yuan. Therefore, it was not surprising that he felt the dragon's power. The older brother realized that this man was extremely dangerous, and they were certainly not opponents for him. He asked who he was in general. He signaled to his younger brothers to back off and alert the master. The kids understood all of that. In that case, he wanted to borrow their hands to help him brighten his boredom a bit. This man is about to spring into action, so he needs to try to apprehend him first. He told his brothers to run away from here, and also to warn the master. The unknown person quickly dealt with these spirit beasts. Qin Yuan felt this power. The unknown man asked if they were so eager to leave, but will they even be able to do it? With just one flick of his hand, the unknown man had dealt with these brothers. The older brother couldn't believe his eyes, but suddenly, his body involuntarily became attracted. This unknown person realized that he is the oldest student in the Qi class. He has a pretty good talent. Also, the older student will have to fulfill something for him. An unknown mark appeared on his arm. With this mark, he began to subjugate his older brother's consciousness. Eventually, his pupils dimmed. The purging was done. He then turned his attention to the spirit beasts. He told the older disciple to take it and follow him. Qi class, Dragon's Abyss. They threw this spiritual beast into the water. He said it was done. They hadn't seen the elder for years. It would be wrong to come without a small gift. Qi class, the back slope of the mountain. The master sensed that something had happened to the dragon of 9 depths. The boy immediately asked the master what happened. Well, the master replied to keep him going and training, and he would go check. And Nanny wanted to go too. On a normal day, it's rare to see the Lord of the 9 depths. Did he really decide to come out of the abyss today? But master urged him to keep cultivating. The protagonist realized he couldn't move, and his master immediately left. That worried feeling is getting stronger and stronger. It's better to hide the training room and wait for things to calm down. Only then will he be able to let Xiaonan out. Suddenly, Mr. Zhu Yuan appeared in front of him. The other disciples did not understand why the master was so angry. He started attacking students. They all called out to the master for help, and the master shouted for him to stop. After which, he immediately flew at the dragon. The dragon attacked him, and the master had to put up a shield. He realized that right now this dragon was completely unaffected by his attacks. Would he really have to break the seal after all? But in doing so, he would also expose his identity. The disciples all asked the master to help them. Tonight, this vile brat will have to pay blood for blood. He decided to break his seal after all. His hand transformed. He immediately decided to attack the dragon. Two powerful forces clashed in the struggle. As a result, Zhu Yuan fell to the ground, and the master asked why he had attacked his Qi-class disciples. Suddenly he saw that it was the venom of evil spirits. Afterward, he heard voices about the elder still being as gawky as ever. He immediately responded to this attack. But the foreman started spitting blood. As it turned out, it was an evil spirit general called Mo Kun. He was glad to meet the elder. He asked the elder to hand over the crown prince to him, and also to give him the devil emperor seal. The master had never thought before that such a kid would one day become such a ferocious wolf. Mo Kun replied that it was all thanks to the elder's advice. Therefore, he is very grateful to him. That's why he is going to send the elder to the other world today. The master had not expected this, for he had been hiding under a different name for years. The clone of evil spirits was still unwilling to let him go. Elder View took the crown prince and the emperor's devil seal with him. He must realize that there was no way the clan could let him go. Still, it's better for the elder to hand over the crown prince and the devil emperor seal. Then Mo Kun will give the elder a happy death. But it can't be done, because the crown prince has long gone to heaven. And since the elder won't cooperate, it looks like there will be nothing left of the Qi class today. The old man realized that this ruthless guy would definitely do what he said. The elder was the one who saved this kid from the pile of dead people sent for sacrifice. So he's gonna take him down himself tonight. The elder attacked him, but Mo Kun suddenly appeared behind him. After another attack, he started spitting blood again. The boy recognized that the elder had indeed aged. He asked the man why on earth he was helping the wicked to commit crimes. It is only to put the evil spirits in a desperate situation. Mo Kun asked, "Isn't it like that now?" He pulled Qin Yuan to him and held him by the throat. The master shouted for him to let him go. The elder was also a member of the evil spirit clan, after all. Therefore, he didn't expect this old man to be attached to people. This feeling of being mentored is so touching. Since he wants it that way, he'll give him the man. The master caught the apprentice and asked if he was all right, but he didn't even expect his own disciple to plunge his sword into him. From the look in his eyes, he realized that Mo Kun was controlling him. The guy admitted that such a scenario is even more touching. He told Qin Yuan to escort his dear master to the other world, but the older brother's hands were trembling. He didn't even expect this puppet to have such willpower. It's really amazing. Mo Sun has increased his control over him, after which that one completely pierced the elder. The old man kept telling Qin Yuan that it was all master's fault. The master thought that Xiao Nian should now make his own way into the future. Now the master will no longer be able to help. But a tear appeared on his cheek. Mo Kun was very happy for what he was seeing. He used his technique and a seal appeared from the elder's body. It seems that the emperor's devil seal was actually in his possession. With this seal, their plan would finally come to fruition. He will not allow an elder to leave the classroom alone. He will gather all his Qi students to keep him company. No one even suspected that there was another person at the bottom of the lake watching them. Qin Yuan killed the master. Tang Xiu hugged the master, profession him about waking up. All he did was shout the word master. Qin Yuan is like a bloody animal. Master had appreciated and cared for him so much. How could Qin Yuan even dare to do such a thing? He was angry, mentally calling him a bastard. Master can rest assured. The enemy has destroyed this sect, and Zuya will remember it. One day he will bring the head of Qin Yuan, and will present it as a tribute in front of the master's grave. The honorable dragon went mad because of the dead beast thrown by Qin Yuan. It's all because of Qin Yuan. He asked the venerable dragon to wait until the moment he moved Qin Yuan's head, to honor the dragon as well. But suddenly something happened, and he didn't realize what it was. Something seems to have just entered his palm, but he can't feel the difference. And that's kind of weird. But now is not the time to think about that. The first thing to do is to find a way to get stronger. He must walk the spiritual path. Only when he walks the path will he have the strength to take revenge on Qin Yuan. He can't die here. There were cries all around for help. Now that the master is dead, he cannot die in vain, and so he must climb to the top. He swears to his brothers that he will become stronger and avenge them. They should wait for the guy to gain experience and come back from the spiritual path. Tang Shu will never let Qin Yuan go. Training room. The boy did not understand why the master did not return. He had forgotten about him. And the doors sealed. There was lightning and thunder, but here it was so hot. He asked the master to come back soon. Suddenly he noticed about some pattern on the wall. The guy thought it was some kind of chamber of secrets, but as soon as he touched that pattern, his hand began to ache. It's weird, and it seems like the master doesn't want to be included there. Suddenly he noticed that the seal from the training room was disappearing. The protagonist rejoiced as the master finally decided to release him. He was glad he was finally out of there, but this guy had no idea what was going on around him right now. He thought someone had set the mountain on fire. He went to find the master and his older brother, but he didn't expect to see it at all. Everything was on fire and there was a pile of bodies, and Neon didn't understand at all how this could have happened, or what had even happened here. Everyone died, including me, Brother Lu, and Luya. He wondered again how this could have happened, and where the master had gone. The boy began to scream from the hopelessness of the situation. He thought they were just messing with him. He asked them to wake up and called for the master, as well as his older brother. He heard someone screaming, and immediately ran over there. The main character asked him to tell him what had happened, but he saw some mysterious man strangling a student. Mo-kun noticed that there was still a fish that had slipped out of the net. The boy yelled for the man to let his brother go. The white-haired man agreed, but began to slash his neck with his claw. He only laughed. With tears in his eyes, he screamed that he would kill him. Well, it just stopped a little boy. Mo-kun stepped on his head. Such courage is commendable. But unfortunately, he is too weak. He was the one who had seen the brutal deaths of his fellow students with his own eyes. So the man wondered what he was counting on. This honorable one outlasted this whole class of chai, chickens, and dogs. He asked this kid what he could do. The boy screamed that whoever he was would kill him. It's sad to watch a resisting lowlife. He asked the boy again if he was going to kill him. Then he can try to do that. Does this pathetic boy still think about killing this honorable one? What an idiotic dream he has. He ordered Qin Yuan to burn this entire Qi class for him. There was fire everywhere. So after a while it rained, which put out all the fire as well. He's awake. The boy didn't understand how he was still alive. He clearly remembered that he had been killed, and he also had to have a hole on his chest. I can't believe it's all a dream, but everyone's dead. He started calling for the foreman. Then he finally found him. Master's death seemed to have completely finished him off. He kept saying that the master was playing a trick on Xiao Nan. He asked his master to wake up and explain what it all meant, and the babysitter hugged him and started crying. The guy kept yelling just the word master. His seal has been removed. An eye appeared on his hand. He didn't understand at all in what kind of powerful force this was, and had it really been sealed all these years. Nor did he understand why there was an eye on his hand. He decided to test the crushing power of this force. It really was too powerful. This is simply incredible power. Could it be that the master was afraid that he would misuse this power, so he sealed it? If he had this power earlier, maybe he would have even managed to defeat that man in black. Now that he has this power, he will make this animal pay for everything. Xiaonan turned to the master that he would definitely avenge everyone. But suddenly, he noticed a similar eye on his hand as well. The wizard has an eye on his hand too, and the guy didn't understand how he could have not noticed it before. He didn't understand at all what kind of eye it was, and why it was only on the master's hand and his. The other brothers had nothing on their hands. Then he remembered that the wizard had a sealed chamber of secrets with an eye. Would it really take an eye to open it? Once again, the boy didn't understand what was going on at all. Although there were many thoughts mixed up in his mind and Nan's mind at the moment, but he suppressed them all. He held back the grief in his heart while he tidied up the master's clothes. He bowed to the master and told him not to worry. If he fails to report the location of the sighting, heaven and earth will be his judges. Even the senior Zhu Yuan died. He walked over to the dragon, saying that the elder could also take it easy. One day he would avenge him as well. He touched the dragon, but suddenly, the dragon corpse began to react to Yin Yan's eye. A small whirlwind appeared in front of him, from which a sword emerged. A true divine weapon emerged from Senior Zhu Yuan's spine. This sword was left behind by the Senior Zhu Yuan, so he names it the Sword of the Nine Depths. He will take this sword with him to kill the enemy himself. The protagonist buried the master of his brothers, after which he changed his clothes. When he returns here again, he will bring the head of the enemy to honor their memory. He returned to the secret room by the master, but this chamber of secrets has a unique seal installed. The ornamentation of the seal is the same as the eye on his hand. He removed the bandage from his arm. The master has the same eye on his hand. It is likely to be the key to opening it, but it doesn't matter because he wants to try to open it first. And yet this seal was responding. Perhaps this door can only be opened by him and the master. What kind of eye is that, after all? He entered the secret room. There were two spiritual tablets on the table, namely the Emperor's spiritual tablet and the Queen's spiritual tablet. He didn't know who the two men were, but for some reason his heart fluttered as he looked at their spirit plates. He was unaware of the history of the two men from the spiritual plaques. He thought about making the same plaque for the master as a tribute. The face pictured above has become quite blurry. He also noticed a lot of paintings. There was a landscape painted there. He decided to look at the other paintings, and there was a landscape painted there as well. They must have been painted before the master came here. And finally, he opened the last painting, and the sitter thought about the fact that this huge tree could encompass an entire city. Several shadows can be seen above the ancient tree. That front shadow looks very much like the master. The people behind seem to be chasing the master, and he seems to be holding something. Could it be that all these paintings are the master's past? He didn't realize where that big tree was and who those shadows behind it were. Also, he doesn't even know if it has anything to do with the Chai class enemy. Looks like there's a painting on the wall. In appearance, this painting is similar not to Xuanzhou. He didn't understand what all those red dots on the painting were for. He also noticed the inscriptions spiritual path. He wondered if it could be a map of a legendary spiritual path. Then all the landscapes in those paintings are probably from a spiritual path too. Why did the master hide so many things that are related to the spiritual path? Could it be that the master had already been on the spiritual path? There was also a good chance that the man in black was somehow related to the master. It seems that he too must be on a spiritual path. He should at least find out something about that killer, but he didn't even know how to enter the spiritual path. He was not even on the list of spiritual paths. Only the elder brother of hers listed himself on the spiritual path, but the life and death of the elder brother is unknown. The bodies of the elder brother and the second brother, after digging in the gate, he never found. First, he needs to find a way to get on the roster. That's easier said than done. The people who made the list are rare young geniuses all over the world. He will have to work hard for it. Only by getting on the list can he enter the spiritual path. And that's how he can find the killer. But people like Big Brother have cultivated very long and hard to get on that list. With all the talent he has, he doesn't even know how many years or months it will take him to make the roster. Suddenly he noticed that someone had gotten on the list. He realized it was someone from Xuanzhou, and maybe the guy knows him. He didn't expect at all that he was the one who made the list. He informed the master and his dear brothers that Xiao Nian was leaving. When he returns after perfecting himself on the spiritual path, he will bring the enemy to honor their memory. For the last time, he shook his head towards the ruins that were left of the Chai class. After which, he stood up and walked down the mountain. He doesn't know why he's suddenly on the list, but being there is a good thing. Only by embarking on the spiritual path can he become stronger. There he can find the clue that leads to his enemy. Elder brother once said that we should go to Xuanzhou City. There should be a Sky Palace guide there. He would be able to send him on the spiritual path. From here to the city was about 2 days' journey, and it had only been 2 hours since he'd left the master. When he thought of the master, it was his gaze that sorrowfully lowered. But he immediately pulled himself together. The master had died, and now he had to learn to be independent. And he needs to pick up the pace. Couple days later, Xuanzhou City. He was glad he had finally arrived here. There are really a lot of people in this town, but he didn't know where the branch of the Sky Palace was located. It seemed the best solution would be to ask the locals. The boy began to ask where this palace was, and then he went straight to it. And after half an hour, he finally found the palace. He walked in and asked if anyone was here. It's very surprising that there's no one there at all. It's definitely a Sky Palace, and they're being supported by Mu Zun behind their backs. It looks like no one is in a hurry to come in here. He heard the voices of a guy asking who he was and how he dared to enter the branch of the Sky Palace. And the sitter replied that he had come to register. The guy in red explained that Yinyan had just reached a degree of spiritual shift and asked who he was trying to deceive. And the protagonist wondered if he was the guide. He looks to be about as old as he is. He decided to go on a spiritual path where, being only on a spiritual shift, it is like dying in vain. They came to check in too, didn't they? And the guy thought that the one in red was a guide and asked who he was. This young master's name is Shen Haozhan. He remembers that name on the spiritual path list. But this guy is too annoying. The master's hammer, where he was from and why he hadn't seen him before. The protagonist replied that his name was Zhang Yinian, and he was from the Qi class. Hearing about the Qi class, he remembered that Qin Yuan was only included in the list. Therefore, he had never heard the name of the main character. Another man who was definitely the real guide appeared. He immediately recognized the name of the protagonist. The man realized that he really only had a stage of spiritual shift, and this young man's talent is quite low. But if he was able to get on the list with his powers, then he wasn't that weak. So he decided to check his identity first. He made sure that it was true Jiang and Nian. This man's name is Zhao Qinyang, who is a guide to the spiritual path in Xuanzhou City. This boy can call him Zhao Mentor. He also inquired when Qin Yun from the Qi class would be coming here. The older brother went missing and the class was destroyed. It's better not to say that, or it will cause some trouble. He explained that Big Brother didn't go with him. He must have already gone to the gate of the spiritual path on the Ling Xuan continent. The gate on the spiritual path is very far away. A lonely journey will take a very long time, but it is his own choice, so the preceptor has no right to say anything. In that case, everything is already in place. Tomorrow morning they will go to the gates of the spiritual path. Everyone was excited to hear that they were finally going there, and the protagonist was serious about his spiritual path. Outside the city of Xuanzhou, a woman appeared. She heard that Mo Kun had dealt with the traitor. He also took the seal of the evil emperor. He also said the crown prince is dead. A whip appeared in her hands. As soon as she struck with it, more people appeared. They found out that the young men who were listed on the spiritual path list of Xuanzhou City were going to go to the gate of the spiritual path tomorrow under the guidance of Zhao Qinyang. The commander of the banjo has ordered to look for suitable opportunities tomorrow. They must cut out each and every one of them. Today was the day when he would go to the gate of the spiritual path. The boy was very excited. He had heard that Mu Zun had also traveled the spiritual path to gain experience, and by far, he is the strongest man in the world. The story of his confrontation with a clan of demons are the most favorite among teenagers. Mu Zun is an idol in the hearts of thousands of teenagers. He set out on the spiritual path as a teenager, and all teenagers now aspire to enter this holy land. All were also quite hopeful of following the spiritual path they were so eagerly awaiting. Most of the young men just couldn't wait any longer. The young master said that they could finally go, and when they entered, they would all become his younger brothers. The mentor noticed that there was a look of anticipation on everyone's faces. He assumed that everyone was ready. The children replied that they were. In that case, they're getting ready to hit the road. Haozhan asked his mentor, "It's not like they're going on foot. Why not ask his father to send a firebird to take them? This kid really has a rich family. That fat guy's a pain in the ass. He's always bragging about his wealth." The preceptor replied that this was not necessary. The deacons of the Sky Palace have their own riding animals that have been granted by the palace. Mentor snapped his fingers, and a spiritual wind crane appeared in front of them. It is a spiritual beast of the highest stage. Its power is comparable to a practitioner of the divine soul stage. On this crane, they will go to the gates of the spiritual path, and they will probably arrive in 10 days. It has great speed, and it is definitely a spiritual beast of the highest stage. It is much stronger than the firebird of the Shen family. The sky crane looked at the main character, specifically his sword. He immediately began to panic. The guys didn't realize what had happened. That crane looked at him and immediately panicked. Or did he look at his sword of the 9 depths? It's because of the transformed spine of Mr. Zhu Yuan. This master is an ancient mythical beast. Doesn't he feel the generating pressure? The mentor glanced at the boy. He said he had an opportunity. Having such a treasure with him, he needs to be careful. The protagonist asked if the mentor was talking about his sword of the 9 depths. But at first glance, the weapon behind his back is not unusual. He is currently weak, and no doubt it is like a child throwing away gold. He has no idea how many people will be eager to get their hands on such a precious item. If it's not hidden, he'll inevitably bring it on himself. That was why the mentor had decided to conceal his aura, and Nanny thanked him for it. He hadn't expected this, and fortunately, Mentor Zhao had warned him, and of course, others have noticed it too. They flew right away. The mentor told everyone to hold tightly to the crane's body. They must not fall. Outside the city of Xuanzhou, she noticed that they were getting closer, so the girl told her men to get ready. She'll deal with this Zhao Qinyan, and they'll catch all the kids on the list. They shouldn't miss anyone. Haozhan wanted to take this sword away, but the babysitter wouldn't let him do it either. The young gentleman asked the lad to show him his treasure, but the babysitter also refused him, saying that he just didn't want to do it. He was even willing to show his treasure after that. But the fellow replied that he would not show his treasure, and he did not want to look at his treasure. The young gentleman asked what else he should say to look at then, but the others told them to stop fooling around and sit still. Falling from that height is no joke. He had heard that there had been a surprise attack on some units that were heading towards the spiritual path. Right now, the palace was still investigating the matter. He hopes this trip goes smoothly, but these attackers didn't think so. He shouted to the children to be careful, for they were under attack. A sky crane has been shot through the wing. If they don't fall from that height, they die. Mentor shouted again for everyone to hold tight, and someone attacked them. If one fell from such a height on the spiritual wheel stage, which was the second stage of cultivation, one would be crushed to death. The spiritual wind crane was seriously injured, and it will not hold them back. There is no confirmation that any of the children were injured. He decided to miss them first with spiritual power. They saw that the mentor as well as the spiritual wind crane had fallen to the ground. The children wondered if all would be well with the mentor. They also fell to the ground, and it was quite painful. The protagonist guessed that this attack must have been planned in advance. He wondered how the mentor was doing, and if he was coming to them. If he lunged at them, they are trouble and they should run. The young gentleman had a sore foot. He shouted to his mommy that he did not want to take the spiritual path. The other children thought they were dying. He thought about the fact that these children are spoiled and jerks. Suddenly he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He said the others to get up quickly. Another boy asked why he was yelling. Doesn't he see that he is dying here? The protagonist told them to get up now because someone is coming this way. They thought about the fact that they were coming here to get all of them. They even began to rejoice that they would be saved. But after that, they heard the man's voice saying that he didn't expect them all to come together. That only saved him time. They were surrounded. Now they immediately realized that these people had not come here to save them. They are all masters of the divine soul stage. And this is the third stage of cultivation. And the nanny asked who they were. They were on the way to the spiritual path, and if these people dared to touch them, the Sky Palace would not let them go. Did they really want to intimidate them? It was clear that they were not even afraid of this palace. This boy introduced himself and said that if they let him go, the Shen family would give them anything. He didn't even know there was a fat sheep here. They saw a sudden surge of power. Commander Banzhou must be fighting with Zhao Qinyan right now. It would be time for them to start as well. These people have no intention of letting them go. He needs to think about what could have been avoided. He threw a smoke bomb. They must all run to a crowded place outside the forest. The man in black ordered that they should not be allowed to escape, and the protagonist realized that it was impossible to run away forever. Even if he used all his strength, they would soon catch up. Afterward, he heard that someone had been caught. This group of people are like veterans with a lot of experience. They'll be much harder to escape from. Suddenly, he saw the fruits of qi gathering, and there was a lot of fruit here. She's very good at hiding her qi when hunting. There won't be any problem with that. You just have to crush them and smear them all over your body. 2 people showed up. They realized that the smell was gone. That child is definitely far away, so they gave chase. It was very risky. He heard the screams again, like someone being caught. He needs to get out of here fast. The guy realized he had to wait it out for them to search a little longer. He can't even run away. After that, the protagonist started running again. Fortunately, no one ever found it. It must be all the effect of this qi gathering fruit. Not that far ahead must be the edge of the forest. That's the way out. He just needs to get out of the woods and find a place with a clear view. These guys don't have to be so brazen. But he didn't expect at all that someone was already waiting for him there. The man in black recognized that this guy was a trickster, almost got away from them. This time he'll definitely get caught. He'd better be an obedient boy and follow him. If that person is in a good mood, maybe even let him get away with it. Otherwise, this man would have to break his legs. It was interesting to even see how he thought about running next. They are so brave that they are willing to stand up against the people of the Sky Palace. Once all of this is known, none of them will be able to escape. But this palace is just a watchdog. That puppy should be worried about his feet. He threw the smoke bomb again. He needs offense, and as soon as possible. But suddenly this unknown man appeared in front of him and asked if he thought the same trick would work twice. An unknown man stabbed the protagonist, after which this destructive force threw the guy right back against a tree. If he won't do it the easy way, he'll do it the hard way. That man already wanted to kill that puppy. But the protagonist didn't think of giving up so easily either, and it was quite a powerful attack. He didn't even know that the power of the 9 profound sword was so powerful. His opponent is a divine spirit stage master who surpasses him by 2 stages. How one blow of the spiritual soul broke his body. The unknown person didn't even realize that it was the puppy that had been hiding the divine artifact all this time. He wanted to chop his corpse into little pieces. So the unknown man in the cape attacked again. The protagonist realized he was doing badly. The unknown in the square struck him a blow, but he fortunately managed to bounce back, and the babysitter wanted to strike him again. This naive puppy doesn't even realize that this artifact is simply useless in his hands. He's just waving it around indiscriminately. He'd better give him that sword nicely. He was more suited to be its master. And the expenditure of spiritual power to use the 9 profound sword accelerated. The boy realized that he wouldn't be able to endure it for long. Of course, the man in black also noticed that this puppy's movements had started to slow down. So it's time to attack. He threw a punch at Zhang and the sitter. The unknown man in black laughed with Togo that he couldn't even handle this artifact. The protagonist realized that he couldn't die yet. He still hasn't reported the destruction of the Chai class by the enemy, so he just can't die here. He'd better be obedient and die in peace. Violet Ki began to emanate from him. The unknown man in black couldn't believe that this kid had actually broken through to the spirit wheel stage. This is the second step in cultivation. But even if he has broken through to the step of the spiritual wheel, it is still useless. But suddenly he noticed the mark on his arm. He didn't expect this boy to have a royal eye at all. The protagonist immediately turned around to attack him, but it was reported that the crown prince had died. He did not understand why this boy had a royal eye, but the kid didn't give even him time to think. The man in black clearly didn't expect it to have this ending, in which time the protagonist was surprised that this eye contained such terrifying power. But now is not a good time to be thinking about that. The first thing we need to do is get out of these woods. He's already run far enough and doesn't think anyone else is chasing him. He's down in the tree because he's dead tired. He has no strength at all. It was good that he had broken through to the spirit wheel on the eve of battle. Even if he had won without it, he wouldn't have been able to escape far. He must hurry to regain his breath so he could recover and continue his escape. For many years, he had been unable to break through during cultivation for some reason. But today, he made a breakthrough to the spiritual wheel. In recent days, his practice seems to be much more effective than ever. Could it be because the master is no longer helping with his sealing, and he didn't realize what that thing was on his arm? He had defeated the man in black with the palm of his hand. He realized that this deadly weapon was best concealed. There was no need to let others find out about it. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But it was still a mystery as to who exactly these people were and why they wanted to capture them. They aren't even afraid of the Sky Palace. And they also dared to attack Mentor Zhao. The only thing left to do is to head to the city and find the Sky Palace units there. We need to tell them about this. There was no need to think so much, and it was most important to hurry up with his meditation now, to heal his wounds. He just needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly he heard a sound that sounded like the cry of a crane. This is the spiritual wind crane of Mentor Zhao. Fortunately, the mentor was also on the crane, but he was injured. The mentor immediately landed beside the protagonist. He asked At and babysat where the others were. The lad replied that he did not know that, for they had missed each other during their escape. The mentor began to blame himself for what had happened. He also told the boy to get up, because they had to get out of here right away. First they will head to the nearest town, for they need to report this upstairs. And the sitter asked the mentor why those people had decided to attack them and where they were from in the first place. He's not sure himself. As soon as he fell, he was twisted by a very powerful woman. Even though the spiritual wind crane was injured, but fortunately it had saved him as well. Otherwise, he would have died there. It was clear that those people were very strong. It was lucky that they were captured by people of only the Divine Soul stage. Mentor Zhao asked how he managed to escape from the Divine Soul stage people, and it seems that he had upgraded to the Spirit Wheel stage. And the protagonist explained that he was able to successfully escape thanks to the Sword of the Nine Depths. He caught one off guard, and when that man was unprepared, struck him with a surprise blow. It's best not to tell your mentor about your left hand. No wonder. Since he was able to escape, he was very lucky. Basis repeated that they would first go to the nearest town, find some craftsmen, and surround them. Meanwhile, her subordinates with their children had already arrived at the girl's house. She immediately inquired if they had caught everyone. He admitted that one boy had slipped away. Besides, the fifth demon hadn't returned. Banjo called him a lowlife. They caught the child but then lost sight of him. However, they won't attach much importance to it, because they need to get out of here urgently. Zhao Qinyang has escaped, so she thinks that she will soon search for them. The view will be forced out by the people of the Sky Vault Palace. Still, the girl wondered if the fifth demon hadn't returned, and if it was related to the ripple she had recently felt. It's a throbbing feeling, similar to the sensation of meeting the king's eye. Could it be that a person with ties to the royal lineage has appeared here, and that person may have killed the fifth demon? But that's impossible. The royal family's bloodline disappeared 10 years ago when the family became extinct. Besides, before that, she had received news of the only prince who had escaped. But he must have been destroyed by Mo Kun. Could he have survived? She got mad at Mo Kun, whereupon she ordered her men that they were leaving. Under the swift flight on the spiritual wind crane, they arrived at the nearest town within only 2 hours. They then found a branch of the local Sky Palace and reported the kidnapping of children who were on their way to the spiritual path. And once this news spread, the local craftsmen decided to help. They headed to the place where everything happened to find the kidnapped young men. But as soon as the thieves finished them with their business, they quickly left. The crowd of people had come for nothing. Zhao Qinyang refused to give up. He took his masters with him and began to survey the surroundings. The massive search continued for several days, but no leads were found. Faced with the outcome, the master found himself in a desperate situation. As a result, the search was abandoned. The plan was to take the spiritual path youths to this place, and then to the spiritual path gate, and then return to the branch of the Sky Palace again and report back. Therefore, the protagonist stayed in the city for a few days. He traveled together with the teenagers on the list of this city, but this time, they were accompanied by a huge number of guards. Many local masters also joined the escort. Accompanied by such a mighty escort, this time the whole journey was extremely successful, and after 5 days they arrived in the city of Ling Xuan. They immediately started discussing that this city was too big. This is natural because it is the biggest city on this continent. Compared to Xuanzhou City, it is several times bigger. Another boy drew their attention to the top of Ling Xuan Mountain. Therein lies the gateway to the spiritual path. Master Zhao thanked everyone for accompanying him. Wherever they are, these children are the local younger generation. There is nothing special about accompanying them. He explained to the children that this is the peak of Ling Xuan. They will remain waiting here. When the gate of the spiritual path opens, a person will appear to escort them. He still needs to report the kidnapping directly to the Sky Palace. Therefore, he won't delay with them. They wished the preceptor a safe journey. The master hoped that they would be able to achieve excellent results on the spiritual path. There's a whole crowd here. There's at least 100 people here. The main character can't believe there are so many people here. These are all people who have entered the spiritual path list. There are several hundred talented people living on the Ling Xuan continent. He wondered how many people had been selected from all over the world. It would be extremely difficult to stand out among so many geniuses. Now he was the only one from Xuanzhou. He wondered what happened to those kidnapped guys. The outside world is indeed sinister. Still, it's better to only take care of yourself. After all, it's convenient to be a loner. Who knows whether they will hide their evil heart after they have entered the spiritual path. She decided to go to the woods for a while. The guy has not eaten anything for a long time and is just starving. Luckily, he had taken a meaty leg with him before he shipped out. Otherwise, he would have had to suffer from hunger. He smelled that flavor and wished you a good appetite. But suddenly something dripped on him, and he thought it had started to rain. But there was some other girl in the tree. He realized it was her spit and told her to go down here. He asked who she was and why she was drooling over him. The girl explained that the meat he cooked looked too good, so she couldn't help herself. She's really sorry. But as it turned out, it was a guy. Too good-looking a guy. The main character wondered why this guy dressed up like that. A girl who dresses like a man. But he's got a caddy, so he's really a guy. He didn't notice how the boy went straight to his meat. The white-haired boy didn't understand how fried meat could have such an odor. The protagonist immediately stood up for his meat. The white-haired boy showed cute eyes and began to beg, and the babysitter replied that pretending to be cute would work for me. It's clearly a guy, so it's unclear how he can look like that. He wanted to bite into the meat as the kid had already started to fake cry. He replied that the main character might be there, but he would just be watching. Eventually, and the babysitter agreed to split the roast in half. The white-haired guy started stuffing his mouth with this beautiful meat. The protagonist noticed that this guy's manners and appearance were two extremes. The white-haired guy started praising his cooking skills. Those skills are even beyond praise. What he admires most in his life is people who know how to cook all kinds of food, and the babysitter didn't realize that long from good cooking skills. The white-haired boy replied that with good cooking skills, he could make people happy with his food. He also asked if he thought that making others happy was very rewarding. But it doesn't seem that way to him. With good cooking skills, he won't be able to avenge his master. The white-haired guy replied that he just didn't know his happiness. He called the kid his friend and thanked him for inviting him to taste so much delicious food. In return, he will give him a very carefully prepared spiritual pancake he has made. And the babysitter was trying to figure out what it was. I mean, it doesn't look like a pancake. The white-haired kid was talking about trying this pancake. The protagonist thought that maybe it just looked disgusting, but it tasted even worse than it looked. The white-haired kid asked him how he felt about this spiritual pancake he had made from the meat of 5 kinds of spirit animals. It seemed that the protagonist's soul had left his body. He didn't understand where in the world such unpalatable food came from at all. Prinik noticed that his new friend hadn't finished his pancake, and the babysitter replied that he had decided to save this deadly delicious pancake for later. Sounds like he's afraid he won't get enough. He's got more, and it's all for his own friend. The protagonist started making excuses that he didn't deserve them in any way. It was better to save it for himself. He even admitted his guilt and asked to feel sorry for him. Last time, the white-haired kid asked if he really didn't want this dish. The protagonist replied that he didn't want it and thanked him. The white-haired kid has tasted his food, but doesn't know his name yet. As it turned out, his name was Lo Chen, and the protagonist extended his hand and replied that it was a pleasure to meet him. Luo Chen also extended his hand and replied that he was also happy to meet him. He also asked if the kid had a team. The protagonist replied that he didn't have a team. In that case, he suggested that they form their own team. That way, they could take care of each other on the spiritual path. But the guy realized that he just wanted the babysitter to be his cook too. Luo Chen replied that not only that, he is very reliable. If anyone dares to disturb his friend, he can beat him up. He is very good at fighting and is also a loner. So he asked again if they would be a team, but he didn't even think he'd notice the other brother there. The protagonist didn't understand how the other older brother got here, and how he managed to escape destruction. He must question him about the details of that day. The protagonist is simply obliged to find out what happened there. Tang Xiu didn't even expect that Jiang Yinian was still alive when he saw him. This boy had a good relationship with Qin Yuan. He was able to survive, which means he might not know what his older brother had done. It's better not to meet him for a while. The main character was trying to stop Tan Zhu. The older brother ran away as soon as he saw him. Did he do something he feels guilty about? He realized he needed to catch up with him. He stood in front of the second brother and asked why on earth he was running away. Tang Shuya replied that he just didn't want to see him, and the nanny asked what happened in the chai class that day. Tang Shuya replied that he should ask his favorite older brother about it. The protagonist asked what he meant. The chai class has been destroyed and it's all because of this Qin Yuan. He's the one who killed Master. The protagonist didn't believe at all that his older brother could do such a thing. He knows that Tanzuya didn't get along with his older brother, but it's too vicious for him to slander Qin Yuan like that. The second brother replied that he could believe him or not. He should just get behind him, but the protagonist stopped him and asked him to tell him more. Tang Shuya turned around to hit him, for Yinian had already gotten him. Fortunately, he was able to block that punch somehow. Suddenly, not even a month later, and he had already broken through to the spiritual wheel stage. And the protagonist asked why he even cared about it. Let him rather tell what happened there. But the man turned around, indicating that he was too lazy to talk to him. And the babysitter threatened him that if he didn't explain anything, he shouldn't even think about being able to leave here. Tang Shuya asked, did he really think he could win if I made a breakthrough? He better listen carefully because this guy isn't the only one who has broken through in this time. He pushed the protagonist away from him with a wave of force. And then the guy realized that he had actually reached the Divine Soul stage. He should remember that this is not a chai class. There's also no big brother here to support him. The guy didn't expect that second brother had reached the Divine Soul stage. He was absolutely no opponent to him at all. Since he can't figure it out, Pul Zhuya will teach him a lesson. Would he really have to use that eye against him? But he can't do that at all because it would just kill him. But it seems his older brother didn't even want to give him time to think about it. The protagonist only has to fight him to the last, but suddenly someone pulled him back. It was Lo Chen. If this guy hurts his teammate, he's going to have to carry this guy on his back the whole spiritual journey. And he hates to be tired. Tianshu didn't realize who else he was and told him to just get out of his way. But it wasn't hard for the white-haired boy to dodge such a blow. It seems he shouldn't linger any longer. The second brother attacked them again and even seemed intent on killing them. Luo Chen asked why he was so angry. He easily joined the protagonist and dodged those attacks. He has already attacked so many times, but he couldn't even touch Zhang and Nanny's clothes. It seems like his opponent is a master, and the protagonist looked at him in surprise, and the white-haired guy replied that he wasn't fooling him. He is indeed very strong. With this guy protecting and babysitting, it seems like he wanted to be able to deal with him today. Tang Shuya replied, letting him go this time. But the main character was telling him not to leave, because he hadn't explained yet. Tianshou realized that he really didn't know anything about Qin Yuan. In the entire Chai class, he had the closest relationship with Master. His worn heart was probably even heavier than his second brother's. The guy replied that he had said everything he knew. And according to his research, Qin Yuan will also enter the spiritual path. When the protagonist meets him, it's better to let him walk up and ask him himself. However, there was no way the other brother would let him go. He said goodbye to him. He didn't understand what had happened that day. Why was Tanzuya so hostile to senior Qin Yuan? Is it really as he said it was? And Qin Yuan did all this. But that's impossible because he just can't be that kind of person. There must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Since Qin Yuan has gone on a spiritual journey, when they meet, the protagonist will question him about everything. He will never let the man in black who destroyed the Chai class go. Lo Chen recognized that this guy is a real killer. He's in a hurry to beat up a man, and if he doesn't agree with what he says, and the babysitter thanked him for his help. But the man replied that there was no need to thank him, for they were comrades. He had to help his friend, but the main character hasn't agreed to eat yet. He saw for himself that the white-haired guy could fight. He asked you to be a team again. In the end, the kid agreed. Lo Chen explained that he was going to stock up and buy some food. At this time, at the foot of the river, people noticed that it was floating this way. And it looks like someone is sitting on top of it. Is this man riding a spiritual beast? He finally got there and saw that there were quite a few people here. He wondered if he would be able to find the one who would accompany him for the rest of his life. He ordered the spirit beast to come ashore. Others were surprised, for they did not expect a hippopotamus to be there. They wondered what kind of spirit beast it was. As soon as he took a closer look, he realized that this beast looked pretty cute. He should be up there. They noticed at the foot of the mountain the real master himself. The protagonist recognized that his power looked very strong. But he wondered why that guy was looking at him. That man on the mountain was clearly in the spiritual shifting stage, but he's even carrying a divine artifact. Sounds like this guy's got a good chance. As it turns out, that person to the foot of the mountain is called Xiaomo. This is the Xiaomo that ranks 9th on the list of the spiritual path. He is a descendant of the martial emperor Xiaoyan. Xiaomo even came here to join them to enter the spiritual path. There seemed to be a lot of strong people here. Then they heard bells ringing, which meant that the gates of the spiritual path were opening. They immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. The master of the spiritual path had already arrived. The old man saw all the young people who were on their way to the spiritual path. He also announced that the gate of the spiritual path would open after a stick of incense. He noticed his teammate and asked where he had run off to. Luo Chen explained that he was looking for something to eat. He also explained that the main character would have to cook as much food as possible. And the babysitter admitted that he was indeed a lover of food. But before embarking on the spiritual path, this old man will tell them about the rules of the spiritual path. They have the right to embark on the spiritual path, but they also need to know quite a bit of history about the spiritual path. At the time when Muzong was gaining experience on the spiritual path, it was not yet possible to use spiritual power on the spiritual path. But after the transformation of Muzong, it became possible to use spiritual power on the spiritual path. When they enter, they will still have to save spiritual power. The consumption of spiritual power on the spiritual path is several times greater than in the outer world. If they do not carefully guard their spiritual power, they will have to pay a high price for it. He showed them a map of the spiritual path. The spiritual path is divided into 3 levels. The outermost is the outer path. In the middle is the inner path, and in the very center is the final destination. When they enter, they will find themselves in various places on the outer path. They have to reach the bowels of the spiritual path. The road is dangerous, and the deeper they get, the more dangerous it will become. That's why they must find comrades for their team. They can also act alone, but still they must remember that once they start using spiritual power on the spiritual path, then the beasts within will also become much stronger. They need to be careful. And the sitter wondered if the accumulation of experiences would end for them when they reached the center of the spiritual path. The old man replied that you could say that. When they reached the center, the elders of the Sky Palace would be there to evaluate their achievements. The higher their achievements, the stronger the blessings they will receive. The most outstanding will be entitled to access to the heavenly court. Guy recognized that the rewards are rich indeed. The blessing of the spiritual path not only bathes the marrow and fractures the bones, but also greatly helps in increasing one's own power. The qualification to enter the heavenly court is a rare opportunity. Muzong has merged the 5 spiritual courts into the celestial court. Therefore, to be able to cultivate there is his dream. Over the years, few people had managed to develop in this courtyard. Muzong really went out of his way for the sake of the universe. But the guy explained that Muzong is lazy. If he could give up on something, he would wave his hand. He didn't understand why this lazy man would think about all this. The protagonist asked how he knew this, and if he really knew Muzong. The guy replied that he just heard that Muzong is not that famous. Someone always leaves comments like that. He almost blabbed. The boy asked how their final accomplishments would be graded. Before they embark on the spiritual path, he will give each one of his talismans. Every time they would kill beasts on the spiritual path, the talisman would immediately absorb the essence of the beast's blood and condense it into a spiritual pearl. The stronger the beast from which the condensation will start, the more spiritual pearls there will be. The number of spiritual pearls is the criterion for evaluating their achievements. In addition, on the spiritual path, there are points and safety that have been established by the Heavenly Court. There are also various kinds of heaven and earth treasures, elixirs, and techniques there. They can use the spiritual pearls in exchange for something they like. Now the gates of the spiritual path are opening. The gate was finally opened, and everyone was very nervous. The old man said for everyone to line up quickly. They should come to him to confirm their identity and receive the talisman. They need to drop their blood on this bronze mirror. That way they will get a talisman that matches their personality. But the couples should write down the spiritual trail of each other's talismans. That way, when they enter the spiritual path, and they will not be separated from each other. A moment later, everyone lined up one by one to pick up the talisman. And now it was the protagonist's turn. He dripped blood on this mirror. The old man noticed that he only had the beginning stage of the spiritual wheel. He didn't understand how, and with this little power, he could even be chosen. He got his own mascot. He can finally enter the spiritual path. It's the turn of the Loken. He dripped blood on the mirror. That old man immediately saw who he was. As soon as he wanted to say his name, the white-haired guy immediately interrupted him. Luochen, and asked if there was any problem with this for the elder. The old man clearly wanted to object in some way. He immediately got angry and asked what the elder wanted to say. His real name was Luochen, and the elder could see that clearly. He shouldn't mock him because he has connections upstairs. The old man was clearly scared and made that decision. He thanked the older man. Luochen suggested to Xiaonan to exchange spiritual traces. The old man didn't understand why this non-hunter had ended up exactly maternally with him. He hoped there would be no trouble. How brave are those who dare to move on the spiritual path? They really don't take the Sky Palace seriously. Someone told the head that they should deal with this matter as soon as possible. It defies the grandeur of a non-water palace. It doesn't matter what their conspiracy is, as they have hijacked the spiritual path. Their goal should be on the spiritual path. This matter should not be spread at this time so as not to cause unrest. He called out to the Sky Guardian. This guardian's name is Yuhan. She must secretly infiltrate the spiritual path to investigate the abduction to the spiritual path. The head is sure that this case will not be an easy one. Yuhan obeys the order.
But she should also pay attention to safety and try to investigate in secret. Explain it to you to her grandfather.
When engaging in battle with a person, there is always a moment to fail. She explained that Grandpa would understand, and the head shouldn't worry. Does she mean to say that she just doesn't care? Her grandfather will actually get angry, and then the Sky Palace won't survive it. But she still has to be careful. Once she figures something out, she should prioritize it, come back with a message. They have finally arrived on the spiritual path. The movement of spiritual power has become a little slower, the consequence of which is that the consumption also becomes even greater. Luochen asked what they would do then, so the nanny decided to look at the map first. Now they will go in that direction, and that way they can get out of this forest. But the journey will be long and may take some time. Since it would be a long journey, he suggested we grab a bite to eat first. This guy is really worth a dozen gluttons, and the babysitter told him not to worry because he won't make him starve. So it's time for them to go. They've been walking for half an hour now, but they still haven't encountered any ferocious beasts. Looks like the spiritual path isn't as dangerous as they said. This place must be full of ferocious beasts. Suddenly he noticed someone attacking him. Fortunately, he had time to defend himself with his sword, and it was a blood wolf. Luochen admitted that he was indeed unlucky. This blood wolf's strength should be comparable to a spiritual wheel stage master. It just so happens that he is just the right category for him to handle. He'll use it to practice. The blood wolf attacked him once more, and luckily he managed to dodge its claws. The protagonist knew that this wolf's vulnerable spot was his waist. As soon as a chance opened up for him, he immediately attacked it. Looks like he's dead. One punch is all it takes to kill him, all thanks to the Sword of the Nine Depths. But other wolves were already flying at him. He didn't even realize where the other two had come from. But luckily, the protagonist doesn't have to fight them. As it turned out, he had already dealt with them. There are dangers everywhere on the spiritual path. The main character admitted that it was very cool. Now it's okay. He can take his talisman to turn them into spiritual pearls, and there were already 6 pearls in front of them. He decided to divide them equally to everyone. So the main character gave 3 pieces for the white-haired guy. Luo Chen noticed that something was approaching. They decided to climb a tree and watch. There was a whole pack of blood wolves. And the nanny asked what they should do now. Luo Chen called him a fool and asked why he was even asking that. Of course they need to get the hell out of here. And Nanny took back what he said and recognized that it was still dangerous on the spiritual path. Somewhere in Xuanzhou, they met with Banzhou. Mo Kun asked how one person was missing from her squad. Does he really think they are putting on a show here? Banzhou asked what was strange about the deaths of 1 or 2 people. Nothing for the dead, of course. But if their plan fails because of this, she'll be the one to blame. If it's her fault, she'll admit it. He opened a spatial rift that leads to the spiritual path. They must act quickly, for the Sky Palace cannot be allowed to notice it. The girl asked if he really killed the Crown Prince. The line of the imperial family is finally broken, and she should have no other thoughts. He advises her to follow them wholeheartedly and revive their clan. The Crown Princes are at rest forever, and this imperial clique still won't give up. She was very angry and thought about how she wasn't done yet. They entered the spatial rift. Another group of children were also attacked by the beast. It was an earth-piercing beast. They must not fall into its clutches. They also noticed that he has a lot of black blood on him. They need to retreat, for he is under the influence of poison. The kid threw his sword at him, but there was still no need to approach him, for he could counterattack. Suddenly some kind of egg appeared from his mouth. They noticed that this egg was overflowing with spiritual power. It was clear that it was definitely an unusual egg. They immediately ran for that egg. Meanwhile, Lo Chen caught a fish. Did that fish think it could escape? The fireplace pot is already almost filled with fish. Jiang Yinian is not very strong, but is very good at cooking. Suddenly he noticed a large egg. Looks like he'll be able to eat more today. He picked up the egg and saw that those lines were very curious. It must be an unusual egg, so it must be incredibly delicious. He can eat a hard-boiled egg in the evening. The main character saw him throwing an egg and asked what he was doing. He explained that he'd added the yummy stuff, and the babysitter meant why he threw that strange egg into the cauldron. He took the egg back. They have no idea what kind of egg it is. He shouldn't eat everything. Lo Chen began to protest, for he had found this egg and wanted to eat it. And the babysitter asked if he has a complaint. If he protests, the main character will reduce his food intake. Luo Chen called him a calculating wolf as soon as he heard about the meal. Is there nothing in this guy's eyes that he can't eat? And what kind of animal is that egg anyway? From this egg, something began to hatch. And Nanny wondered what kind of ferocious beast it would be. Luo Chen thought only that it could be roasted and eaten. Some kind of rabbit hatched out of that egg. Lo Chen recognized that this bunny rabbit was so cute. Such a cutie must be delicious. The main character immediately takes the rabbit away from him, talking about not eating it. How would the rabbit know it was safe to eat? A rabbit saw a fish that had been caught, and the babysitter noticed that the baby was hungry and told him to eat. Here the rabbit began to eat the fish quickly. Lo Chen was immediately worried about his fish. He told the little rabbit to give the fish back to him. The bucket is empty. He had worked so hard to catch all those fish. Meanwhile, the rabbit fished to the protagonist. Luo Chen shouted to be paid for the fish, or else he would roast that rabbit. He began to tremble. The white-haired guy was telling Jiang and Nanny to let that rabbit go. He's going to cook it and eat it. The kid asked him not to be angry. He would catch a few more fish for him. And a little while later, they were finally all full. Not that the white-haired guy was praising him, but his cooking skills were truly excellent. Suddenly the rabbit's ears perked up, and the protagonist wondered what was wrong. Lo Chen replied that someone was approaching. It was a group of people. The protagonist drew his sword and asking what they needed. This man's name is Louis Mo. He explained that they had received a golden egg, but it had fallen into the river. They were looking for it along the river, so they asked if they had seen the egg. Afterward, he noticed the shell. It must be the little animal in his hand that hatched from the egg. It must be unusual looking and worth a lot of money. He will be able to sell it for a good price. He told these two to hand this little beast over here, and then he wouldn't bother them. Is he really saying that this little animal belongs to him? If it is true, let him call him, and they will see if the little rabbit responds or not. Liu Mo asked, wondering if the two of them were not going to give it back. Their looks said that they were ready to fight. That kid is only at the beginning stage of the spiritual wheel, and he is not to be feared. But here's the level of the Togo young man behind him he can't see. He wanted to deal with this guy. The captain gave him permission to test his skills. This kid doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. If he doesn't want to give good, he'll give bad. He immediately threw himself at him, and the sitter noticed that this guy is only in the late stage of the spiritual wheel. With his strength of the violet black eye and the sword of the 9 depths, he definitely wouldn't lose. The protagonist threw a punch at him. He didn't understand how this was possible at all. Zhao Xiao was thrown back by the guy's punch just at the initial stage of the spiritual wheel. Luochen didn't expect Zhang Yinyan to be so agile. They all decided to attack together. The captain ordered us to grab this guy. In his defense, Lo Chen stood up and said that whoever dared to approach him should not blame him for breaking their legs afterwards. I'd like to see the captain break their legs later. He had stones in his hand, and he wanted to break through the Luimo sword formation with his stones. But the captain wouldn't even notice that while he was kicking those rocks away, they hit his teammates. They complained that they could no longer stand. He didn't understand how that was possible, since he had blocked those rocks with the formation of his sword. Afterward, the captain noticed that those pebbles had penetrated his blade. This guy is strong. He's too superior. Luochen asked if they were still here. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to pick up the little beast today. He didn't understand where this guy even came from. Today he admits defeat, but it's a small world and they will meet again, after which they left. The movie should also hurry up and get out of here. If those guys team up with another team, it could be a problem. They were discussing how that guy was too strong. The guy asked what they needed to do now. This asshole couldn't even deal with a guy in the initial stages of the spiritual wheel. He explained that that guy wasn't easy either, for he had a special weapon. His power was so great that he couldn't stop him with all his strength. Personality has become incredibly strong. The guy is clearly not easy either. He made the top 100 list of the spiritual path. He asked if they were going to try to take away that little animal again. Do they really think Louis Mo will give up so easily? If they can't deal with them, there will always be someone who can deal with them. They'll discuss it tomorrow. Besides, those two have treasures worth tens of thousands of spiritual pearls on their hands. Then someone is sure to give them trouble. He just wants them to have a hard time in the future. They are now speaking for tens of thousands of spiritual pearls, when they only accumulated about 100 in half a month. Their captain is on the brutal. They decided to eat. In these 2 days, they should heal their wounds. Suddenly, the captain sensed that someone was here. He didn't understand where the friends would come from here, and told them to just come out. They shouldn't hide like rats. They heard a voice saying that these suckers had great courage. 2 men appeared in front of them. It was clear that these 2 are definitely unusual people. They are not candidates for the spiritual path. The captain has decided to detain them, and they must find a chance to escape. He immediately decided to attack with his sword, but he stopped the sword with his bare hands. He should not overestimate himself. He was immediately approached by a guy who asked if the captain was okay. Lu Mo realized that there was no way they would be able to deal with these 2. They had finally realized the obvious situation. They should tell them where the rainbow egg was. He told them that 2 guys had gotten the egg and it looked like a small animal had hatched from it. They asked where the 2 men were now, and the captain said they were right behind them. These men would still have time to catch up with them. These kids were thanked for their cooperation, but they shouldn't be in a hurry to leave. The man wants to give them a small gift. They wondered what gift he was talking about, but the man wanted to make them his puppets. There were flaming leopards in their path. The grilled leopard must be very tasty, and the sitter realized that he could really go for the contact with the one he was going to eat. It was clear that these leopards wanted to attack them. The protagonist began to explain that he was not the one who wanted to eat them. Lo Chen replied that tonight's dinner was up to him. Since the delivery had arrived on its own, all he had to do was respect his fate. Cattle should be slaughtered to process the ingredients. The meat from the shoulder blades should be soft. The neck is too tense and the meat will be very tough. But he had completely forgotten about the other one. Luochen also already wanted to help him, seeing the obvious danger. But this time it was the bunny rabbit that protected him. His paw changed, and with only one paw, he plowed the flaming leopard to the ground. This little guy sure looks like a different species. So small, but he's really agile. And from now on, he will be called Xiaoman. More than 20 pearls came out, so they will split them equally as well. The spiritual journey is indeed an incredibly long one. They walk for more than half a month and have traveled only a third of the way. Also, the main character reminded him that they didn't come here to have fun. He spotted the very guys who apparently hadn't given up yet. Since that's the case, let them blame him for being rude. But they went on, even though they were in pain. There was clearly something wrong with them. Even if Lo Chen had just shown mercy, they wouldn't be able to ignore this kind of pain. They must have been poisoned by something. They are coming one by one like the living dead. They're attacking again. He's not going to be merciful this time. He swept them away from him with a single blow. But even so, Liu Mo stood up. It's amazing that he doesn't give up even after this. What happened to them? He realized that someone was hiding in the shadows. These people are good at hiding their breath and watching from the darkness. The force seems to be no nonsense. And the main character wondered why he jumped so high and what he was looking at. This guy is distraught, and he's getting up again. and the babysitter wanted him to deal with him. Luo Chen replied that that captain had a serious injury, so he was leaving the rest to him. But he's a master of the Divine Soul stage. Luo Chen mentioned that this guy can't even move normally. This is a chance for Nian to practice on him. Yi Nian didn't understand how he should stop a master above himself with the realm. Looks like he'll have to do some serious cultivation, so he won't have to rely on him all the time. He took that heavy blow. Even if he is seriously injured, he still possesses such strength. This unusual competition unleashed his supernatural power. If he doesn't succeed in fighting back, he won't succeed in stopping all of his opponent. But he didn't have time to block that punch. Xiaoman decided to take it upon himself. He immediately ran up to the rabbit and realized that everything happened because of him. The captain apparently wanted to kill him for good. The main character's mood changed, and he asked how he even dared Xiaoman's satchel. His eye awakened again. Luo Chen didn't understand where such strength came from. With a single blow, he shattered his opponent's blade and dealt with him. This crazy guy needs to get a good night's sleep, and you don't have to play dumb here. Luo Chen immediately sensed those unknown people who were watching them. He pointed the technique in their direction, but those people escaped very quickly. Looks like they have some kind of ability. After which he went down to and nannied the Xiao Mania he was holding. It turns out to be the outer ring of the spiritual path, namely the desert area. Is it really high-quality ingredients from the rock spiritual beast? The area is most likely on the map. The rock spirit animal has its own identifying markings. He is willing to eat an entire stone pot of rock spirit beast meat. He still doesn't know where the Qin Yuan is now. Nor does he know when he will be able to repay the master and the Qi class. It seems his mark was beginning to awaken again. Luo Chen decided to help him. He even advanced to the middle stage of the spiritual wheel. Before the trace of power that emanated from the eye on his hand, it was as if it had merged with his inner spiritual power, and it helped his spiritual power to develop. He thanked the white-haired guy. The protagonist realized that his hand was very soft. It embarrassed him, after which Luo Chen pushed him away from him. And the babysitter asked him what he was doing. He was about to ask the same thing. What's he doing here? The protagonist thought it was just a handshake and he's not a girl. He was even embarrassed because it was a man's hand. He can't believe he's upset. It's just perverse. He just doesn't like making out with guys because it's disgusting. Next time he'll have to be more careful, or the nanny will kill him. Next time, the babysitter won't even go near him. There can be no mistake this time. He paid you a lot of money for that kind of information. It shows the specific location of the rock spiritual beast. This one is much more detailed than the map of the spiritual path issued by the Sky Palace. Right now, everyone from the desert area is headed that way. Even if they get there in time, it will be too late. They'll wait until they're done hunting. Luo Chen immediately appeared in front of them and asked if the rock spiritual beast had not just been spoken of. The young monk recognized the beauty of this young man. The other man, on the other hand, thought that this fellow looked like a rich kid. This guy's his type. This rich kid must have quite a bit of treasure with him. If he misses it, wouldn't it hurt his reputation as a thief Jinling? Does he really think he's going to attract a rocky spiritual beast at the expense of his smooth and delicate Majora skin? This kid better hand over all his treasures. Otherwise, he's in for some serious consequences. But before he could even say his sentence, that white-haired kid immediately launched a rock near him. Luo Chen asked, "Otherwise, what would happen?" They immediately realized what a strong master stood before them. So they decided to give him the map in exchange for their lives. This map marks the location of the rock spirit beast. This beast was found 10 miles away from here in the Ghost Cave Mountain. He took the card from them. The protagonist asked if it wasn't bandit versus bandit. You shouldn't allow yourself to offend him. They need to hurry up, because if they are late, someone else will pick up dinner. And Nanny wondered how he could say it was okay to have dinner with a rock spirit animal. There were a lot of people there. Since they entered the spiritual path, this is the first time he has seen so many talents in one place. Luo Chen said that this chicken leg he baked was delicious. Yesterday, one group entered the depths of the desert, and when they encountered a rock spirit beast, their group was annihilated. No one survived. Many people are now talking about this incident. A group of spirit hunters left this morning, but they haven't come out yet. He doesn't think this bodes well. Suddenly, they noticed the spirit hunters coming. His dinner was stolen. The main character had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. No one could believe their own eyes. The illustrious team of spirit hunters had become so pathetic. How could it be like this? Their cultivation is at least at the Divine Soul stage. Just how terrifying this rock spirit beast was. When they first entered, there were more than 20 people in their team of spirit hunters. but only 5 or 6 people came out alive, and they were all eaten by the rock spirit beast. The rock spirit beast was able to crush over 20 divine soul stage masters. His cultivation must be at the heaven merging stage. This is the 4th stage of cultivation. Has survived people, and hundreds of the best list of spiritual path would be impossible to deal with. He was scared to death. Lucky his dinner's still in there. The girl asked her big brother where her big sister was. So it turns out her little sister is here. It was all that was left before her older sister died. Unfortunately, she won't be able to bury her sister. Her big sister followed a team of spirit hunters this morning. It's a great tragedy. The spiritual path is too violent. Suddenly, Lo Chen grabbed the protagonist so they would catch this rocky spiritual beast. They're late, and he hasn't even had dinner yet. Just like the map says, that rock spirit beast should be in this cave. It was too dark, making it impossible to see anything. Lo Chen decided to start a fire. It would also make their dinner come out. The beast showed up. His gaze is simply terrifying. He is truly worthy of the title of a spirit beast, having defeated over 20 divine soul stage masters. It will be interesting to see how long he lasts. If it succeeds, they'll have roasted steer for dinner. He let out a roar. The protagonist yelled back to be careful. He immediately wanted to finish them off.
They immediately recoiled from that place.
This beast was indeed huge. Lo Chen decided to deal with this fattened beast on his own. He told the protagonist to light a fire, because they would soon be cooking dinner. He'll play with it for a while, because he needs to stretch. And the nanny noticed that he has abundant spiritual power. On the spiritual path, their spiritual power is suppressed, but Brother Lo doesn't seem to be affected by it. He immediately struck a blow for his future dinner. Brother Lo is a jack of all trades, but why this beast can't get away with anything? It's got a pretty tough shell. The rock spirit beast didn't think of giving up so easily either. Sounds like this dinner is going to be a tough one to deal with. The huge beast pounced on him again. He'll have to use a little more strength. Mentally, he thought about how insignificant this little beastie was. He transformed the dagger into a net. His net is designed to catch spiritual beasts. No matter how strong he is, there is no way for that beast to escape from here. The more he resists, the faster the spiritual power will be extracted. Luo Chen asked Jiang and Nanny why he had not started the fire yet. After all, he had already gathered all the ingredients. Today he would eat the rock spiritual beast from the stone pot. And the main character wondered what this treasure was. Suddenly, someone dispelled his net. It made him angry. These kids are so brave that they dared a group of spirit hunters to capture their prey. Luo Chen explained that this was his dinner. No one has the right to appropriate spirit beasts on the spiritual path. The 2 men were asked to join a group of spirit hunters. About 20 or 30 people died before they exhausted their spiritual power while hunting him. These people must have been waiting in ambush, for they wanted to take away their prey. The group of spirit hunters hunted this rock spirit beast for 3 days. Although the rock spirit beast's attacks are small, but its defense is so strong that it has been modified. Even if they start hunting him now, they will simply give up their lives. Luo Chen had already realized that it was useless to argue with him. He demanded their treasure to make amends, and then maybe he would spare their lives. He was pissed, because he was hungry as hell. Suddenly they noticed that the rock spirit beast was recovering spiritual power. He thought the beast was dead, didn't he? The girl pounced on this beast to get her sister's life back. But you shouldn't be so impulsive. This spiritual eating beast is maddening, and it is very dangerous, and so he decided to attack them again. His dinner of insignificant small animals had failed. What kind of chutzpah is that? He launched that rock at the beast. It was such a devastating blow that the rock spirit beast fell off the cliff. Lo Chen didn't want to go so overboard with his power. How dare he even let go of the thing that killed his older sister? The white-haired boy only mourned his dinner. The protagonist stood up for him. This girl wants to honor her older sister with their blood. He dared to intend to let go of the rock spirit beast. The man ordered them killed. There's no way for them to escape. The protagonist informed Lo's brother that the situation is very bad. But the man thought only of the fact that nothing would prevent him from having dinner. He grabbed the main character's clothes, after which they jumped down. The caves under this rock branch off in all directions. They must not let them escape. They would definitely chase after the rock spirit beast. He ordered to search the place Sun by Sun. Lo Chen complained that he was too slow, and this way they wouldn't catch up with their dinner. He won't wait for a Chen either, so the white-haired kid told him to start cooking and he would go get dinner. The protagonist wished his brother Lo be careful. If one knows Brother Lo's strength, the rock spiritual beast is no opponent for him. Not to mention that his spiritual strength is running low. He also told Zhao Man to be patient for a while, and he would barbecue for him later. He noticed those very people. The fractured coils are the tags. The rock spirit beast must have run through here. That's why they must search carefully. This group of spirit hunters who are also after him. He made his way to the cave, and here was the lair of the rock spiritual beast. Well, dinner's here. That guy throwing rocks is going to be hard to deal with. But if he's afraid, he can get the hell out of here. When they eat the meat, don't let him complain later that he only got broth. Her older sister's hatred will not be forgotten. This girl is very pushy. They spotted a signal checker that said the captain had found a rock spirit animal, so they immediately set out on the road. And the nanny's main thing is to keep up with them and see if Brother Lo runs into a group of spirit hunters. Otherwise, they won't get out of trouble. They need to be on their guard. This spiritual beast still has so much power. He will be really hard to deal with. It is unexpected that this spiritual beast still has such strength, but soon they will exhaust his spiritual power. All that's left to do is wait for him to die, and they will win. She need not worry, for she will get an extra trophy when the time comes. But she just wants revenge for her older sister. Then she can kill him herself. That yellow sand was covering the sky. But the protagonist didn't realize what it was. The rock spiritual beast instantly wallowed in it. Now the rocky spiritual beast is in their sack. The girl asked the guy if he had such a treasure. Then why didn't he use it before her older sister died? The fellow replied that at that time the rock beast was full of spiritual powers. Therefore the yellow sand would not be able to keep it trapped. Right now, this beast is without strength, so this is the best chance for them to attack. He has to give his head so she can pay tribute to her big sister. But it never worked for her. The guy caught her, talking about how this beast's head is very strong. If she chopped it with all her strength, she would only hurt herself. It's worth waiting for him to tear him half to death. Then she can end his life herself. They will avenge their big sister all together. But it was the beast that burst out of the yellow sand and seemed to fight to the death. He shot the two men, and it was too late to run away. So the guy decided to sacrifice her to save himself. She hadn't expected him to flip her off at all. Thus she took all that power upon herself. How fortunate that the nearby was designed for such a powerful spiritual force for Captain Ni. And Nanny didn't understand how something like that could be done to a man who was also a hunter, and was one of them. He gave her the medicine. Fortunately, the rock spirit beast didn't have much spiritual power. Otherwise, they would have all died here. What kind of captain is he anyway if he uses one of his men as a shield? The captain ordered an attack on him. A rock spirit beast can be finished off in one breath, and Nanny realized that he elevated himself with the help of others as they went into battle. The captain was informed that this beast was already on its last breath, so he decided to take care of the rest. Looks like all the credit will be given to him. But the one who had just shot the dying spirit beast clearly didn't think so. He asked who dared to encroach on his prey. Some little thing was noticed on the neck of the rock spirit animal, and that little thing gnawed the rock spirit animal to death. The protagonist shouted out the pet's name and didn't realize when he managed to be there. It was because of this that he was discovered. So it was him. The captain immediately threw his weapon at him, and the protagonist successfully fought him off with his sword. He's been discovered, and that's not good. There are too many of them. The captain said to have his pet hand over the rock spirit beast, and then he would consider letting him go. He doesn't have the stomach to swallow a rock spirit beast. Therefore, it is better to leave him now. This guy doesn't know the difference between right and wrong, and this rocky spiritual beast is their prey. They noticed that there was a little kid dragging away a rock spirit beast. No one understood what kind of monster it was that could do such a thing. How could he even drag a rocky spiritual beast that was several times larger than himself? They were ordered to rush in pursuit. Yinan wanted to run up to Xiaoman, but the captain stopped him, saying that he knew that the little beast was his pet. Does he really think that in a conflict between two parties, the benefit goes to a third party? He repeated his words again for that pet to hand over the rock spirit beast. Yinian explained that Xiaoman is his partner. He always wonders why it is that when they start hunting the rock spirit beast, his companions are killed or injured, and he does nothing. Now, the protagonist realizes that he was simply using the lives of his comrades to continuously drain the spiritual power of the rock spirit beast. The captain replied that this slander and asked if he had proof. And the proof is her broken sword. This beast has a very high defense. After a single taka, most people were injured. If you use the sword in a collision, it will surely be broken. But the mark on the broken sword is very neat, which means it was made by a human. In addition, there was still a trace of blood-red spiritual power on the broken sword. He definitely used his teammates, and her eldest sister noticed it. Therefore, he simply removed the witness. The situation was escalating. The pink-haired girl demanded her older sister's life back. The captain, on the other hand, wanted to kill the guy. He ordered me to kill this guy and go after him. But of course, no one wanted to be cannon fodder. They didn't expect such a thing from the head of the Spirit Hunter squad. So they left him behind. He wanted to report it to the Sky Palace so that he could be expelled from the spiritual path. But the captain did not allow this to be done. He was yelling about how no one was leaving today. Nisheng has definitely lost his mind. He's not making himself better by doing that. As long as he can become the ultimate victor of the spiritual path, then everything is worthwhile, Togo. He wanted to get rid of any more witnesses, but the protagonist stood up for them, telling them to get out of here. The people he saved asked what his name was. Jiang Yinian called out his name. Nei Sishin will let him know what happens when he pokes his nose into other people's business. He'll have to pay a heavy price for it. He immediately attacked the protagonist, and Nanny blocked the blow, but his hands were shaking. They also didn't understand how a guy who was at the spiritual wheel stage was able to stop it. Several spears appeared behind him. He was telling this guy to start saying goodbye to life. He's not going to be able to avoid that one. It looks like he's going to have to use his left hand. It seems that with his power, he began to fuel that sword. A shield appeared around him that blocked these attacks. He, like everyone else, didn't understand how this was even possible. Now he wanted to see how he could stop this one. No one has ever seen the captain use this technique. A dragon spirit appeared from his sword. He responded to that blow. Once again, the captain didn't understand how this was even possible. There was a strange black air around this ferocious dragon. This guy is some kind of monster. The captain's strongest hold was repulsed, and the main question was who this boy really was. The captain was swallowed by the dragon's ki. There was nothing he could do to counteract that power. Others recognized that he deserved it, and he admitted he lost. However, others have noticed that there is something wrong with this guy. The captain again admitted defeat. He begged the protagonist to spare him, but the boy didn't even seem to think about doing that. With his last strength, he begged for his life to be spared, and he was even willing to work like a wolf just so he wouldn't be killed. Suddenly, the others noticed that he had missed, but they didn't understand how he could have missed from such a distance. A Lo Chen appeared and asked Zhang Yinyan what was going on here. It was immediately clear to the others why the protagonist had missed. He did it with a tiny pebble. This guy's clearly not easy. And they noticed there was danger behind him. It was a rock spirit beast that was twice the size of the previous one. This little guy is his prey. He's already pretty beat up, so he won't move. Zhang Yinian made that mistake again. Not good, because he wants to kill. Luo Chen immediately rushed over to him. With his strength, he was able to calm Yinian's frenzy. He was glad Lo's brother had finally arrived. Others noticed that this guy was so scared that he even wet himself. The protagonist's consciousness gradually began to fade. He could only hear the shouts of Lo Chen. A little while later, he woke up to the smell and didn't realize where he was. He immediately stood up after shouting Nie Shisheng's name, after which he noticed that it was getting late, and he also noticed a large kettle. He didn't realize what was even cooking in there. The protagonist even assumed it was poison, and there he also saw Xiao Man tied up. He didn't understand why that rabbit was hanging over the cauldron and told him to come down faster. He would save him. He even thought they had been met by some kind of cannibal. He saw her person behind him and wondered who it was. As it turned out, it was a cannibal. The protagonist thought it was really some kind of cannibal, and the babysitter asked what he was doing and what he needed that big lizard for. The kid said to try his tonic soup of rock spiritual beast. It will help restore spiritual strength. And the babysitter has swept up that this is not a tonic soup, but a soup with 5 poisons. The body of this ghost lake lizard contains a strong poison. It takes a special processing technique to cook it. If one prepares a rock spirit beast that has a skin as hard as a rock in this way, they won't be able to cook it even after 10,000 years. He was kind enough to make tonic soup for him to replenish his spiritual strength. And he's still grumbling, and the babysitter asked to provide the cooking for him. If so, he wants to eat a baked rabbit, but they have a rock spirit animal. What's the point of a rabbit? Luo Chen laughed, for it was a joke. You have to try a little more, and the meat will brown, and for flavor, they'll smear this meat with sauce. Xiao Man must not be lazy, and he must fan out sooner. The meat of the rock spirit beast requires a strong flame. Plus, it would taste even better with the sauce he made. Luo Chen reported that he had brought the wood he wanted and the nanny. But that was too much, for he had brought cut wood. I need to turn up the heat and finally add my secret seasoning. And it's finally done. This meat was immediately pounced upon by Xiao Man and Lo Chen. It was delicious. The guy didn't expect them to be so hungry. The meat of the rock spirit animal is very tasty. Also, the main character went to fetch water and asked if they would drink it, but the guys were busy devouring the meat. He came to the river and looked at his reflection. The protagonist immediately remembered the Qin Yuan. Memories of his older brother offering him a drink flashed through his mind. But the babysitter didn't want to do that either, since he was still underage. The other older brother was watching them. The second elder brother said Qin Yuan killed the master. He can't believe it. Out of anger, he crumbled the wooden spoon. And Nanny didn't understand how things could have turned out this way. Others noticed that something was wrong with him. In his head, he only remembered his older brother and the master. He was surrounded by power. The boy remembered that the babysitter had done it again, too. He immediately went over to the main character and asked what was wrong with him. The babysitter didn't understand what he had just done either. He was really out of shape lately. Since the boy lacked strength, Lo Chen suggested that they divide their duties for the future. He would look for food, and the babysitter would be responsible for cooking. After all, the barbecue he made was delicious. And Nanny immediately realized that he wanted a personal chef. Lo Chen said he would protect him. The guy won't let his personal chef get hurt. And Nanny asked what he wanted to eat tomorrow too. He showed on the map the place where they would go tomorrow. But you shouldn't go there, because it's too dangerous. But you shouldn't worry, because it's not far away. The next day, they did go there. The mark on the map points to this place. But it's so dangerous they could die. So he thinks they'd be better off hunting somewhere else. There are high-quality ingredients elsewhere. This is the Dark Abyss. This place is not at all unusual. That adult rock spirit beast was captured here. If Brother Luo hadn't captured the rock spirit beast by accidentally finding this Dark Abyss, otherwise it would have been difficult to find it. When he was on the mountain, he felt that the aura in this valley was constantly being absorbed. It's obviously for a reason. Brother Lo is unbelievable. When and Nanny had just approached the dark spring, he noticed that the aura here was thinner than outside. Luochen immediately jumped down to find the ingredients for dinner. Yinan doesn't know why, but he has a bad feeling. He asked Xiaoman if he also felt the danger. The guy sincerely hopes it's just excessive worrying. In any case, he can't let her Lulo brother take risks alone, so he jumps off too. When he found himself in a dark place, he started looking for his brother Lo. It's too dark down here. Luo Chen immediately appeared in front of him. It scared the poor guy. The white-haired boy noticed that there were various remains scattered throughout the cave. And there are claw marks everywhere. It's very likely the lair of some kind of animal. Brother Lo also felt that the aura here was several times purer and stronger than up here. The aura from the valley was pulled into this dark abyss. It's like a homeless pit that devours the aura around it. They noticed that there's something glowing in there. And it looks like some kind of minerals. These crystals are in the dark but emit a very dazzling light, but they are filled with the chai of a chaotic thunderstorm, and seem a little dangerous. The rabbit started settling these minerals, and the babysitter asked him what he was doing and if it was okay to eat them. But no need to worry, for he is a spiritual beast with the attribute of thunder. These pure thunder crystals are the best food for him. Then, everything should be fine. If that rabbit doesn't find high-quality materials again, it won't make a stew. The rabbit immediately rushed to the protagonist, and the protagonist was saying that Lo's brother was just kidding. Suddenly he noticed Lo Chen's serious face. The white-haired guy said to look up. There lay the skeleton of some kind of beast, and this skeleton was huge. They wondered what kind of animal it was. He's scary to even look at. He asked Brother Lo, everything must be all right after all. Lo Chen looked serious, and apparently it is not an easy skeleton. They don't even know the origin of this skeleton. But it seems that the aura from the valley was absorbed by this skeleton. His sword of the 9 depths began to react. That sword is what got out of control. This skeleton, it seems, is tugging the sword from his hands. He finally stopped. But for some reason, all the bones were pointing at him. Xiaoman destroyed them. He thanked the rabbit and didn't understand what was even wrong with these bones and why they were all pointed at him. You have to be careful, because all those little bones are part of Togo's skeletal body. Those bones came into motion, trying to absorb the 9 profound sword in his hand. Suddenly, that skeleton came to life and took the form of a dragon. So this skeleton was a huge dragon when it was alive. Even after his death, he still had such a powerful aura, and he was obviously not going to be easy to deal with. His goal is to me a 9 deep in his hands. This ball also wants to devour the bone dragon. They are attracted to each other as well. They need to get out of here right now. But for some reason, the protagonist was still standing, and Nanny didn't want to. But the sword was already unwaveringly drawn to him. He can't hold it in anymore. The red-haired guy felt that the Dark Abyss Dragon skeleton should be right here. As long as the Dark Abyss Dragon skeleton would absorb the aura into itself, his sword of the Bloody Abyss will be able to revive. But besides the dark abyss dragon breath, for some reason, another breath can also be felt. There is another dragon chi that exudes the tyrannical majesty of a dragon. He only entered the spiritual path for the dragon of the dark abyss. No matter who trespassed on his good, he must die. Meanwhile, the children were running away from the dragon, until when this strange skeleton dragon will haunt them. Luochen thought that it would last until they grew old. In addition, it would directly absorb their spiritual power. Thus, it would end badly for them. He told the sword to be good and not to twitch. He is also attracted to the Sword of the Nine Depths. If Lo Chen hadn't helped him input his aura, he would have been able to suppress it. But right now, he was more concerned that they couldn't escape. There were more thunder crystal minerals ahead. They hoped it should be safe ahead. There's a law eye formation up ahead. That skeleton must be absorbing aura with that eye formation. But it shouldn't be able to enter the eye formation. You've got to run faster, because he's practically stepping on his heels. Fortunately, they made it across the barrier in time. They were able to get inside the eye formation. Showman wanted to start eating crystals again. Let him eat and then have a good workout. But this skeleton still won't give up. It's regenerating again. Most likely the bone dragon's predecessor was unable to evolve here. So it began to inject the essences of spirit beasts into its bones. And that's how the bone dragon lost its mind. But thanks to his instincts, he continues the chase, trying to absorb the spiritual power to try to evolve again. And the sword that was in the hands and Nanny, it had the blood of the oldest dragon flowing in it during his lifetime. Being refined into a divine artifact, it still contains the powerful chi of a dragon. These dragons see each other as a delicacy. If one of them devours the other, there is a chance that they could even revive their consciousness by becoming a living being again. Suddenly, a dragon appeared from the main character's sword. The Sword of the Nine Depths isn't so simple after all. He must eat that bone dragon completely. That rabbit's a little too happy. If he's already stuffed his stomach, he should get to work. If he lets that dragon suit hit, he's going to get roasted this very evening. The dragon of the Nine Deep is at a disadvantage. The dragon's breath is being absorbed. The strength of the dragon of the Nine Depths was running out. Meanwhile, a rabbit was already running towards them, and the babysitter should see that that little guy didn't eat so many thunder crystals for nothing. He was preparing to strike with lightning. He didn't understand what he should do now. This way, the powers of the dragon of the Nine Depths would disappear. Zhang Yinian saw Xiaoman and told him not to approach, for it was dangerous here. But Lo Chen assured him that this rabbit would help him. He fired a bolt of lightning, but he ate a ball of lightning in one bite. But that was their cunning plan. They'll just see if his luck is good enough to take it out. The skeleton dragon began to crumble again. How lucky he was to be saved. He thanked Xiaoman. However, Xiaoman has such terrifying power. What is its origin? Luo Chen said that it was a great job. Then they saw the main character get diced. They immediately rushed to his aid, and a babysitter just can't get hurt like that when he hasn't made dinner yet. Fortunately, he was fine. Luo Chen immediately hugged him and was glad he was in one piece. And the nanny asked whether he or the dinner was more important. He replied that both he and dinner were important. He immediately started looking for the Sword of the Nine Depths. This time, the guy really almost died. The dragon reappeared from the sword, and Nanny assumed that the Sword of the Nine Depths had gone mad, for the bone dragon was no longer here. The dragon of the Nine Depths had absorbed the key of the bone dragon. Now Zhang Yinian had a chance to refine it, but didn't realize how he was supposed to improve it. But it's quite simple. As he made the weapon, so he must improve it. In the past, it was with the help of his eye that he had accidentally made it. But still, he decided to give it a try. He asked the great dragon of the Nine Depths to follow him. He would use his help to avenge everyone. He leapt toward the dragon to retrieve the ball. It didn't matter what kind of power it possessed. He wanted to refine this Sword of the Nine Depths. And it worked out for him in the end. Lo Chen praised the babysitter for a great job too. But his look changed again. There's this mysterious power coming from this guy. It's scarier than all the devouring powers of the Black Dragon. He decided to get serious about his treatment today. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy was still watching them. After the fierce clash between the two dragons, an even stronger breath appeared. What an unexpected benefit to him. There were two dragons in his mind. The guy didn't realize where he was. Suddenly he was awake, and yet he didn't realize what this place was. He remembers being at the bottom of the abyss, but he didn't remember what happened afterwards. Then he remembered that Lo's brother had helped him again. He noticed a note that said he had gone to look for something to eat and would be back soon. This guy is willing to eat all day long. Doesn't he have any other purpose than to eat? Xiaoman is also a glutton, and the main character saw the rabbit's mood change and thought there was something in the lake. Some force attacked him, and luckily he was able to get past it, blocking it with his sword. He seemed to guess that it was the same guy who had stolen his chi dragon from the dark abyss. He's clearly got a leaky gut. This guy looks threatening. He would hardly stop when he had reached his goal. And the sitter asked what he wanted. He has an uneasy weapon. The breaths of 2 dragons can be felt in him. It seems the dragon of the dark abyss has been consumed by his mate, so he must hand over his weapon. Otherwise, he's gonna go straight for that bone skeleton. Let him become food for his bloody Dragon Ball. And afterward, they'll go to the bottom of this lake together. Xiaoman attacked him with his strength, and the babysitter didn't even expect him to be able to master the technique so quickly. But such attacks have no effect on him thanks to the protection of the blood cocoon. Did this little brute dare to attack him? He recognized him as a spiritual dragon rabbit, which is the king of beasts on the spiritual path. And it looks like he is still quite a cub. He told this little guy, "Give up your bone sword and that small beast," and then he would just strip him of his arms and legs, but let him live. He won't even think of doing that. Xiaoman's technique was able to subdue the bone dragon, but he is not harmless. This man's power is terrifying. The base saw that the rabbit was trying to do another one of those holds, but the guy reminded him that this technique was useless. But his attack was aimed at the sword. It even made his hand numb. This is Xiaoman's electric discharge. Their powers have combined. It can't be helped if they put everything on top of each other. In a normal fight, he definitely has no chance of defeating this vicious guy. But he won't be able to corner him. He was ready to deliver his combined strike with the power of the dragon of the 9 depths, the dragon of the dark abyss, the spirit of the dark dragon, and the power of the eye. The man used the sword of the blood abyss dragon. But unfortunately, that man was stronger. He asked Xiaoman if he was all right. Also, the guy realized that his opponent was very strong, and in a frontal attack, he had no chance. Surprisingly, this guy is even okay. He was able to push him back a few steps. So the man recognized that he had some skills. But that's enough for today. He didn't even expect that today he would get the dark abyss dragon, the king of beasts of the spiritual path, namely the spiritual dragon rabbit, and that black dragon. It turns out, as many as 3 dragon ki. Once his sword and the dragon of the bloody abyss absorbed those 3 dragons, then not only would he fully recover, but he would also evolve with a new one. This guy has to obediently hand them over to me, and then he'll think about dying a dog's death. Suddenly, his arm was paralyzed by that electric shock. The advantage is now on his side. He only needs to use the sword technique they were taught in the Chai class on the other side of the river. He used a Chai class sword technique, a wind-driven hydraulic strike. His opponent couldn't even lift the sword with his hand yet. He had to use his blood to somehow defend himself against this blow. Did that kid dare to play with him? And does he really think he can escape? But there's nowhere to run. When he takes the essence out of the spirit beast, he will take this little beast that he was running around with. And once his meat is well put out, then he will eat it. And maybe he'll leave some broth for him to taste too. He will be merciful, as he will only deprive him of his arms and legs, leaving him a dog's life. So he must give her his bone sword, and Togo, the small animal, on his shoulder. He told the rabbit to look for his brother Lo. The man asked if he really thought anyone would come to his rescue. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to save him. He would kill this kid first, then slowly deal with this rabbit. The kid knew it was bad, because he had turned into a bloody python. It's so slippery he can't get out. This really is the end. Let the python of the bloody abyss swallow him. That kid shouldn't have gotten in his way. Soon he'll turn into a pool of blood. He's completely mired in this bloody trap. What he should do. But his hand's eye reappeared out of nowhere with the strength to block the corroding bloody key. 2 dragons also emerged from his hand. They began to attack the blood python. The man expected Togo to try to escape the bloody chi. The bloody abyss contains the power of corroding. This training is especially for the kid. Let him enjoy the dragon of the bloody abyss. He didn't understand why his mysterious power had expanded. Even the dragon of the bloody abyss is beginning to corrode. He would have to borrow the power of the eye again. He charged the sword with his power and threw it. The transformed dragon of the legal abyss was destroyed. Even his aura is beginning to corrode. It's an unusual spiritual power. He's just got a mean fly. There was a lot of power coming from the main character. The man didn't realize who he was. They lived peacefully and did not interfere with each other. So why doesn't he put a cross on today? He can swear to us that he'll never reveal his secret. That bastard gets the benefit of the doubt, and he's still digging his heels in. This guy really wants to die. He attacked the sitter as well, but the latter deflected his blow into himself. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to take this attack at all, so still returned the projectile. He has unknown power. Is this guy a man out of this world? No matter what happens, he's going to die today. But as soon as he struck and babysat, he felt his strength suddenly increase, and the protagonist started hitting him back. Now the red-haired man realized it was over. Still, he reminded the kid not to get cocky. He grabbed his sword, but the babysitter also chopped up his bloody pythons. That kid's crazy. After which he blocked the blow with his sword. But he wanted that kid to die with him. But the red-haired man didn't even notice the protagonist was behind him. Whereupon the sitter also struck him with his sword. The kid only felt the rush of blood to his head as he was already killed by this power. He is so tired that he even feels weakness in his whole body. It's like being squeezed out. It looks like he won't be able to move for a while, but drops of blood began to creep to his sword. That blob sheathed his sword and asked if he was tired. Then the outline of that man began to appear in front of him. He recognized that this sword was really good, but from now on, it would belong to him. That kid's not even old enough to play with him. He wanted to kill him, but for some reason, the weapon began to resist him. Even the grandfather of the Dragon of the Nine Depths protects him. The man assured everyone to obey him. He realized that this weapon had already acknowledged its master, which meant he had to kill the little bastard first. He'll take that blabbermouth with him, and the main character noticed that he was now serious. He didn't understand what he should do now. He clearly didn't want to die here. His opponent was focused. Suddenly something flew into his hand. The man asked who had done it. Lo Chen appeared and explained that it was he who had come to kill him, and the nanny was glad that Lo's brother had come for him. The boy wondered why his partner was looking so pathetic again. The man asked how dare he even ignore him. He wanted to kill the boy who had appeared. He wanted to kill the boy who had appeared too, but he only told him to stay out of the way and threw his weapon at him. This weapon broke the red stone. He thanked his brother for saving him again. Lo Chen asked if he was okay, and the nanny said he was fine, and he was attacked after his brother left. He wanted a snack of fried fish for the day. The main character agreed to cook it. His partner is still the same. Rabbit brought him that very shattered red stone. The guy thinks it's a blood dragon pearl. This thing is sinister, and it controls the heart. This guy must have forcefully tried to improve the blood dragon spirit through this pearl, and in the end, the result was the opposite. His mind was controlled. He woke up asking about how he got here and who they were, and the babysitter asked him if he didn't remember what had just happened. He replied that he didn't remember. He immediately noticed the sword and the kid put it away. He mustn't even think about him, or he won't be able to save his canine life. He wanted to remind them that this blood dragon pearl was very dangerous. It must be thrown away soon or it would control their minds. This pearl had ruined many people. Luo Chen asked what he was so afraid of. This pearl he himself had destroyed. This gem is similar to that of the bone dragon of the dark abyss. With it, he would be able to improve his sword of the Nine Depths. He had indeed confirmed that this blood dragon pearl contained the spirit of a dragon, which means it belongs to the same bloodline as the Dragon of the Nine Depths. And the babysitter asked why he was wobbling and if he was okay. He also apologized for seeming to hit him too hard. If he wants to apologize, let him pay with his life. Xiao Man struck him with a lightning bolt. Does he still want to give it a try? The kid thanked his pet for a great job. Looks like the brainwashing effect of the blood dragon pearl hasn't slept off this guy yet. Or he's just bad in his own right. Be that as it may, there is no forgiveness for him. The red-headed man stood up and Lo Chen asked if he still wanted to cheat. He decided to go first. Over time, this guy's strength has become unfathomable. The sneaky tricks didn't work either, and it seemed there was no other way out. Suddenly he felt something catch on his foot. There's no escaping whoever wanted to hit his man. Luo Chen lifted him back up. He started to tell his brothers that he had eyes, but there was something he couldn't see. It seemed to him that they would try to take his treasure. The elders must forgive the man beneath them, or he asked them to let him go. When he attacked Jiang and Nanny earlier, he wasn't so merciful. So why should they now go now to release him? That one had asked not to kill him, and he would trade the treasure of the Valley of the Dead for his life. The boy replied that he was not interested in any treasure, and Nanny reminded his brother that killing such a man would only get their hands dirty. So he suggested sending him to the Sky Palace to be dealt with there. Brother Lo agreed. He asked me to listen to him first. The removal of the dead is a spiritual tree with yin and yang fruits, and these fruits are about to ripen. They are very useful, and by eating it, you can greatly increase your strength. The guy immediately asked if the fruit tasted good, but he doesn't know that. True, the guy immediately said that the fruit is very tasty, and the babysitter noticed that the boy would just eat. The others also stipulated that in the Valley of the Dead, where there is a tree with yin and yang fruits, and soon those very fruits should be ripe. If that spiritual fruit of the convention is a master of the divine soul stage, then it will be able to even advance. That is how valuable they are. But the Valley of the Dead is full of ferocious beasts, so it will not be easy to get the spiritual fruit. They were waiting for Togo while these guys went to the Valley of the Dead. When the time came, they would set fire to the tree with the yin and yang spiritual fruits to release their poisonous gas. At that time, even if that strong kid appears there, he won't escape their hands. Last time, they underestimated his strength when they missed the spiritual dragon rabbit. This guy is probably in the top 3 on the spiritual path list, but if they dare to come this time, they will definitely not be their opponents. And they will definitely come. Once the news of these new younger brothers spreads, anyone who wants to enter the depths of the spiritual path will be forced to take the only path. That is to find out the real situation in the Valley of the Dead. When that time comes, they will fish them all out together and capture that rabbit. Then they can drain him of all his blood. That bunny rabbit can't run away now. They wanted to see those 2 kids. Yi Nian asked his brother. He didn't really take that Duan Fei's word for it, did he? Luo Chen replied that he was not the only one who said that. All the guys downstairs are talking about it in the spiritual yin and yang fruit. Plus, they're right on their way. He didn't understand how the main character could not be interested in something like this. So he offered to go. But the reason was that this monkey spiritual fruit had been making him sick for a long time lately. Luo Chen grabbed the protagonist's arm, and the babysitter was embarrassed. He suggested we go to the Valley of the Dead. The guy didn't understand how come he was a man and so much prettier than the girls. He'd lived with him for a long time, so he shouldn't be thinking about such a thing at all. He shook his head to come to his senses. Luo Chen also noticed that he was embarrassed. Yinan replied that it was fine and asked Xiaoman if they should go there. The rabbit immediately hopped onto the white-haired man's shoulder. The 2 gluttons could only team up at a time like this. If the babysitter doesn't go either, no one will wait for him. There's really nothing you can do about these reviews. Meanwhile, he was floating on the lake, talking about how nice the weather was today. There was a fish jumping above him. Xiaomo caught this fish. With his power, he fried her, after which he began to eat it. It was so boring that he was angry with himself even. A hippopotamus appeared, on which he swam. He grabbed the fish. Grandfather had said that beauties on the spiritual path were like clouds. He did not realize how long he had to wait before he found a wife. It's really bad. Not to mention the beauties, you can't find a regular girl in there. Suddenly, 3 girls approached him and noticed that most famous Xiaomo enlist. They talked about how handsome he was. He was glad to see the girls alive. Happiness had come too suddenly. According to them, he asked for some time to get ready. He also replied that it was really him. They said that Mr. Xiao is so polite. They all kept saying that they loved Xiao Mo. Their appearance wasn't exactly what he imagined himself to be. The guy yelled for them to stay away from him. He began to drift away from them. Xiao Mo didn't understand what kind of ugly people these were. Someone shouted that she wanted to have a child with him. He only sped up. The guy didn't understand how he deserved it. He cried out at his fairy, who is his true love. Where is she? Suddenly he smelled the scent of beauty. He began to slowly approach where she was. There's a girl washing up in there. If this is God's compensation for him, that girl is so beautiful. He stepped out of the water, shouting that he had found his true love. Also, Xiaomo called Banjo his fairy. The girl replied that he was too brave and perverted. With her power, she pulled on her clothes and got dressed. If she doesn't pluck out his eyes today, she'll rewrite that name of hers backwards. This guy was dying just looking at how angry she was. A water sword appeared in her hand, after which she attacked him. Xiaomo tried to stop the fairy, saying that he didn't mean to scare her. Video of her tuning in, he had to duck to avoid dying. She only wanted to deprive him of one eye, but since he disagreed, she would do something else. The boy wondered if this fairy really liked being ruthless that much. Then he shouldn't have stirred up a hornet's nest. He defended himself against her attacks. She hadn't even expected this pervert to be all right. Xiaomo asked the fairy maybe they shouldn't make so much noise. She called him an insect and attacked again, but he stopped that sword with his hand, after which he used his flame. Her water sword vaporized, and he did it with his bare hands. He assured the fairy that they didn't need to fight, and he had actually done it by accident. He didn't see anything. She is unable to deal with both him and that beast. If a fight starts, even if she uses the demon eye, it won't give any advantage, and there's a chance that her identity will be revealed. She only turned around. The guy asked the fairy where she was going. He also offered his help to tidy up. The girl replied that he was annoying her. Xiaomo introduced himself and wondered what the name of such a beautiful fairy was. She realized that this is the same guy who is number 9 on the spiritual path list. The territory of endless fire, namely the descendant of... It looked like she had run into a big fish. The guy reminded her that she never said her name. Xiao Yan's grandson turned out to be a real idiot. She actually had a very large fish delivered to her. He asked the fairy if she too was from the spiritual path and why don't they form a team. He promised that they would definitely be winners. He asked where she was from. Banjo told him to get the hell out of here and he talks too much. He asked, "You again if they were forming a team. I want to swat that fly to death." The girl asked him if he was sure he had enough power to team up with her. Xiaomo replied so that she would never question the abilities of a handsome guy like him. His grandfather once said that life is full of ups and downs. She told him to stop with his jokes, for they would go to fight the king of the beasts. That's where he could prove his strength. If he did have some talents, she would consider it. They noticed that there were a lot of people there. They say there are many ferocious beasts in the Valley of the Dead. They wait for more people to gather before they enter together. So he also suggested forming a team. The more people, the better. Luo Chenyu doesn't care because he will get the spiritual fruit of yin and yang by all means, and they do it all for food. A Xiaoman caught the snake. Lo Chen praised him, for tonight would be for the soup of the spiritual serpent, and Nanny called them gluttons. Someone caught him. It was a girl who was just short of a pet. She chose this rabbit for herself, and in it, they immediately ran to Xiao Manu. He screamed for her to let him go. The girl realized that this animal belonged to him. Then he was out of luck, and the babysitter asked if everything was okay with the rabbit. He told them to quickly let Xiao Mana go, otherwise let them not blame him for the consequences later. They threw him 3,000 spiritual pearls. "This lady is buying this animal." He asked where all this brash girl came from. "Let her take her spiritual pearls, for Xiao Man is not for sale." The girl recognized the beauty of this younger brother, and the skin was even more delicate than the girl's. Yinian confirmed that Xiao Man is his partner and not a thing. She gave him an opportunity to get away with it, and he didn't even take it. This miss always gets what she wants, and some man who is only at the stage of the spiritual wheel has no right to refuse her. He grabbed her whip. He reiterated again that this rabbit was not a thing. They were surprised that he was able to grab his elder sister's spiritual whip with his bare hand. But they must be of the same level, and it wouldn't be easy with that guy. She started to pull the whip back, but it wouldn't let go, as a result of which the whip broke, and she fell. That damn redneck doesn't even know who her other brother is. He is one of the top 100 on the spiritual path list, a late-stage divine soul master called Zhao Qingxi. They had never heard of him. She ordered these men to be killed and the beast captured. Lo and behold, they were dealt with very quickly. She couldn't even think of him, using only pebbles to deal with everyone. He only asked when this spiritual path turned into a family playground. However, this guy is really handsome. The girl noted that they were very brave. Even if she was from the Green Lion Squad or the White Tiger Squad, she wouldn't get Xiaomana that easily. She called her men trash who couldn't even grab a rabbit. But Madame shouldn't blame them. The strength of these two people cannot be underestimated. Even if they attack O with a numerical advantage, they still won't have an advantage. Suddenly, they heard a man's voice asking who dared to offend her little sister. Everyone rejoiced at the return of Mr. Qing Shi. He's finally here. He asked how they even dared to bully Zhao Qingshi's younger sister. Luo Chen admitted that they were the ones who bullied her. And the nanny replied that it was immediately clear that this insolent girl wanted to take away Xiao Man. The Valley of the Dead hadn't opened yet, and they had nothing to do right now anyway. He offered to play with them to break their boredom. The girl replied that the older brother was not here, and the other brother should stand up for her. He told him to get on his knees and beg for mercy. Then he would give the two of them a chance to get away on their own 2 feet. If her older brother had been here, he wouldn't have left a bone to pick from these rednecks. The white-haired man didn't understand where the 2 idiots were coming from, and wondered if they had eaten their brains. He asked Brother Qing Shi to let him teach this guy a lesson. Zhao Qing Shi ordered his right hand to be chopped off. He would like to see who would dare to defy the Green Lion Squad in the future. He dared to mess with Ling Di's sister, so he will finish him off. Luo Chen also told the nanny to deal with him quickly, because they still have to go after the yin and yang fruit. And if this guy wants to die, the nanny will help him with that too. The man didn't even expect this kid to be able to push him away with a single punch. Did he really lose? He was thrown right back against a tree. He realized that this kid wasn't as simple as he looked. He asked the little one what his name was. Now he gives Yi Nanny the right to give his name. But Yin Yan replied that the man had no such right. He will give him one last chance to join the Green Lion troop, and then he will give him a chance to survive on the spiritual path. He has to come over here and get on his knees. And the babysitter's savvy that his sister is stupid to the point of idiocy. He's also more brazen. He keeps going on. barking like a dog. It's starting to get annoying. A good dog doesn't block the way. If he wants to fight, go ahead. They're in a hurry. He only got more angry at those words. He told Xiao Nanny to take over the song. He will watch the enemy's formation, so it won't bite the kid. Brother Lo is optimistic, so he's going to give them hell. The girl wanted to deal with this handsome man. The guy replied that it was a pretty minor trick and destroyed her sword with a rock. She didn't understand how he was able to crack the spiritual sword in her hands with a single pebble. But he didn't care. How dare he even dare? He is dangerous on his little sister. Luo Chen asked, wondering if he had any objections. He is a divine soul master after all, so the man didn't understand how he could be so strong, who this kid really is, and he doesn't count with the Zhao family. Perhaps this young man comes from one of the higher clans. The Yang Emperor, an ancestor of Wu, or the residents of Mu. I think someone else came to see them. The man in the raincoat said to get out of here. It's like a mastermind meeting today. Du Dao, who had already reached the late stage of the divine soul, and is about to break through even higher to the heaven-merging stage. Su Feng Hong, who didn't even need to refine himself, and usually just wrote and drew. He was moving at a 7-mile pace, and reached the peak of the divine soul stage so easily. Lei Hong, who has superhuman strength. At the age of 3, he could easily tear apart a tiger or leopard with his bare hands. In the Valley of the Dead, few people can fight him. Du Dao ranked 84th. Lei Hong ranked 87th. Su Feng Hong ranked 82nd at all. Their strength far exceeds that of Zhao Qingshi. The second brother forgot is not happy that those annoying guys came. Zhao Qingshi is ranked 98th on the spiritual path list. He already thinks he is strong, but in reality, compared to these three, the difference is much higher. He smelled some scent from Brother Lo. He immediately asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied that he wasn't doing anything. He just listened to him too much. He's sure that all these guys came here for the spiritual fruits of yin and yang. But there are too many people and too few fruits. If conflicts break out, there will definitely be human casualties. Therefore, this Su has a suggestion. If they receive the spiritual fruits of yin and yang, they will divide them according to their invested effort. The valley is full of ferocious beasts, so the closer they get to the spiritual fruit tree, the stronger the ferocious beasts are. The 3 of them will combine their strength to deal with these powerful beasts. That is why the spiritual fruit must be theirs. The more they give, the more they get. He asked who was in favor and who was opposed. The others replied that they were without objection. Only these brothers will be able to fight in the front ranks. He thinks that the yin and yang spiritual fruit should be divided between the 3 elders. A little bit of spiritual herb will be enough for them as well. Luochen asked why he would give the spiritual fruit to these 3 when he could take it himself. Lei Hong asked what the little one was yapping about. Su Feng Hong told him to wait a moment. He asked his younger brother how he thought the fruit should be distributed. His father once said that if you have the ability to get something, then grab it. Du Dao replied that he shouldn't be conceited. They didn't understand who this guy even was that decided to get involved with this trio. Zhao Qingshi replied that there was some truth in his younger brother's words. It is said that the yin and yang spiritual rafts are only one. Even splitting them apart for the 3 of them would be difficult. He explained that there are many treasures of heaven and earth in the Valley of the Dead. They will convert them into spiritual pearls, designate prices, and then sell them under the hammer to the highest bidder. All agreed to do so. The 3 even agreed that this was a fair method. When they buy the spiritual fruit of yin and yang, he will even let the nanny take a bite of it too. And the nanny replied that he could eat it himself. He's not greedy after all. All the treasures of heaven and earth from the Valley of the Dead are exotic plants. They will be converted into spiritual pearls at a clearly marked price. And after the spiritual flesh of yin and yang will be sold to the highest bidder. The guy reminded him that if he could eat the spiritual fruit, he could advance to the incidentally divine soul. And the babysitter replied that he would accept any outcome. The protagonist was trembling because he didn't understand how a guy could look so handsome. Lo Chen didn't understand what was wrong with him. They went to the Valley of the Dead. Zhao Qingshi quickly dealt with the attacking cigarette beast. Others thought that the second brother was in too much of a hurry. Ferocious beasts constantly surrounded them. He said it was because of those assholes. First they rushed ahead, and now they're briefly behind. They must have the best troops now. The deeper they go, the more ferocious beasts they encounter. They want to save their strength, so they wait until they are all tired to the point of exhaustion. They want to launch an attack from hiding, maximizing their benefits. Du and Su are like a sly fox. Du Dao has dealt with some more beasts. He offered to take a break. Brother Du had already slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in the Valley of the Dead, but it's not quite like that. and the first to reach the tree with spiritual fruit would be them. Feng Hong replied that there was no need to hurry. There are 3 royal beasts on duty behind the tree. If they get there first, they will have to be dealt with. Shouldn't the other 2 teams be allowed to take advantage of the loophole? He suggested slowing down and enjoying the scenery along the way. Meanwhile, the main character was cooking something, as usual. They immediately pounced on the food. These 2 gluttons recognized that it was delicious. Apparently they can't keep up with those forces, but he shouldn't worry, because each of them has their own plans for the division. The further path is divided into 3 directions, so there is no need to hurry. Once he had filled his stomach, then they could begin to fight their way to the tree with the yin and yang spiritual fruit. If anyone dares his days, he will personally kill him. The rabbit wanted to take all the meat for himself. Luo Chen immediately ran up to him and asked if he wanted to eat everything by himself. Meanwhile, the beast was getting closer to them. He sensed this, and therefore took the meat as well as the protagonist by the hand, after which he led them away from the place where the beast had jumped. And Nanny didn't realize what a ferocious beast this was. It is one of the 3 royal beasts that guard the tree with the spiritual fruit. The one-eyed golden lion. But why is he here? It must be under the tree with spiritual fruit, after all. No matter what happened, we need to open up from him first. He doesn't even seem to be targeting them. This ferocious beast blocked their path. What good could it possibly do? They asked the elder brother Qingshi what they should do. After all, they had disturbed the beast after all. Now, he would pursue them relentlessly. He ordered everyone to stand down. The most important thing now is to survive. That's unfortunate. Zhao Qingshi was an idiot who was advancing too fast. That was why the royal beast came out at him. It was probably because Du Dao and Su Fenghu had slowed down. They were intentionally redirecting the beast to another place. This sub-king beast is incredibly strong. Even though there are many of them, they can't fight back. It was bad, for their squad had suffered heavy losses. How dare that Su Fenghong even point that beast at them? He won't let it go that easily. He asked his brother Du again if he still wanted to rest. It didn't matter if the windiest year was over. He should save his strength to deal with the king beast. But he doesn't need to. Whether it's a small beast or a royal werewolf, he'll kill them all. But it would be best not to underestimate the royal beasts. The Green Lion troop was destroyed. Now there are only 2 of them left. He shouted that he would kill Feng Hu and Du Dao, and the sitter noticed that this beast was too strong. Luo Chen replied that it goes without saying. If they didn't hide quickly, the table fighting, they would have to. They play dirty, so they will also play dirty with them. They appeared before Zhao Qingshi, and the latter asked who they were and what they wanted. He shouldn't be so nervous. They only witnessed what happened to their unit. Does he really want to capitalize on their predicament? That's not gonna happen. Qingshi asked what they wanted after all. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Feng Hong and Du Dao used a sneaky trick to frame them. That's why they want to make an alliance. They will deal with those guys together, and after separating the spiritual fetus of yin and yang. I mean, they have old scores to settle with these guys. So the girl asked if they were trustworthy. Du Dao and Feng Hong had killed too many of his brothers. Therefore, they must pay for it. He agrees to the alliance. He's only too happy to kill them together. These 2 are no weaklings, especially this one. He's even more inscrutable. First, they'll be of service in harvesting the spiritual fruit, and then he'll kill them. The white-haired man replied that he didn't shake hands, especially with freaks like that. So he shook hands with the nannies instead. He reminded that their main objective was to capture the spiritual fruit. Qingshi replied that since they were allies, they would finish them off together. He did wonder if it was really worth cooperating with a guy like this after all. First, they will redirect the one-eyed golden lion back to the Du Dao and Feng Hong. The man asked how they would do it. This one-eyed golden lion is only a sub-king beast. In response, he asked if Qingshi didn't think it was strange that this one-eyed golden lion didn't chase him down and kill him. If the lion wanted to finish him off, he would definitely not be able to survive. Behind the one-eyed golden lion, there's definitely something he's protecting. They also need to find out what's behind the one-eyed golden lion to take him to the spiritual tree of yin and yang. They will redirect him out of the way to the spiritual tree, with fruit and the rest. Let them also experience the taste of the attacks of the royal beast. To lead them away, they will attack the king beast's ditchas, both forehead and butt. These 2 will go after the one-eyed golden lion to find out the situation. In the meantime, they can heal their wounds. But Qingshi replied that brother and sister would not hide. He'll go forward, they'll be behind him. The one-eyed golden lion won't easily kill him. At least, if he wants to run away, the one-eyed golden lion won't be able to stop him. and Nanny had no choice but to agree. This must be a treasure worth keeping around. But there was a female sub-king beast, so he'd been protecting his family all this time. I wondered what the blood was doing in this place, and the female appears to be dying. It's actually the blood that leaked out when the baby was born. There was a one-eyed golden lion cub. All you have to do is take the cub to Feng Hu. Let the one-eyed golden beast fight him to the death, but he was prevented from approaching by the sub-king's golden lion. As Qingshi froze, Luochen and Zhang Yinyan trotted forward. These two lads are not afraid of this beast at all. They wanted to play with him. Lo Chen started to attack him. Xiaoman started biting his tail. It was the perfect opportunity for an babysitter to hit him. He shouted to Zhao Qingshi to go. They will apprehend the one-eyed golden lion. This female is too weakened right now. He would borrow her cub. She let out a growl. The golden lion heard this and immediately wanted to rush towards them. Now they just need to take advantage of the turmoil. They arrived at the tree with the spiritual fruit, and it was very big. The essence of the spiritual tree is gathered in the fruit of yin and yang. If it is mastered, even a divine soul stage master would be able to break through further without any problems, except for the spiritual fruit, which is only in a singular quantity. The spiritual tree is also overgrown with all kinds of spiritual grass. He told them to gather everything, and later they would divide according to everyone's labor. But suddenly the poison began to kill them. This is the dark serpent of gloom. It is the strongest among all the sub-king beasts. It is said to be very fast and covered in poison from head to toe. The poisonous mist that spews from its mouth can instantly poison a spiritual wheel stage master. A large group of ferocious beasts surrounded them. He had decided to apprehend the dark serpent of gloom, and they must seize the opportunity to rid themselves of the ferocious beasts that surrounded them. Suddenly something flew in front of him. He didn't understand how that was possible at all. The one-eyed golden lion saw this. He immediately stepped on the dudao. They didn't understand where the one-eyed golden lion had suddenly come from. It was over. Not only were they surrounded by two healthy sub-king beasts, but also a group of beasts. They took him to Zhao Qingshi's side, didn't they? Speaking of which, isn't this little one a cub of the one-eyed golden lion? They've been outplayed. Qingshi stood on the tree and said that they didn't seem to have expected this. Du Dao and Feng Hong wanted to outsmart him, and he would also make a return gift for them. Let them also taste what it is like to be surrounded by a sub-king beast. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. All they have to do is wait for the moment when they will be destroyed. Still, it's a beautiful performance. They're really lucky. After these guys are done fighting, they will go to the bodies of the three sub-king beasts to barbecue them. It looks like Du Dao is seriously injured, so they are also surrounded by two sub-king beasts. But it's not that simple. Big brother Du is not dead yet. He doesn't care that this one-eyed lion is a sub-king beast. Let him just die. He directly attacked him. He didn't understand how this beast remained unharmed if he attacked it with a killing blade. Feng Hong told everyone to work together to kill this beast. It must not be underestimated. Suddenly some kind of light appeared in the tree. It is the spiritual fruit of yin and yang. They noticed that the spiritual core of yin and yang had changed. The xuan flower sprouted there. Spiritual grass has sprouted on the ground within 100 li radius. Perhaps this is an indication that the spiritual flesh is about to ripen. It's almost time. They need to get away from the two sub-king beasts somehow. They immediately went after the spiritual fruit. Feng Hong noticed that these two youths dared to compete with them for the spiritual fruit. Qingshi asked if they knew who had the idea to bring the one-eyed golden lion here. It was all conceived by that little guy at the spiritual wheel stage.
Du Dao decided to deal with them first.
But he had better take care of the one-eyed golden lion behind him first. Luo Chen said that they should hurry. Let them taste the fruits of their own labors. And they will just take advantage. These quickly take the spiritual fruits of yin and yang. Suddenly Xiaoman ran towards that fruit. He's going up too fast. Feng Hong asked as some rabbit dared to take his things. Luo Chen replied so he wouldn't even think of doing that. Du Dao also wanted to attack him, and the babysitter wouldn't allow it. I mean, they agreed that the first one to eat was the first one to eat. And they were so upset that someone interrupted them. Shame on them for taking such a desperate step. Feng Hong shouted to those behind to be careful. The sub-king beast was advancing again. They won't be able to stand. Taking advantage of the chaos, he will quietly take his spiritual fruit. They just have to wait, and then they will see the spiritual fruit become his. But the hesitation this time around was even greater. Looks like this fruit is about to ripen right now. The fluctuation became even stronger that it even pushed Qingshi down from the tree. Xiaoman was fortunately able to hang on. Yinan shouted for him to be careful not to fall. The spiritual fruits are right in front of him. But suddenly there was another spiritual fruit. Du Dao shouted for them all to scram. Whoever gets in his way will die. Feng Hong replied that that rabbit was already near them. They were supporting Xiao Man. The rabbit touched the spiritual fruit. They couldn't believe that rabbit had stolen them. Xiao Man brought them 2 spiritual fruits. This bunny rabbit is unbelievable. And the babysitter asked why he didn't eat it. Xiao Man wanted this fruit to be eaten by the protagonist. He was touched with such an act. He has a chance to break through to the divine soul stage by eating this fruit. Then he won't refuse. Everyone immediately ran to the book to pick up the spiritual fruits. After kneading their muscles for so long, they finally plucked the spiritual fruit of yin and yang. Well, now it looks like it's time for the show to begin. After the spiritual fruits have ripened and been plucked from the spiritual tree of yin and yang, the only thing left to do is to set it on fire to release the poisonous gas. Everyone immediately noticed that the spiritual tree was on fire. They did not understand how it happened, for such a large tree could not have burst into flames so quickly. It was clear that someone had deliberately set it on fire. Suddenly they couldn't breathe anymore. Feng Hong replied that it was yin and yang poison. As soon as the spiritual tree caught fire, it began to emit the poison. If they inhaled it, the spiritual power would immediately be sealed. No matter how strong a master is, he becomes a fish sent to be torn apart. They shouldn't resist. They will all become his puppets and no one will escape. This poisonous gas is not something you can shield yourself from. They must manage their inner spiritual power to resist the poisonous gas. They were trapped in the Valley of the Dead after all. But the white-haired man thought he'd seen this poison somewhere before. Here come all the cute little puppets. He's already subjugated one man. The man said he is now its owner. Others realized that he was really controlling him and like a puppet. And there he is, finding those same kids. Finally, these two had waited for them. These unknown people approached Lo Chen and Jiang and Nanny. The white-haired man thought this aura was familiar. They asked why the spiritual tree of yin and yang had to be set on fire and who they even were. But they don't even have the right to know who they are. These guys must vividly deliver the spiritual dragon rabbit into their hands. And then he'll make sure they die happy. So it turns out Xiao Man is actually a legendary spiritual dragon rabbit. No wonder. Doesn't he wait because he wants to die in agony? He took Xiao Mana, and now these two thieves want to take it away. How can this guy even stand being poisoned? This kid is really tricky. Luo Chen also said that their aura was somehow familiar to him. So they were the ones who then brought him to him puppets. The man replied that he did, but he also asked what about Togo. The older brother should stop talking to him. These kids won't be able to stand up to them while in a poisoned state. This kid is up from his last strength and is just bluffing now. The man ran toward them to attack, but the protagonist blocked that mace. The man didn't understand how this guy's spiritual power wasn't sealed. This moron didn't even realize that the main character took the yin and yang fruit, and this poison doesn't affect him. Like this insignificant fish that slipped out of the nets of the owner of the artifact. Luo Chen attacked his arm. The man didn't even know that they still had the strength to fight now. He asked again who they were. These two are really good, which means they have a right to know their names. This man's name is Yer Nu, and this is his older brother, whose name is Danu. Translated, their names mean adult bull and second bull. They laughed at their names. Are they really trying to house them until they die and then take them away from Xiaomana afterward? That's just too heartless. What they hate most are those who make fun of their names. These men are not at all of the human world. You have to be careful of their black aura. Suddenly something hit him. Nu didn't expect him to carry out a stealth attack. And the babysitter was ready to find out who was afraid of whom. And the main character used his sword to attack that man. He didn't even hold him to one punch. After fusing with the two dragon auras, his power increased significantly. This guy has a decent togo for him to show his true abilities. Now those damn kids should be ready to taste the big ball of Nu. Nu will also let them know what the consequences are for incurring his wrath. It's a pretty bad situation. Aren't they people from this world? We must be careful. The puppets were already standing behind them. They ordered the suicide bombers in black to go to their positions. They all began to offer a blood sacrifice, and the babysitter didn't realize what the other big bloody web was, but it's a pretty minor trick. He knocked some guys out of the lineup, but it didn't do anything. Still, the Walking Dead are like marionettes and fighting them is futile. In such a case, the best thing to do is to break the formation and force it. Danu was ready to attack Luo Chen. Fortunately, he was able to dodge. Luo Chen asked where he was throwing his hammer, but his target wasn't that white-haired guy at all. Luo Chen shouted to the protagonist to be careful. He dodged in time, so he was fine, but a mace was already flying in front of him. Xiaoman came out. That mace hit right on target. Nu was glad he didn't dodge it. The rabbit was wounded. Yi Nian didn't understand why Xiaoman was sacrificing himself so much. Nu replied that he couldn't escape either, but the protagonist was only busy worrying about his partner. The white-haired man was worried for and babysitter. Da Ni was glad that his brother had won, but he didn't realize what had happened to Nu, how he was sent flying. How dare he hurt his Xiao Manu? It's unforgivable. He immediately turned around to see if the rabbit was okay. But he shouldn't have gotten so cocky. That rabbit is now in their hands. How reckless. With the target now in their hands, there's no point in him messing around with this guy anymore. He raised his mace. Afterward, the man noticed the paw prints of a rabbit. This little bastard is actually not easy either. No wonder Mo Kun-san wants it so badly. All we have to do is go back and report. Da Naiyu told his brother to return with the spiritual dragon rabbit first. Wants to slaughter those two cheeky little puppies. Nu recognized that there was indeed a need for that. If you let them grow up, they could be a big problem for their clan in the future. A Lokan arrived and inquired if the lad was all right. And the nanny replied that he was fine, but they grabbed Xiao Man. Let them prepare to die, for this time there will be no false attacks. Big brother is serious, and they're definitely done for. Luochen also began to worry about the rabbit cub. They have captured Xiao Man and they cannot act rashly. They were screaming for those sneaky bastards to let him go. But he was clearly dreaming after all. This dragon spirit rabbit cub was now theirs. Suddenly, the man felt something. Suddenly someone attacked him and he didn't realize what was going on. He can't take that huge sword anymore. Another person appeared who realized it was them, who dared to condemn his grace at all. Ling Yuhan has arrived from the Sky Palace. The white-haired man was happy to see his Lin sister. He also reminded his sister that he was logical. Wouldn't she recognize him? She clearly didn't expect to hear that name. The guy replied that it was indeed him. Again, he uses that pseudonym. He told Sis Ling to get rid of those two. They set fire to the yin and yang tree and wanted to kill them. Those damn demons should kill themselves. But first, he'll kill that Sky Palace hat. Now he must be prepared to answer for his words. It was a wonder he wasn't dead already. He promised he'd turn those puppies into mincemeat. This is clearly not good. Let him taste his silver blade. But the blade didn't help here. Since even the silver blade didn't help here, that Zhang Yinan must be careful. But the guy barked out that he wasn't afraid to hurt Xiao Manu. He was ready to avenge it. This guy is going to have to face them head on. He faced his opponent. He was thrown back. Ernu asked what that sword in his hands was in the first place. The protagonist replied that it was the Sword of the Nine Depths. What an incredible treasure. Once he strengthens it, the power of this sword will be unimaginable, and one could easily defeat the master with the heaven-merging stage. He heard his brother's voice telling him to hurry up and help him. This girl is incredibly fierce and strong. That vile demon should be dead by now. He decided to help his older brother. Let this wench take a bite out of a great meat-fighting machine. It was easy. He even blocked her reception. But the girl started summoning more swords. They were surrounded. She told them to come clean about who they were. If they don't, then she'll ban them in beehives and ask again afterward. It was clear that they couldn't withstand the full force of her power. Luochen had also sat idly by earlier. He attacked Danyu. He finally felt the power of this young master. If he fights him again, he'll die from that wench's attacks. He didn't expect that the lackey of the Celestial Palace would be so much stronger than him, that he would have to risk his life. Ernayu noticed the older brother bleeding. He will help and cover him. Danu said, cover his head, and they leave. But that spiritual dragon rabbit hasn't been released yet, and we need to get out of here fast. It's not over yet, and they don't have to stay here. Sooner or later, his spirit rabbit dragon will be theirs. They escaped after all. Sis Ling came down to them, whereupon Nanny also inquired if they knew each other. Luo Chen replied that this Sis was amazing. At the age of 16, she took the position of an inspector in the Sky Palace. So, she is also a guard from the Golden Guard. The girl asked what Luo Chen was doing here. The white-haired man replied that those two were very strange, and they didn't look like cultivators from this world at all. She knows that. The girl is investigating the destruction of the Qi class of the ling xuan continent on the orders of the head of the Sky Palace. After going all the way, she discovered these nefarious people who had infiltrated the spiritual path, and the protagonist was thinking about her investigations. They need to go to the nearest strongholds of the spiritual path, because they need to inform the elders of the Sky Palace about the disturbances that are happening on the spiritual path. She would go after those people. He wondered how she would do that, since they had already left. But no one can escape from Ling Yuhan. Those two have her mark on them. They asked the gentleman to take it easy when he called them idiots. They met a master from the Celestial Palace called Lin Yuhan. She was able to transform a sword into myriad swords, and each sword possessed the peak power of a divine soul master. These two brothers almost died at her hands. And in the Sky Palace, there is a master with the surname Lin. Could it be the granddaughter of the legendary Wu Tzu? Those two were really unlucky. Then they realized it wasn't Mr. Mokun. As it turned out, Mr. Mokun had to take a leak. He let Ling Sun wait for those idiots here. How is he not afraid to mess with them at all? Lin Sun told them to wait. How did those two idiots not notice they were being followed? They are very much a fast runner. So they are from outside the evil clan, and outside the evil clan is only a world of human hybrids, namely the demon clan. It really is Wu Tsu's granddaughter. She was able to see their origins so quickly. Since he knows her identity, they must definitely be making a big plan. She wondered if they were the ones who destroyed the Chai class, and what they had forgotten on the spiritual path. The master isn't here, and there are only 3 of them. It doesn't look like they'll be able to escape. They don't need to panic. When Mr. Mokun left, he left one humanoid fighting doll here. He whistled. It was the head disciple, the Chi class, whose name is Qin Yuan. So it was the same guy who was demonized by Mr. Mokun. Turning into a demonic puppet, his power is much greater than theirs. Now we can fight. If she wants to know their purpose, she must first defeat this humanoid doll. Qin Yuan attacked her. The demonized demon doll has a rather hard and powerful fist, but this fist can be overcome with gentleness. The strength of this strike far surpassed his. Master really has extraordinary techniques. This puppet is very strong. It will be difficult to defeat it in the short term. Demons have invaded the spiritual path, and news of this will certainly spread. She threw a smoke bomb at him. Even Wuzu's granddaughter can't compare to Mr. Mokun's doll. He ordered Qin Yuan to make sure to capture her. They finally arrived at the nearest security station. There was even a protective dome over the small town. This security point has a transparent protective dome that keeps the entire small town safe. Since they went into town, he wants to eat roasted deer legs, roasted chicken wings, roasted spirit sheep, roasted flame wolf, roasted ice rabbit. Anyway, he's going to eat a lot of it. All he knows to do is eat. Xiaoman was also very gluttonous. What could he possibly take from those 2 gluttons? He noticed that he looked thin even though he ate so much. He wonders where all the food he eats goes. He can eat 10 spiritual deer in one sitting and not get fat. Isn't he jealous? The protagonist asked what he was envious of. Guys need muscle, height, and strength. And if those muscles are what he calls formidable, he's got an uncle in his family who's twice his height and 4 times as thick. It's called muscle, natural strength. And the nanny asked if he still wanted to eat barbecue. Luo Chen replied that he had said it as a joke, after all. So, you shouldn't go off on the barbecue like that. Luo Chen reminded him that he was going to eat roasted deer legs, roasted spirit sheep later. And Nanny wondered why not steam and stew something like that. Why does he only eat fried things? He explained that a man must have a big mouth to eat meat and drink from big bowls. And Nyan replied that he looked like a graceful guy. Even women are not as handsome as he is. And he is not as rude as a man. He started to get angry with Xiaonan. He should think before he says anything. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped and Lo Chen crashed into him, asking about why he stopped so suddenly. The guy didn't answer him, so he asked what was the matter. And Nanny didn't understand what the other older brother was doing here. Tang Shuya can't believe he met in babysitter here. It came as a surprise to him. He immediately recalled those horrifying events. He asked what happened in Chai class that day, but he didn't want to answer. The protagonist kept asking his other older brother to tell him what had happened that day. He should ask that of his favorite older brother. Let him ask if he killed their younger siblings, whether he killed their respected master. And the nanny told him to stop talking nonsense, because Qin Yuan is not that kind of person. He's saying all this because he's jealous. How can he be jealous of a beast that is even worse than an animal? He doesn't care about that brother. He's not even worse than an animal. And Nanny said it couldn't be. There was a man in black. He stood in front of him and confessed that he was the one who killed everyone. It couldn't have been Qin Yuan. Tang Shuya couldn't understand what his cute little brother was talking about. He'd seen Qin Yuan kill them all with his own eyes. That brute killed their master. He couldn't believe it. He kept saying he didn't believe it. Power began to build up around him. The guy kept yelling that he didn't believe it. Suddenly, a sister came running to them and shouted Lo Chen's name. She told the kid to run quickly to the safety point. Running behind her was Qin Yuan. When others saw the faces of these brothers, they did not realize what had happened. They did not expect to see Qin Yuan here right now at all. Luo Chen and Lin Yuhang became wary, and the nanny was glad that he was indeed alive. The second eldest brother said that he was the one who killed the master. He asked Qin Yuan to say that he didn't do it, but the man only remained silent. Tang Shuya pointed his weapon at him and asked what he was talking to him about. He felt ashamed and therefore had nothing to say. He wished his brother dead and shot him. But the babysitter defended him too. He asked his other older brother what he was doing. He hadn't figured out anything yet. But Tang Shuya just walked past him. He just wanted to kill that traitor, but a shield appeared around Qin Yuan. The main character caught him and asked if he was okay. This guy is several notches stronger than before. He didn't understand what had even happened to him. This is really the Qin Yuan of the spiritual path list, and the nanny swept up that it was their forsaken brother. A Lo Chen touched him. Their fraternity doesn't seem to be very friendly. He seems to have lost his mind. When she was tracking down those two brothers, she met Qin Yuan. She heard from their conversation that he had been dismantled and made into a demonic puppet, and Nanny was sure that the man in black had done it. That's why Big Brother went so crazy and turned into a killing machine. He's innocent. Even if he was demonized, he killed the master with his own hands. His spiritual power is very strange, and it flows continuously and extremely powerfully. He might have a way to bring him back to his senses. He offered to take the train together and grab the Qin Yuan. Then they'll start. We need to hold him for a while. They all attacked him together, but he began to repel their attacks with his bare hands. How many strikes does he even throw in that instant? He can't see anything at all. 20 fist strikes towards the sword shadow of the girl in the hat. 20 more punches towards the younger brother's sword aura. And his arrows and sword strikes for everything less than 20 strikes. He's too strong. He doesn't even seem to be thinking about backing down a step. What's the best thing to do then? Ling Song appeared, who had finally found the girl from the Sky Palace. He told her to be his puppet? They demonized Qin Yuan and now they're mocking her nature. So it turns out he did everything to Qin Yuan. And the babysitter said that he would kill him. But how does he even want to kill him? Relying only on his cultivation base. How presumptuous. He didn't realize how his palm also had a vertical eye. And why there was such a powerful eye on his palm. This guy isn't inclined to the topic, but he shouldn't be thought of doing anything here. Those with a vertical eye on their hand from the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan are the descendants of mixed races from the human world and the Evil Clan. They say there is a vertical eye on the palm of their left hand. But the palm of the left hand is in the vertical eye. The master has it, and so does he. It's impossible. It just can't be. He shouted that it wasn't him. Ling Song clearly did not expect to hear the sound of the purple-black eye. This is truly a royal power. They all watched him with horror and incomprehension. He gave him a blow that broke his hand. It's over. They realized that they had to escape immediately. Tang Shuya expected that Zhang and Nanny actually possessed such strength. Sisline noticed that his little brother is not easy. But it's okay. And Luo Chen asked Xiao Nanny how he was doing. And the babysitter replied that she was fine. Qin Yuan is still in a state of demonization. He is just under control, and they must save him. His family has a secret to cleansing his heart that can take away the chaos, remove the state of control. It might be worth a try. But if he's to it, ready all is futile. It will cramp the Yuan Qin. She's going to try her best. As long as this guy is in a demonized state, he won't be easy to deal with. Qin Yuan also began to attack. Lin Yuhan can only last for 10 breaths. That's quite enough. Lo Chen's attack has hit the target. Both Nan and Tang Shuya noticed that his fist had stopped. Did it really work? Qin Yuan didn't realize where he was at all. The protagonist immediately hugged him, saying that he had finally woken up. Qin Yuan remembered Xiao Nian and didn't understand what had happened. He had a headache. He also asked what this place was. And the sitter replied that it was a spiritual path. He was, after all, chosen to gain experience on the spiritual path. He remembered that he had gotten on the list of the spiritual path and was authorized to come here. It seems to have worked. Tang Shuya raised his weapon and asked why he had killed the master, and why he had killed his fellow students so ruthlessly. Second big brother wanted to hear it exactly from him, and Nanny reminded him that it was not Qin Yuan. He didn't understand what this younger brother was talking about. What happened to the master and the Qi class? If he didn't clarify it, then Tang Shuya would use his life to honor master and all the Chai class disciples. The memories of that very day immediately began to clear in his mind. Did he really kill the master? The guy couldn't believe it. They didn't realize what was even going on. And the nanny immediately asked Tanshu if he was in one piece. Suddenly, another man appeared in front of them. The protagonist recognized him immediately. Could it be that someone was able to dispel his magic? Mo-kun appeared. He immediately recognized the very boy he had killed with his own hands. And the babysitter replied that he was the real killer behind the massacre of the Qi class. So he's the one who destroyed their entire class. Could it be that he killed the master too? Mo-kun replied that it was exactly like that. He was the one who cut the entire class. However, their master had killed this dear elder brother with his own hands. This trickery had taken away some of his strength. The base began to retrieve her doll and toy. Tang Shuya immediately shot at him and shouted that he would kill him. An eye appeared on his hand. He redirected that attack back. It was the attack that struck him. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a heavenly superiority stage master. This is the 5th stage of cultivation. To avoid trouble in the future, he'll just kill them all today. Luochen turned to Sister Lin. They should rest for now. Is he really going to unseal it now? He'll leave the rest to her. Is Lo Chen a sacred pillar of Shuimi? He too guessed who the man was by his treasure. Has he figured it out? Was it possible that he had a seal on his cultivation after Lo Chen broke the seal? His cultivation had increased to the level of the 3 heavens. It turns out he is from the Mu residence. Mo Kun asked how he and Mu Chen were related. How could the sacred Shuimi pillar that Mozong always carries with him be here? It's a fake stick, called a small Shuimi sacred pillar. What a bold title. Mo Kun wanted to try out this fake. Isn't she worth anything at all? He batted that punch away successfully. It's already too much, since they don't even have a chance to intervene. Tang Shuya asked Ms. Linny who Luo Chen really was. Is he really related to Muzong in any way? The girl replied that if he wanted to tell, of course he would have done so. His spear of black magic can't even withstand it. I didn't realize where he'd gone. Suddenly he appeared behind him. But that's just a childish trick. It was a pretty strong attack. It's hard to believe that this small Shuimi pole is a top-notch artifact. It may even be a quasi-sacred object. He wanted to see how long he could entertain him with his small Shuimi pole. He began the prizes of Dark Calamity obliged. Kun swallowing tens of thousands of li. He was lucky that Mo Kun was the one who met him today. Let him feel the power of ancient ferocity. Why is it that this sacred pillar is releasing a demon aura? Demonic transformation into a sacred pillar, an ancient famine. Before the sacred pillar was improved by Mu Chen, it was called the demonic Siyumi pillar. Within it lies the most ancient ferocity. He really has something to do with the Mu residence. 2 very strong powerhouses were ready to collide. When this small pillar was refined within it, an aura of ancient ferocity was sealed. This ferocious power that Muzong used is much more powerful than it is. He activated his demon eye again. He was able to hold this column together. Ferocity is the most bloodthirsty thing between heaven and earth. If you use it too long, it can also strike back. It's hard to deal with a guy who has reached the stage of heavenly superiority. However, does he really think that's the end of it? This kid also had a hidden trump card. He used a bloody demon net. This demon's bloody net couldn't even withstand a single blow. She immediately stood in front of them. They must not move away from her in any way. If Miss Lin didn't protect them, the consequences would be serious as well. The fierce power is too much. Now he must realize how strong this young master is. Now is the time to destroy him. Otherwise, things are only going to get worse. This guy has such amazing strength. Luochen asked if he had learned the secret technique of the sword god Lo. This little guy with his current strength, using this kind of ferocious power would definitely damage his meridians. The guy asked who he was trying to intimidate. His brother Xiao Mo has a full of elixirs to restore the meridians. Could this be the Mo family offspring from the secret banjo letter? This kid really has a lot of money. He has more important things to do. No time to play games with him. He hoped that the next time they met, he would also be able to summon the small sacred pillar Shuimi. The main character was ready to praise Luo Chen, but he was already struggling to hold on. He started coughing up blood, and Nanny caught him, not realizing what was wrong with him. The safe point of the spiritual path. The inn of the heavenly court on the spiritual path. As soon as they felt the response of the fluctuating spiritual power, and immediately came. But halfway there, they were delayed by a crowd of dead men in black. It looked like those freaks had planned everything in advance. Luo Chen had to even break the seal. But it ended up like this. If their plot succeeded, this examination on the spiritual path would lead to disaster. And didn't ask the guy why he did it, just to protect them. He needs to get better soon. He's a guy, but he smells so good. He started talking in his sleep about food and called out Yi Nanny. And the main character asked what he wanted to say. He can't make it out. And is he really talking in his sleep? He wants to eat a roasted deer leg. You get better for him, and then the protagonist will roast anything he wants for him. And the babysitter will cook anything he just really wants. If he was a girl, he could charm anywhere. And suddenly he was called. The nurse asked her what she was doing there. And the nanny replied that she was just wiping sweat off her forehead. She told the protagonist to stay here and take care of the patient. She will continue to track down Mo Kun. The girl will never let their plot succeed. He also wants to contribute his treasure to the search for Mo Kun. There is a deep hatred between him and this man. He also told his younger brother to take care of Luo Chen properly. When he saves from Qin Yuan and kills Mo Kun, he will return to Yinian. They also gave him 2 chewable pills for the guy to give to Luo Chen. He should take good care of Luo Cheng. He won't eat it, for he wants roast deer legs. And the nurse replied that as soon as he was better, he would cook anything for him. Now he'd better eat his porridge and take his medicine afterward. He started getting cranky that he wouldn't eat it and wanted normal food. He needs to sit down to porridge first. And after Miss Lin's medicine, he should feel better. And I won't make 17 or 18 roasts for him, and he can eat as many as he wants. He said so himself, so he has to memorize everything. And the babysitter said to open his mouth. This elixir of Miss Ling is a life-giving pill. Consuming it will be of great benefit to his damaged meridians. The effect is really awesome, but he started spitting blood again, and I was immediately worried. Luo Chen replied that he was fine, and it was just blood stasis. The elixir my sister gave me really helps and has some effect, but his soul has been damaged, and he needs the purple cloud pill and the life force herb to restore his strength. And Nanny will buy all these things, and he must rest. He told Xiao Manu to follow Lo Chen, Spiritual Pathway Marketplace. He wondered if there was a purple cloud pill in this market. It's so crowded here and it would be hard to find anything. Suddenly he saw a pill of purple cloud. With the help of this purple cloud pill, it would also be possible to cure the injury of the Lo Cheng. But the price is too high. He told his older brother that he wanted to buy the purple cloud pill, and asked if he could lower the price. The man agreed to lower it to 20,000 spiritual pearls. But the protagonist only has 18,000 spiritual pearls on hand. This guy isn't that strong. Therefore it is not clear how he got so many spiritual pearls. He has worked hard, but he has only 8,000 spiritual pearls. He asked for this brother. His friend is injured and in need of this elixir. The man replied that he was not actually the owner of this pill. He was even willing to lend him his sword of the 9 depths. 2,000 spiritual pearls for 3 days. Elder Shun arrived and recognized Zhang and Nanny. He knows that this elixir has the highest price on the market, and asked if the guy was sure he wanted to buy it. His friend is injured, and he is in great need of this elixir. He asked Elder Sun. The guy won't necessarily pay the remaining spiritual pearls. It seems that this purple cloud pill is necessary to cure the mysterious friend Lin Yuhan. He decided to take charge, and this purple cloud pill would be sold to him for 18,000 spiritual pearls. He thanked Elder Sun. He noticed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the spiritual wheel stage. If he had a beast spirit, he would be able to break through to the divine soul stage. He has just a first-rate beast spirit that he is also willing to sell to him. The protagonist asked how many spiritual pearls there were. He was willing to sell it for 50,000. It was really a good thing, and 50,000 was too cheap for it. He thanked the elder for his kindness. It was a considerable sum, and he had spent all his spiritual pearls on the purple cloud pill. Now he might also have some difficulty in purchasing it. Everyone wanted to take this jewel and offered even higher prices, up to 300,000. One man even offered 500,000. The rich son of the Sun family is here and the shop is closed. Suddenly there was a Lo Chen who offered 1 million and he's taking this spirit beast. And the nanny asked why he didn't stay home to rest. Luo Chen replied that he was fine. He asked the elder to estimate the value of his dagger. Isn't it worth more than 1 million spirit pearls in exchange for the spirit beast? This dagger should be worth well over 1 million spirit pearls. It's a waste to spend that much on a single spirit beast. This is no ordinary kid. He seems to be correct, guessing that Lin Yuhan's friend is possibly one of the 3 families. And Nanny replied that there was no need for an exchange. Didn't he say it was a gift from his mother? This guy was willing to trade his sword of the 9 depths for the purple cloud pill for him. He would also trade his dagger for the spirit beast for him. It is a blessing to have such a good friend who is willing to sacrifice himself. He didn't understand what was wrong with the Lokan. He healed his wound and then kicked them out. What's he so embarrassed about? They're big boys after all. In the past, he even went to the hot springs with Qin Yuan. Finally, he comes out. But the protagonist didn't expect to see a girl in front of him. He apologized for getting the wrong name and not understanding where the girl was coming from. Did he really not recognize her? He really didn't realize it was Lo Chen. She asked to be called Xiaoxi. He apologized for not acknowledging her. She called him a fool. He really couldn't believe that Luo Chen was actually a girl. Xiaoxi asked if he didn't suspect her of being a girl, and Nian just thought that he was just very pretty and no worse than about other girls. Xiaoxi asked if he could not believe that she was a girl. In response to this, and the nanny asked what her better name, Luo Chen or Xiaoxi. Her name is Mu Yunxi, but he can call her Xiaoxi. So she is the one who ranked number 1 on the spiritual path list. Mu Yunxi is from the Mu residence. It was her. It's surprising that her cultivation base is so high. Plus, Muzong has a large Shuimi sacred pillar, and she has a small sacred pillar. This is definitely already a descendant of the Mu residents. She is number 1 on the spiritual path list, so he has to barbecue for her as promised, otherwise she will beat him up. Even though Lo Chen has become Xiaoxi, she is still as greedy for food. He asked Xiaoxi how early she was. The girl replied that there was no need to worry. The danger had passed thanks to the purple cloud pill. Therefore, she thanked Xiao Nanny. She even traded her dagger for the spirit of the beast for him. He's the one who should be thanking her. Xiaoxi said they had to go. The boy asked exactly where to go. They need to hunt ferocious animals and then barbecue them afterward. She hasn't eaten anything all day. Yi Nanny asked how Big Brother Tang and Ms. Lin were doing. Xiaoxi replied that Sis Lin comes from the Wu family. If she wants to leave, there are few people who can restrain her. Even if it was Mo Kun, he wouldn't be able to handle her. He was surprised that Ms. Lin came from a Woyu family. They have another childhood friend who has gone on a spiritual journey. He likes to play with fire and is obsessed with girls. Xiaoxi asked the protagonist what kind of family he thinks he is. Could it be that this Xiao family is from the territory of endless fire? And he really wasn't wrong. Mu Chen, Lin Dong, Xiao Yan are the 3 strongest and most powerful families. Of course, there were rumors that their families are good, friends as if they were close relatives. Xiaoxi is really incredible. They have to go again to find something else to eat. Xiaomo sneered. They must be saying nasty things about him again. He told Ms. Banjo that the mountain road was dangerous, so she should go slower. He turned to the beautiful beauty and explained that he had just learned today that all encounters in life are arranged by fate. Again, he took up his cause. He realized from meeting her that he had never really loved before. He used to think that love was actually sympathy. It was only Banjo who gave him a taste of what love really is. I'm so sick of him talking. He grabbed her arm to stop her. She told that scumbag not to touch her. Xiaomo explained that he had noticed someone's strong aura. It was a tiger. It's unexpected to bump into him like that. He told her not to be afraid, for the guy would protect her. Banjo replied that he wouldn't even think of taking the opportunity. She doesn't need him to protect her. He used the Fire Lotus of Divine Wrath. With this attack, he set the tiger on fire. He asked the pretty girl if he was handsome. The girl replied that that tiger was not even dead yet. She had underestimated this Xiaomo. Now it was her turn. She used her power and the tiger responded to her as well. Xiaomo stood up to defend her when her attack didn't work. He used the blade technique of the great Yang demon god. How dare you attack his beauty? He'll kill that tiger. Being at the 4th stage of the Divine Soul stage, he was able to unleash the power of the 6th stage of the Heaven Merging stage. It seems like we should win him over to our side. She used the rebirth of the demon eye, after which she killed this tiger. Xiaomo noticed that this technique was quite evil. Together they were able to kill the tiger Dobu, and now need to go to the center of the spiritual path. He was glad the 2 of them would go together. She replied that that's just the way it is. He recognized that he had a cool technique, and it was only 10% of his power. The girl asked him what was wrong. If his power wasn't sealed by his family, this tiger wouldn't be worth mentioning. He didn't expect luck to happen after using his crown technique. He doesn't have a particularly serious wound, but he still asked if she would help him heal. That way he would heal faster and not hold her back on her way to the center of the spiritual path. Banjo inquired as to how she could help him. He once saw one revelation in an ancient book that has a very powerful healing action. They need to find a safe place first. You need to strip naked along with the flower and start meditating by crossing your legs and pressing their palms against each other. It's dangerous, and he asked me not to be so cruel. He was just teasing her. It could affect the character of their future children. She called him a pervert again and wished he was dead. He told the beauty that he was wrong and asked her to stop hitting him. They've been going for 4 days now. He can't understand why Mo Kun has fled to the very center of the spiritual path. She doesn't know that either. But in that place, there was a branch of the Celestial Palace. There are a few elders there on guard at the Heavenly Supremacy stage. If Mo Kun went there, he literally trapped himself. However, for some reason, she has a bad feeling, but she still has no way of knowing why. Tang Shu had the same thing. The branch of the Sky Palace is there, so they should go there and have a look. Sky Palace, a branch at the center of the spiritual path. There were dead bodies lying there. The girl didn't realize who had done this to them. A surviving soldier reported that an evil clan had entered the spiritual path. It's definitely Mo Kun. She wanted to help this soldier, but another soldier killed him. There was only one thing on his mind. They have to kill them. These guys are kind of weird. She used the unity of the sword, life and death, but even this attack couldn't stop them. Tang Shuya also started shooting at them. At this noise came Mokun, who saw that it was them again. He fired a shot at Ms. Lin, but the boy protected her. The guy said she needed to run away. She was clearly angry with him. Mokun replied that she shouldn't overestimate herself. With his strength, he lifted the Tang Xiu up, but he was prevented from doing anything further. Lin Yuhan caught Tang Xiu's eye. The master of the Taicang Palace arrived to join them. He told the Yuhan to stand back, for he would deal with him himself. The palace master also had to be careful. Although this guy has reached the peak of the heavenly supremacy stage, which is the 6th stage of cultivation, she feels like he's hiding his true cultivation. This clan of demons should stay in prison. However, today they appeared on the spiritual path, and he asked what their purpose was. They merely used the judgment mirror of the heavenly palace. And they also captured a few youths from the spiritual path to offer sacrifices. Are they trying to open a passageway between the prison dimension and the spiritual path dimension? The demon clone was banished for their sins. Those sins had yet to be atoned for, so how dare they open a passage between dimensions without permission? He locked eyes with the heads of the 3 strongest families of the Lord stage. This is the 12th cultivation stage. He was talking about Mu Chen, Lin Dong, and Xiao Yan. He doesn't mess with them, right? If any of them came, it would be a problem. Except that these are the words of some doppelganger of the Sky Palace Master. Why should he take him seriously? Could it really be the Palace Master's doppelganger? He blocked that attack. Above him was that very mirror of judgment. It is a divine artifact that protects the spiritual path. If it is activated, it signifies a crisis on the spiritual path. It may even disturb the Muzong. This judgment mirror has been tempered by Lord Muzong, and its power is greater than in the old days. Therefore, it must surrender without resistance. I wonder if this mirror of judgment will be able to protect her. This girl has an unusual power. If it wasn't for her noble family, the Celestial Palace wouldn't have been able to nurture such a genius. If Yuhan gets hurt, how will he explain himself to her grandfather Wu? He protected her with a mirror. Without the mirror of judgment, his double is just a lamb sent to the slaughter. He used the evil emperor's seal to injure this old man. He immediately appeared in front of the girl and grabbed that mirror. With this mirror of judgment, he will be able to make a sacrifice on the altar. A long-cherished wish of his demon clan will be fulfilled. May the demon clan bless him. Those men quickly escaped. The timing must be calculated. The young man who was captured by the banjo will arrive soon, and he is ready to sacrifice himself. The warriors who are chasing them more and more. She asked the master of the Taicang Palace how he was. They're his doppelgangers. It doesn't matter so much if he's destroyed, but his other body has sustained damage. Chapter: The most important thing now is that the judgment mirror has fallen into the hands of the demon clan. The spiritual path is in jeopardy. Suddenly 2 people appeared in front of them. It was Xiao Shi, who went back to the female side by side, and Zhang and Nanny didn't cease chase Mokun. She caught up with him, but the master of the palace to the Tais, trying to save her, was wounded by Mokun, and the condemnation mirror was taken away. Isn't it an artifact that opens up a spiritual path? What they're gonna do with it? He's going to open the prison dimension to the spiritual path. Their entire clan will attack this world. The girl asked if they wanted her to inform her father. She should inform her father about this as soon as possible. Only he can fully control the judgment mirror. As soon as Muzong appears, all problems will be settled immediately. Tang Shuya did not expect that her father was Muzong. She will also inform her grandfather. Let them prepare in advance, because this time, the demon clan is plotting a big conspiracy. Wuzu and Muzong will appear together, and it's actually a big deal. There's only one thing missing. Could it be that she is referring to Mr. Yan Emperor? Xiaomo must be on a spiritual path too, and with his temperament, he definitely wouldn't want to miss something like this. Basis sneered and thought someone was talking bad about him. He asked the beauty what it was not playing. It seems very exciting. She told him to wait a little while, for she had to get ready. Pretty soon he'll know everything. It's a world tree, just huge. The beautiful banyan tree is so romantic. They noticed that there were people hanging from this tree. It must be the young men from the spiritual path who were captured by Mokun. He's going to sacrifice them all alive. They should hurry and destroy the altar. Suddenly, Xiaoxi heard her name. It was Xiaomo. She asked why he was hanging here too. He must be handsome in that position. Also, the guy told them to go up and hang there too. The scenery from here is spectacular. He's been informed that a clan of demons is about to invade this world. So they're gonna bring him down first, Banjo asked, and they don't want to ask it of her. This guy volunteered to be strung up here. I guess dying for a pretty girl is a worthy cause. Xiao Mo still has the same habits. After all, Mu Yungxi knows him best. He introduced this girl as his fiancée. She is so beautiful and he has such a good eye. Bunjo asked where the pervert was staring. He should be careful or she'll poke his eyes out. With his powers, that shouldn't be a problem. It's better to keep an eye on Mo-kun right now. These 3 magic pillars should be the supporting force of the altar formation. Mo-kun is preparing to apply magic patterns on it. She doesn't think he can keep track of everything. We have to stop him. The head Lao doesn't need to worry. She's already informed her dad. All that's left is to hold them off until her father shows up. Then, not even 100 Mo-kun will be able to cause trouble. He should take a break and let them do the rest. Mo-kun is going to sacrifice all these people on this tree. The magic gate is opening. They'll take advantage of the fact that he's using a spell and take him by surprise. They should split up and each destroy a pillar. The altar magic pole is so big, a new opponent appeared in front of her. Danyu. Does this kid really think that if he's on small he can cause trouble? He'll smear him in meat sauce. Tang Shuya told him to get out of the way. Believe it or not, Tang Shuya will shoot him with arrows. Fortunately, no one was guarding this post. But still, there is someone behind the pillar. It was a Xin Yuan. It's bad because he's still out of his mind. Xiaonan tried to wake up his brother somehow, but he had to block that punch. Big Brother's power became higher compared to last time. Xin Yuan fended off the protagonist. From his hands, the sword of the 9 depths was even knocked out as well. Xin Yuan struck him again, and the sitter apologized to the master, but he needs a more powerful force. He attacked Xin Yuan with his eye. Suddenly, something else popped into his head. It was Xiaoxi who was supposed to look after Mo-kun, but the girl was just worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. She told Zhao Nani to keep attacking him. She is promoting the secret of heart purification. That way, they can save Big Brother. A sword appeared in his hand, and the sitter asked for strength from the mysterious eye, after which he engaged the Dragon of Destruction. With that punch, he was able to get to his older brother. But suddenly, the one grabbed the sword of the 9 depths. Xin Yuan took the sword for himself. The girl shouted for Xiaonian to be careful, after which she connected the seal of the heart purification secret. Xin Yuan had a headache, and once again, he didn't realize where he was. There was blood on his hand. He saw the sword he had attacked Nanny with as well, and didn't realize what he had done this time. Finally, the older brother came to his senses. He clearly couldn't believe his own eyes. The master, the brothers and sisters are dead. Now he would go after them. He asked his older brother if he could hear him. This is Xiaonian. He remembered again that it was he who had killed the master with his own hands, and also of his younger brothers and sisters, but he didn't believe it. And now there was Xiaonian as well, all because of that guy who used black magic on him. He will tear his corpse into tens of thousands of pieces, to comfort the souls of the master, brothers and sisters in heaven. That girl from the Mu residence has some techniques. He didn't understand how she managed to hack his demonization method. Her Mahi can delay the Moku-kun. Therefore, he will first kill him and then demonize Qinyuan again. He wanted to see who else could hack his tech. The protagonist noticed an attack flying at her. He used his purple eye to fight her off. He obviously didn't expect royal blood to show up here. I can't believe this guy's connected to the royal family. Xiaoxi asked the guy if he was alright. He should take this elixir first. It will help him heal. Banjo clearly reminded that Mo-kun said he killed the prince. Then where did the vertical purple eye on this boy's palm come from? Tong Xuan Ai's dead, and so is the crown prince. Otherwise, how else would he be able to obtain the evil emperor's seal? Only members of the demon clan's imperial family can have the purple eye. Who else could it be if not a prince who escaped to this world? Even if it is a prince, so what of Togo? The demon clone is no longer the world of the Zhang clan for a long time, and His Majesty's Shen Xuan. She immediately asked what he was going to do with the prince. Now it's too late to turn back. They must save the prince, and then return him to the prison dimension. They have to tell everyone, and stop the rebellion. He asked the little brat how she still had milk on her lips. What she knows. Those who stand in his way will die. Tonight he will take this boy's life. She was caught by Zhou Mo, who asked the fairy if she was okay. How dare that bastard hurt his woman? He would burn him to the ground. Mo-kun realized that this was the Xiao family's endless fire. Xiaoxi asked Xiaonan if he was okay. He has a serious wound and he should let it heal itself. He only said his older brother's name. Even at a time like this, he keeps thinking about the Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan hurried over to Mo-kun. She also noticed the strange fire. Finally, this guy had come. He has the surname Xiao, also this strange fire. This is the territory of endless fire. He asked the guy who he was. This young master's name is Xiao Mo, and he is the grandson of Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. He dared to hurt his fairy, so he wants to die. But after all, this guy was suspended. Xiao Mo replied that he was the one who let her hang him from the tree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even been able to catch him. If he sacrificed this guy, the effect would be even better. Xiaomo ordered this scumbag to let these people go, kneel down and apologize to his fairy. But before he could finish his sentence, something already flew into my kun. This attack was made by Qin Yuan, who wanted to kill him. He will avenge the master, avenge his brothers and sisters. Mo Kun clearly didn't expect him to fully come to his senses. But it doesn't matter, he can demonize Qin Yuan all he wants. Afterwards, he will kill his little brother with his own fists. Qin Yuan kept saying that he would kill this man. Xiaomo didn't even know who it was. This guy has transferred all of his fairy's attention to himself. Mo Kun is Xiaomo's opponent. Banjo said to take her there. The guy replied that he would carry her, but the girl said to let her go to the ground. Xiaoxi asked if he had gotten better, but the guy only coughed. Her temporary cure will not solve the problem completely. If this continues, things will get even worse. Suddenly, Xiaomo and Banjo arrived at their place. The girl said to let her go, and the guy agreed. Xiaoxi asked Xiaomo if he had a life-saving elixir. Xiaomo thought that she was injured. The girl replied that she was unharmed, but Zhang Yinyan is seriously injured. Qin Wen shouted that he would kill him. Streams of water appeared in the ground. He now had the power of 9 dragons, but it's a childish trick. He must not forget that his current refinement base had been raised by Mo Kun to the peak of the heavenly supremacy stage. This is the 6th stage of cultivation. If he wanted to, he could easily destroy Qin Yuan, but he clearly didn't expect Qin Yuan to be alive after such an attack. Qin Yuan directed 1,000 needles of water at him. This guy has that technique too. Mo Kun had clearly underestimated him. He engaged the evil eye dividing light, after which he directed a very powerful attack at Qin Yuan. It's okay even if he can't kill him. A blood dragon of the 9 abysses appeared behind him. Even if he had to use his teeth, he would bite a piece of meat off of it. Mo Kun would like to see who would bite who. The 2 entities were ready to collide head-on. Banjo approached them and Xiaoxi asked what she wanted to do. Banjo replied not to worry, and maybe she could save him. It is indeed a purple demon eye. Royal eye. The prince of the demon clan is not dead. She repeated again that the prince was not dead. Xiaoxi didn't understand what she was even talking about. What kind of royal eye and what kind of prince? Xiaomo didn't like the fact that the fairy was holding this unknown kid's hand. Banjo explained that this boy is the prince of the demon clan. He's a future patriarch. That vertical eye on his left palm is the unique eye of the demon clan. Everyone else has a black eye, but the imperial family has a purple eye. And each generation of kings has only one eye. By possessing the king's eye, he can become a patriarch. So Xiaonian is actually the ancestral prince. Right now, the situation is very non-threatening. And does the girl say she has a way to save him? Only by activating the king's eye can His Highness be saved. She uses the power of the demon eye to activate His Highness's royal eye. The power of the king's eye is awakened. The kid realized that this girl had saved him, his whole body filled with unimaginable power. He asked who she was. It was the commander of the Banjo demon clan who welcomed His Highness the prince. Xiaomo asked who this guy even was and why the fairy was being so fawning in front of him. Anyway, Xiaonian finally came to his senses, and that was good. The protagonist asked what she knew about his past. The girl explained that he was a member of a clan of demons exiled to the prison dimension. His father is the patriarch, also known as the Demon Emperor. 14 years ago, his uncle, whose name is Shen Xuan, colluded with an evil clan from across the borders to stage a coup d'etat, and the nanny asked what had become of his father. His Majesty had single-handedly fought the evil clan and Shen Huan, but the outcome was obvious. Before the battle, he entrusted His Highness to Lord Tun Xuan, who was the head of the Great 5 Demons. He summoned the seal of the evil emperor to open a passage through the dimensions and escaped with His entire highness into this world. Her grandfather Shui Baosun is the head of the demons, the emperor's protector. Mo Kun, being one of the 5 great demons, was ordered by Shen Xuan to kill His Highness, and she sneaked into his unit. Mo Kun searched for more than 10 years and finally found a Qi class in Xuanzhou. He saw that his older brother was there. Even if Mo Kun dies, he will still take a bite out of it. Does he really think he can do it alone? Qin Yuan won't even be able to pluck a hair off his head, but Qin Yuan had snuck in so close that he was ready to strangle him. Mo Kun shouted for the damn kid to let go of him quickly. Their essences also fought, but he won't even think of doing that. Mo Kun will die with him. That kid's too naive. He'd better let him go while he has the chance. But even so, he still won't let go. He wondered how long he could keep it up like that. He used the 9 abysses. Mo Kun realized what he was about to do. He said goodbye to the Xiao Nanny, Tang Shuya. The sinner Qin Yuan descend and keep company with the master and the dead brothers and sisters. He activated annihilation. If he keeps this up, he'll die too. Even if he dies, he'll take Mo-kun with him. He began to merge with the 9 abysses and became one. He actually absorbed all the blood dragons into his body. This guy is seriously going to die with him. Now, if Qin Yuan got rid of this evil man, he would be able to avenge the Qi-class siblings. And also for the master, sinful disciple Qin Yuan descend and escort them. He'll watch over them forever. Even if he becomes a horse in his next life, until all his sins are cleansed. There was a very large explosion.
And Nanny didn't want his older brother to die either.
But it was all in vain. At the moment of the destruction of the Chai class, the older brother's heart was already dead. He may have made the best choice. Tang Shuya struggled to say goodbye to his older brother. He began to sob with grief. They were only silent. But for some reason, Mo-kun was still alive. He had really underestimated the power of that annoying fly. Fortunately, he had the evil emperor's seal with him, which saved his life. He thanked Master Tongxuan. She noticed the seal of the emperor's word. This is the greatest treasure of the demon clan that Lord Tunshuan brought into this world. Suddenly, there was a sudden surge of power. It was Zhang Yinian. The king's eye will break out and they will all witness the event. He shouted Mo-kun's name. The protagonist attacked Mo-kun and threw him right back against a tree. He didn't expect this bastard to be able to awaken the royal eye. Broke his right arm with just one blow. The king's eye is powerful indeed. No wonder he was able to resurrect him after he killed him in the ruined Qi classroom. Does he really think he deserves this seal of the evil emperor? He took that seal from him, and Nanny announced that today he would avenge the master and his older brother, as well as the Qi class siblings. If he has the last word, let him say them now. How dare that brat talk to him like that? Although the royal eye is very strong, but does he really think he can defeat Mo-kun? He hasn't grown up yet. The world tree is the innate birth spirit of heaven and earth. He can use 1/10,000th of his power. They won't be able to resist her. And now they're all going to die. This power amazed everyone. Finally, those pesky gnats are dead. The protagonist strongly reminded that it was his turn. He threw a punch at him. It happened in just a moment. He'll never lose. Mo-kun betrayed his father, killed his master, and also destroyed the entire Chai class. And today he will die under the seal of the evil emperor. He didn't understand how the seal of an evil emperor could become so large. She also admitted that the power of the royal eye is incredibly high. Do they really think that if they kill him, they'll win? But it's too late. And Nanny said, not to confuse them with his sly speeches. He asked what he meant by late. Mo-kun inquired if they knew about the heaven-cleansing sand. Does Mo-kun really want to release the heaven-cleansing sand into this world? She told His Highness to rather kill that man. There was no way he could be allowed to open the passage between dimensions, but Mo-kun shouted that it was too late. The protagonist lowered the seal, even if he couldn't open the passage between dimensions completely. That is a gap in time and space. It would be enough to spread the heaven-cleansing sand all over the world. The protagonist ordered him to stop now. Nothing can stop it now. Shen Xuan and the evil clan will avenge him. The day the evil clans from outside the territory invade this world will be the day the demon clan regains their freedom. Looks like he's going to blow himself up too. Now he's going to get rid of the eyesore in the form of them. Long live the demon clan. It was already too late. Fortunately, the protagonist managed to put up the dome in time. The evil Emperor Seal's protective shell was able to withstand the explosion. Otherwise, it would have been very sad. They'd all be dead. And Nanny, with tears in his eyes, said that he had avenged the master, his elder brother, and all the students of the Chai class. Now they can rest in peace. But suddenly something started coming out of there. It was heaven's cleansing sand. It is an extremely evil poison sand. It is unique and is outside the evil clan. Xiaomo told the fairy that it was poisoned, but she didn't believe him. Heavenly cleansing sand targets those whose cultivation is above Bhagavan's, and reduces their level of cultivation by an entire realm. Besides, the realm is destroyed, and the molten poison sand can only be restored by redocumenting it again. This will take at least years, if not centuries. Bhagavan of Earth and Bhagavan of Heaven are the central power of this world. If they lose their power, and at that time, taking advantage of the situation, an evil clan from outside the territory invades, the consequences are frightening to imagine. If something happens to Grandfather Fire Emperor, Grandfather Wuzong of Sister Lin, Muzong and Uncle Mu, things will get really bad. To stop the heaven cleansing sand, they could only go to the prison dimension to cut off the source. Xiao ML asked if there was no way to just somehow close this gorge here. It can't be done, because the world tree on this side is damaged. They still have to find a way to get to the prison dimension. It is, after all, the place where he was born. But the guy didn't understand how they could get there. Xiaoxi replied that it could already be done easily. Didn't she say earlier that she had summoned her father? Her father would soon come to save his favorite daughter. Uncle Mu came on time. Everyone cheered Muzong. So it turns out that this is the same Zhang Yinian. He replied that it was pretty good. The guy confirmed that it was him. Tang Shuya was so happy to meet Muzong that he bowed to the floor. She immediately ran to her daddy. The other guys also greeted Muzong. Muzong thanked the protagonist for taking care of his daughter. The kid replied that he was just cooking for her and that was it. He already knows the facts of the case. He's quite satisfied with the kid's decision. Muzong said to send him a letter as soon as the matter was settled. Banjo suggested that His Highness return home together. The people are eagerly awaiting his return. She might not have said that, for he wanted to go himself. If his parents' hatred was not extinguished, he was not worthy to be their son. There are tons of delicious spiritual beasts in the prison dimension. That's why Xiaoxi wants to go too. Xiao Mo will accompany the fairy even to the edge of the heavens and the corner of the sea. And Nanny was looking forward to seeing Shen Xuan. The others, on the other hand, will wait for their return. Before that, the protagonist promised Uncle Mu that he would take care of Xiaoxi. The daughter doesn't want to stay with her father at all, and so they arrived in the prison dimension. Xiaoxi can already smell the scent of adventure, and Skim noticed that the aura here was too rarefied. He decided to keep the blindfold that Master gave him to hide his identity in order to keep it in memory of Master. Xiaomo noticed that the fairy homeland was so unhappy. He would treat her well from now on. Banjo informed His Highness that this was the prison dimension. Could this really be the place where he was born? Prison dimension. Everything looks so desolate here. After the demon clan was driven out, they were left with a desperate struggle to survive in this place. Suddenly, he noticed someone up ahead fighting. The man in black told Bao Sun that the emperor of the Zhang demon clan, whom he had served faithfully for many years, was long dead. He might as well have obeyed His Majesty Shen Xuan and died a peaceful death. Even if this old man dies, there is no way he will kneel at the feet of a king-killer and usurper. Mengdi is a traitor. Mengdi is now the current leader of the demons, and he will send this old general on his last journey. In the past, it was Shen Xuan and he, Mengzi and Mo Kun, who colluded with the evil clan over territory, killing the ruler and the old man's soldiers. Because of them, the demon clan had fallen into disrepair. Today, this old man would like to receive instruction from Mengdi, who was once ranked third in the top 5 great demons. Just how capable he had become, he's about to find out. He used the thick breath of death. The old man tried to defend himself against this attack, but he couldn't. Now he had to learn what it meant to overestimate his strength. The staff of Bao Sun was destroyed. This traitor should not become proud with this event. His disciple, whose name is Chen Liang, will avenge him. Mengdi reassured the old man that he would send this disciple to keep him company. But that attack was cut short. Mengdi asked who dared to do that. Xiaomo replied that he dared to do so. As it turned out, it was the granddaddy of Banjo's. The old man clearly didn't expect to see her here. The girl again said who she was. He immediately recognized Xiaozhuo's daughter. Banjo confirmed that she is his granddaughter. This girl has grown up so much. The old man asked, since she had returned, where her father was. Banjo replied that her father had passed away, and she was the only one who had returned from the Dakian world. It's a good thing she made it back in one piece. But it's dangerous now, and this little girl's gotta go. Xiaomo also cried, calling him Grandpa. It's so good to see their family reunited. Banjo asked what he was doing here. Xiaomo replied that he was overly excited to be reunited with his grandfather. The old man said they didn't need to fight. Bao Sun had already guessed who this kid was to Banjo. The man replied that he was her husband. The girl threatened that she would tear his head off. He asked the fairy not to hit him because Grandpa was watching. I'm sick of hearing all this. Bao Sun has aged so much that 4 kids have come to rescue him. Today he'll get rid of his whole family. As soon as he released his attack, the protagonist wanted to protect them. But Xiaomo's hand touched his shoulder. Zhang Yinian must not interfere. Since he dared to touch Grandpa Xiaomo, he is already a dead man. Men didn't understand how this was even possible. This attack contained 50% of his strength. So I wondered what kind of person he was. Xiaomo asked if he was so scared that he even wet his pants. He also asked if he wanted to try out his Buddha's Rage Lotus again. That's the Fire Emperor's technique. So this guy is a descendant of the Fire Emperor. The girl summoned a small pillar of Shuimi and asked if he was afraid. She also asked if he had ever heard of the Mu residence. Of course he had heard of this residence. He also assumed that someone from the region was also here somewhere. He should kneel before his grandfather. He should bow his head to the floor 10,000 times, and then perhaps Xiaomo will leave his body unharmed. He didn't understand why Muzong, Wuzong, and Emperor Yan had gotten involved in this matter. Could it be that the Dian world already knew about their plans? He couldn't stay here for long. The old man started coughing again. They immediately turned their attention to the grandfather. Meng Di said that Bao Sun had damaged his foundation, and life is coming to an end, and he has no more than a few days left. He will be merciful and let us live a few more days. He will spare the lives of these children for now. In a few days, they would all surely be destroyed. After which he escaped. This pretender escaped and made Xiaomo lose face. It looks like there will be many more obstacles in his way to topple Shen Xuan. Xiaoxi replied that it didn't matter because they would help him. The girl asked again if Grandpa was okay. Bar Sun replied that he was fine. He asked Ban Zhou, when she had joined her father in the small detachment of Mokun, whether they had succeeded in finding His Highness the Prince. The girl replied that they had found him. Banjo replied that this young man was His Highness the Prince, Zhang and Nanny, who had returned to the demon clan. The old man recognized that this young man was one and the same, and like the deceased His Majesty the Emperor. And the sitter asked if he knew his father, and who the old man was. Banjo imagined that it was the head of the demon leader Bao Sun. He was the great commander of the demon clan army. Zhang and Nan greeted Bao Sun. Bao Sun paid homage to His Highness the Prince. Yinan replied that it was not necessary. He is older, and is also the grandfather of Sister Banjo, and a former servant of his father the Emperor. So the guy inquired if he could call him Grandpa Bao. The old man was glad that His Highness had returned. In the past, Shen Xuan had committed a royal assassination and usurped the throne. Over the years, he became more and more violent and became addicted to killing. The people of the demon clan are eagerly waiting for the Zhang imperial clan to raise the flag of righteousness. And Nanny has returned to avenge his parents' hatred and save people from their plight. So he hopes that Grandpa Bao will help him. It's the old man who's following orders, and now is the time. At that time, His Majesty granted him the secret ritual of the royal eye, so that it would not fall into the hands of the Shen Xuan. Now that His Highness had returned, it was time for this old servant to return this item to its rightful owner. The secret ritual of the royal eye is the demon clan's greatest treasure. Only the royal eye can activate it. The secret ritual of the royal eye opened a colossal void. The silhouettes of the Empress's mother and the Emperor's father appeared in front of him. After Xiaonian activated the secret ritual of the royal eye, he was immediately swept into that space. Xiaoxi asked her grandfather if the protagonist would be hurt. But she shouldn't worry, because the secret royal eye ritual is an arcane technique. This technique can only be cultivated by members of the Jiang imperial family. His Highness is breathing evenly and rhythmically. He must be in the process of cultivation right now. Xiaomo asked the fairy why don't they just go to the imperial city and finish off Shen Xuan. Afterward, Grandpa Bao would arrange a wedding for them. The girl replied that if he went alone, he would surely die. He started to wake up. Everyone immediately took notice of this incredible strength. The purple eye rose to the heavens, surveying the world. Could this be the power of the secret ritual of the royal eye? The demon clan awaits rebirth. Their tribesmen had been waiting for this for over a decade now. His Highness's royal eye has already fully awakened. But it is somewhat different from the royal eye, His Majesty. And the sitter inquired in what sense it was different. The old man explained that His Highness's royal eyes were much better. When Empress Wenfeng was pregnant with His Highness, His Majesty had fed him soft cultivation through his technique. Day by day, month by month. And when His Highness was born, purple eyes rose up, consecrating the entire imperial palace. And then the Emperor said that the prince would achieve outstanding achievements in the future. But he doesn't even remember the faces of his and his biological parents. Be that as it may, he had already read the first page of the secret ritual of the royal eye. There are soldiers of the Holy Spirit Army as well as loyal comrades. They will be able to overthrow Shen Xuan, take revenge, and rebuild this clan. In the past, a skillful emperor had ridden the clowns with Tu Xuan, Gu Ting, Meng Di, Meng Ji, and Mo Kun. And Shen Xuan is His Majesty's brother-in-law and His Highness's uncle. As a powerful Bhagavan, he was second only to His Majesty, the Bhagavan of the earth. Despite his high position, he was very ambitious. Therefore, he always cherished the idea of seizing power. He managed to pull 3 of the 5 great demons to his side. And then he conspired with the clan's longtime enemy, the evil clan, over territory. Bringing the wolf into the house, they staged a coup at the same time, acting in concert and washing the imperial palace with blood. His Majesty and the Empress fled. But before doing so, His Majesty entrusted the prince to General Xuan, along with the seal of the evil emperor. After opening a passageway through the dimensions, he traveled with the prince to the world of Daqian. Father Emperor, Mother Empress, and Master are all dead. Mo Kun found and killed Lord Tengzhuan, and he also used the lives of innocent people with the World Tree of Spiritual Path. He wanted to open the gap between dimensions, and although they killed Mo Kun, the heaven-cleansing sand spread throughout the Daqian world. The old man realized that this Shen Xuan's strategy. Doesn't this fool know that the evil clan holds them all as their pawns and cannon fodder because of the territory? They came to the prison dimensions to fell the World Tree here, to completely cut off the heaven-cleansing sand's flow into the Daqian world, and of course, so that he could avenge his parents. The old servant vows to follow His Highness until his death. The protagonist also inquired about the current situation in the prison dimension. After Shen Xuan usurped the throne, he proclaimed himself the Demon Emperor and occupied the imperial city at the head of a 1,000,000 demon army. The old servant gathered the defeated soldiers and formed the Holy Spirit Army, numbering only about 27,000 men. The soldiers' cultivation is now at the spiritual wheel and divine soul level, and the general is most likely at the 3 heavens stage, which is the 4th stage of cultivation. Right now, even this old man is seriously injured. The World Tree is located right in the imperial city. There is a garrison of Shen Xuan's large troops there. Rumor has it that he wants to liberate some kind of altar there. The World Tree is at the main base of the enemy. Moreover, there's the mention of the altar again. He must be plotting a major conspiracy. The old man suggested that His Highness follow to the base of the Holy Spirit Army. This is something to consider. Xiaoxi asked if the Holy Spirit Army's base was far away and if there was good food there. Bao Sun said that there was plenty of quite good food for Muzong's daughter. She suggested that Xiao Nanny first go to the Holy Spirit Army base, eat to his heart's content, and then go to the imperial city. There, they would kill Shen Xuan, and he would become the crown prince again. Guy noticed that she only thinks about food, even if she says so. Deep in the imperial city, the prison dimension, World Tree, the current demon emperor, Shen Xuan. They informed His Majesty that the king's eye had shown up, that Mo Kun's scum couldn't even get rid of him. He ordered the men to capture him alive and afterward bring him to him. Kola Zhang Yinian has returned. You must give up your purple eye, and then his uncle will become the true demon emperor. Finally, they arrived at the base of the Holy Ghost Army, and Nanny replied to grandfather that he only sees the dead body of some ferocious beast. His Highness doesn't know, but there's a large array of bones hidden in that chest of theirs. It was created by a former emperor and can easily hold over 100,000 people. This is a key made of rare amethyst. Without it, even if Shen Xuan himself came, he would only have to return with nothing. His royal eye resonates. The jaws of the beast skeleton opened. Could it be that His Highness had opened the passage with the help of the royal eye? Xiaoxi replied that her stomach was begging for food. Yinian confirmed that it was indeed a striking array. From the outside, the skeleton of this beast is a hidden array. When they get inside, it is as if they enter another space. This space is really big. Inside the massif are mountains of bones, the central bone city. They should look at these rocks. These are all the caves they've built. Their tribesmen live inside them. Are these dug-out bone caves being used for habitation? It's a bit like volcanic caves with the territory of endless fire. She would never have thought that such a large space could hide inside. Xiaomo shouldn't dare compare it to the endless fire territory built by the Fire Emperor. This is just his disciple's little idea. And Nanny wondered what kind of disciple Grandpa Bao was. The great array left behind by Father Emperor, and here the fire of hope will be lit. There's a group of people coming from the city, and riding bone monsters. They thought it was no good. The old man reassured them, for it was his disciple, Chen Liang. He was glad that the teacher had gone back. A student greeted the teacher. He asked why only the teacher had returned and what had happened to the others. Bao Sung replied that the enemy was too cunning, and they sacrificed themselves. He would tell about it afterward, and first he must introduce this important person. This is the prince of the demon clan, His Highness Jiang Yinian. He is the son of the late demon emperor and Empress Wen Feng, the only member of the Jiang imperial family. He is the true heir of the demon emperor and the possessor of the royal eye. He clearly didn't expect to see His Highness the prince here. The old man imagined that it was his disciple, whose name was Cheng Liang. He was now his deputy and was in charge of the daily affairs. Thanks to the help of His Highness, the old man managed to save his life during the main Dai chase. Bao Song asked why it was Chen Liang who froze. The boy thanked his teacher for saving him. And the babysitter replied that General Chen is so polite. Grandpa Ball was just praising him. Shoshi remained silent. The teacher treated him as his own son, and he is also the commander-in-chief of the Holy Spirit Army. If anything happened to him, the guy would go to his death just to atone for his sins. The old man also introduced his granddaughter Banjo. The girl replied that it was a pleasure to meet General Chen. The teacher kept talking about Banjo and her father. He also asked the teacher if he needed anything. The old man started coughing again. They immediately took him to the city to heal him, the residence of the commander-in-chief. And Nanny asked Grandpa how he was feeling. His Highness needn't worry. It's an old problem, and we just need to wait a little longer. The girl said Grandpa needed to get better. He replied that Grandfather would surely recover. He also asked his apprentice to familiarize His Highness with military affairs. He would be able to give him the support he deserved in these few days. But now the teacher's body comes first, so he should not worry about the rest. The teacher should be gaining strength now, and the rest of the stuff can be handled by other students. The military affairs of the Holy Spirit Army are complicated, and he had to train for several years to be able to help the teacher. So he suggested that they rest for a few days and think about the matter. They clearly didn't like the formation of this student. The others left, but the teacher asked his student to stay, for he wanted to talk about something. He asked Chung Liang to help him up. The boy explained that he was going to prepare medicine for him. When there was a bloody battle in the imperial city, his father was a gate guard, and after his death, his teacher adopted him. His teacher saved him in the midst of the chaos of rebel troops, and afterward taught him battle techniques and raised him. For the past few years, his old wounds have been getting worse, and his strength has weakened. Fortunately, his apprentice is assisting him in military matters. It's only natural since the teacher taught him that himself. Bao Sun's life is about to come to an end, and there is not much time left. The future of the huge troops of the Holy Spirit Army is still uncertain. He intends to entrust the Holy Spirit Army to someone. Baran asked if the teacher had already chosen this person, the only son of the deceased emperor and the true heir to the imperial throne. Zheng Yinyan is the leader of the Demon Clan and the Holy Spirit Army. He's been planning all this for years, and now Jiang and the nanny are all ready to go. It looks like the only thing left to do is to team up with Mengdi. His Highness is very ambitious and equally talented. He will be able to lead the Demon Clan to the light. He should also befriend and help His Highness. He put something in the medicine. The disciple reported that he had found the bone spirit herb and had prepared a new decoction. The teacher should drink this cup of medicine and he would be free as well. The old man kept saying that when His Highness led the Holy Spirit Army, his teacher would be truly at peace. If he gets free, he'll find a beautiful wife and have children. The teacher will be even happier. But the student doesn't want to sit idly by. He started coughing up blood again. Over a decade of mentoring, and he's already willing to trust the first person he meets with everything. The Holy Spirit Army is his. Even if it's the Crown Prince, he can't take away what belongs to him. She hadn't expected Grandpa to be so seriously injured. The girl is worried and doesn't even know how she could help him. He is also worried about his grandfather's injury, but he is even more worried about the hidden danger in his grandfather's health. Yinian asked what Xiao Mo had noticed. Xiao Shi replied that he should seriously try and cure Grandpa Bao. It's his grandfather, after all. He can easily deliver all the medicines from the Endless Fire territory, so he will definitely cure Grandpa. But suddenly they heard a student shouting. He himself does not know what became of his grandfather, and his old wound played out, after which he fell into a coma. Except everything was fine. Why did his old wound suddenly reappear? He wanted to see him quickly, and yet he noticed something. Xiaoxi picked up the plate of medicine and said that it smelled good. And the nanny immediately told her not to drink it. That's really weird. Why doesn't this medicine have a sweet smell? They're wary. This divine flame pill his grandfather gave him, so he should give it to Bao's son sooner rather than later. But he shouldn't do that. Xiaomo asked why he shouldn't do that. Grandpa should be saved as soon as possible. Liang Chen replied that the teacher's body was very weakened, and if he took this medicine now, it would either tonify or make things worse. Xiaomo replied that it is a medicinal pill of his grandfather's personal work. Xiaomo asked, he at least knows who his grandfather is. But the student is not interested in that. For him, the teacher's body is more important than anything else. If General Cheng doesn't have a way to cure Grandpa, then he shouldn't interfere with Xiaomo. But there's only one way. Teacher once said that there is a secret realm in the prison dimension that contains a magic medicine. It has the power to cure his old trauma. Could this be the secret realm of Senlo? Only the Demon Emperor can enter. But to be more specific, only a person with a royal eye can enter, and the babysitter volunteered to go there and find the magic cure. Xiaoxi will also go there. The general thanked them. Banzhou also wanted to go to the secret kingdom, for the more people, the better. But Xiao Mo stopped her, saying that if they left, who would take care of Grandpa Bao? He felt as if there was something wrong with Grandpa Bao's coma. Xiao Mo knows the most about medicine. He asked to sniff and see if there was anything strange about this medicine. He sniffed and said the smell was fragrant and no poison. There was, however, something else. When he did, he was tearing off Grandpa's body. Earlier, I found black poison gas that had been accumulating for years. The aroma from this cup is the initial poison catalyst. Does that mean someone in the Holy Ghost Army wants her grandfather dead? The prison dimension. A mound of unburied bones. It looks like this must be the entrance to the secret realm of the Senlo. Chen Liang said that it was full of top-notch ingredients. But she should forget about the ingredients right now. He hoped that Grandpa would be able to hold out until they returned. They need to get back quickly because it's not safe in the Holy Ghost Army. He activated the royal eye. After all, this secret realm is so hidden. If he didn't have the king's eye, he wouldn't even be able to find it. The secret realm moves randomly, preventing them from being separated. Therefore, he asked Xiaoxi for her hand. They entered the secret realm. He woke up to shouts that they needed to get up soon. The guy's head was splitting and he didn't realize where he was. He woke up Xiaoxi. She asked Xiaonan what was wrong with his clothes. He himself didn't realize where those clothes came from. They are clearly not in the secret realm, so it is unclear where they ended up. She, too, replied that it was terrible because her chicken leg was missing. The boy suggested that we first find out what was going on. They were also in an animal skin tent. A man came in and asked Deputy Commander Jiang if his wound was all right. It's time for them to depart, so they have to pack their bags. The protagonist asked if that's really what he was telling him. Of course, he doesn't have another deputy commander here with the surname Jiang. So the nanny asked who he was. Apparently this deputy hit his head hard enough that he can't even remember him. This man is the commander of the camp, and the protagonist is the deputy. This couple is still in no way separated, which is starting to piss him off. He told him to pack up and get out. They didn't understand what was going on here at all. When the boys came out, they saw that there were a lot of people here. These people here are rushing around like they've met the enemy, and they seem to have a demon eye. They all seem to be members of the demon clan. Xiaoxi also had a demonic eye. The commander informed the deputy that they were coming forward now. A scout has arrived with a report that they are being pursued by an evil clan 100 leagues away because of territories. They must quicken their pace and try to break away from them. He immediately recognized this evil clan. The commander ordered that they leave now, and the sitter asked the commander what was the matter after all. He lost his memory after a head injury. An evil clan because of territory is terrible and enslave people from their clan. As a result, slaves from several dozen camps conspire and flee together. And they are one of those camps. They are looking for their own happy home. This secret realm is very strange. Even she has become a member of the demon clan. Perhaps it's a world of illusion. You could say they're reliving the history of the demon clan. But it's all too real. They should try not to get discouraged after all. The happy home is ahead. Xiaoxi was so hot, and they have been on the road for most of the day. And the nanny gave her a drink of water. It's so hot, I'm thirsty. Xiaoman should also take a sip. They have a long way to go. But suddenly the volcano began to erupt. There's no way they're going to get hit by rocks. The mother and child were running out of time, but the protagonist stood up for them. He told him to walk. They thanked the deputy commander. Xiaoxi ran up to him. These stones are too many. He needs to be blocked. He shot the rock. It's time for them to retreat from here, too. This volcanic eruption is too powerful. A pair of eyes could be seen in the fire. Is it a ferocious beast? He's going to attack the crowd directly. The commander stood up for them. He took the hit, and Nanny asked if the commander was okay, but he won't make it. These people are relying on Jiang. Everyone began to mourn the commander, and the babysitter kept talking about how he would survive. The commander announced that from today he would be replaced by Deputy Commander Jiang. He will become the commander of the camp. Everyone immediately kneeled down, asking Commander Jiang to lead them. The man asked for a promise that Jiang would be sure to escort the men home. He must find their own happy home. The protagonist has made a promise. He promises to take care of all these people and find them their own happy home. Everyone cried very bitterly behind the commander. The pursuing unit of the evil clan with the outer boundary was already beside the group near the volcano. The people didn't understand what they should do now. Everyone asked Commander Jiang what needed to be done. He told them all not to panic. Commander Cao had sacrificed himself for all of them. so there was no way Yi Nian would fail his expectations. He would first kill this ferocious beast, and then defeat them all from here. There's a volcano raging ahead. Maybe they should take a look too. First, he needs to kill a ferocious beast that lurks in the volcano. It turned out there was a dark phoenix of the abyss. This phoenix attacked Zhang Yinian and Xiaoxi. Xiaoman immediately jumped to repel this blow. Xiaoman might even be able to compete in the village with this dark phoenix of the abyss. But unfortunately, he couldn't take it. The protagonist engaged the purple dragon of the abyss. This dragon felled the phoenix. When they beat this phoenix, she will cook it for Xiaoman to eat and recover his body. He only laughed it off. But this phoenix is not an easy opponent. He began to attack them with feathers from the sky. And the main character told Xiaoxi to get everyone out of here. Xiaoxi told everyone to follow her. The commander is fighting a very fierce battle with a ferocious beast. They should move back so that they don't get caught by accident. Feathers were already flying from behind as well. She used the blade technique, a frozen water blade. Xiaoxi shouted that she would protect everyone from here. He should also be careful there. It's gonna go on like this indefinitely. He used the secret ritual of the royal eye, the spear of the holy meteor. He threw a spear at that monster. That spear struck the phoenix. Whoever dares to stand in the way of his clan will then die just like this dark phoenix of the abyss. Something's out. This jade stone texture is something like the seal of an evil emperor. She assumed that this jade stone from the volcano solidified the proud spirit vein. Since they were in an illusory world, maybe this was the original form of the evil emperor's seal. After entering the illusory world, he couldn't find the seal of the evil emperor anywhere. Isn't he destined to find it here? The seal of the emperor's word is very powerful. Perhaps the protagonist can use the seal to calm the unfolding volcanoes. He decided to give it a try, and it even worked. Virtually all the volcanoes have calmed down. Now they can get everyone through the volcanoes. Even the magma that flowed like a river has cooled and solidified. Finally, they could get out of the volcano zone. Everyone was happy that Commander Zhang had saved them. After calming down the group of volcanoes, Zhang and Nian led everyone to the east. After a long journey and many crises, they finally came to a huge canyon that divided the Black Orchid continent in two. It is a vibrant and healthy place which is saturated with aura. It is very suitable for tribal life. Animals are also very plentiful. Food will be quite plentiful. The spirit beasts here must taste delicious. It was clear that she was hungry. They had a difficult journey, so they would stop here and rest. He will prepare a delicious meal for Xiaoxi. Finally managed to find a good spot. It's a great choice, and the clan will sit in this place. They'll live on the cliff. He must remember the base of the Holy Ghost Army. There is a very high cliff on this side. You can cut down the caves, and they will live in safety. He hugged the girl, talking about how awesome she was, after which he kissed her on the cheek. Xiaoman watched them through his paws. The girl was embarrassed. How presumptuous. He apologized and replied that it wasn't what he meant. Xiaoxi suddenly kissed his cheek as well, after which she called Zhang and Nanny a fool. These brothers need to step it up. By breaking these stones, they can build a house. A happy life is sure to await them. It's great because everyone's so motivated, and it's all thanks to Commander Zhang. He worked on this blueprint all last night, so they must work according to the blueprint. They finally have a home of their own. Still, he can't let down the expectations of the Cao leader and his people. He hopes General Cao's soul is at peace in heaven. He would certainly be glad. Suddenly there was an explosion. He told Xiaoxi to stay and protect everyone, and he would go scouting. It looks like a slave camp about the same size as theirs. He didn't understand what the hell had happened here at all. This was the 7th Eastern Slave Camp. The corpse demon from the evil clan on the outside wanted to eat this kid. The corpse demon asked if he would keep screaming like that when he swallowed it, and the sitter shouted for him to stop and attack his head. But it was the corpse demon that was able to block his attack. He's got a strong defense, and this guy is not to be underestimated. He summoned the spear of the holy meteor. Then he threw it at the demon. The corpse demon recognized that guy as worthy of being his corpse puppet. Is that really all he can do? He used the secret teachings of the royal eye. Heaven-shaking fire. The corpse demon didn't expect that this asshole could control a flying spear and attack with that thing at the same time. How does a commanding major demon lose to some kid? That's how he lost. He heard a child screaming for his father. The man told Guai not to cry. He also thanked the unfamiliar young man. They are from the 7th East Camp. As soon as they reached here, they were suddenly attacked by that corpse demon. After that, only the two of them were left. He asked for his son, but the kid wouldn't go anywhere. The man replied that it was too late, and the sitter asked why he thought so. He doesn't want to become a corpse puppet. He told them to stay away from him. He threw himself into the fire, and the babysitter replied to the little boy that it was too late for his daddy to be saved. He had decided to kill himself in the fire so that his son would not be hurt. So the boy must not let him down. He must be strong to live a happy life. Suddenly, other dead people began to approach them, and the babysitter saw the danger and told this boy to go with him. These people were dead after all. The boy explained to his older brother that they had become corpse puppets. When that large demon appeared and suddenly attacked them, it bit everyone, turning them into corpse puppets. They're like the walking dead without a soul. Dad didn't want to become a corpse puppet, so he killed himself. He began to fight off the corpse puppets. How can they even get up, even after he beat them? It's hard because there are too many people. The boy told his older brother to run and leave him behind. The one who was killed and babysat was the commander of the evil clan fighter from the outside. The protagonist told him not to say anything stupid and to stay behind him. Their main forces are about to be here. Papa is dead and the 7th Eastern Camp has been destroyed. And Nanny isn't about to abandon any of his tribesmen. He must not give up hope of a carefree life. He used the secret teachings of the Royal Eye, the Emperor's spell of predestination. This caused the corpse puppets to simply burn. The boy was glad they were saved. The leader is informed that all corpse puppets have been destroyed. He didn't realize what that purple eye was. It has the power to restrain these corpse puppets. It is the same eye as the evil eye on their left palms. It's a human, definitely their tribesman. The 6th South Camp is departing. Thanks to the purple eye, all the zombie dolls were destroyed. The girl asked the leader where they would go now. The leader responded that they will move forward. The 25th, 18th, and 21st camps are moving out. They walk to find hope for their group. The protagonist imagined himself as the commander of the 17th West Camp, and he asked the boy if he could see lights there. The boy replied that he did. Therein lies what they had to do the hard work for, and that is their home. There is fertile land there that is suitable for their family to live on. Their people will live there peacefully and prosper. The boy thought he was dreaming. After so many years of slavery, being oppressed, homeless, and wandering all over the white world, the demon clan was finally able to find a home of their own. Right, because this is their home. After the purple eye destroyed a huge number of corpse puppets, the scattered tribesmen began to gather in one place. Under the guidance of the great commander Jiang, countless tribesmen began to build themselves caves on the cliff. With platforms and stairs, the whole cave city was finally starting to come together. The good times couldn't last forever, and the evil clan from the lower frontier finally sent an army. A ferocious and warlike evil clan with an outer boundary began to appear from all sides, launched an attack on the cliff city. They stopped at nothing and were as ruthless as possible. If anyone was captured during the assault, they didn't lose their lives. However, the great commander Jiang appeared to the guards here, and also the leaders of their camps who came to the meeting. To protect their homeland, they began a desperate fight against the evil clan from the outer border. After several days of endless battles, the evil clan from the outer border was driven back. This was how the great commander Jiang led his people to victory. In the past, nearly 100 of their campers and slaves fled in fear, and many of their tribesmen died on the road. Once upon a time long ago, they had a similar destiny and the same bloodline. Now their hundreds of camps have joined together and built a new home. Today they will revive the demon clan. They need to unite as one, and they will fight for this vast world. Xiaoxi said that they had done it. Leader Jiang had not only found a land to live on the Black Orchid continent, but had also led them in battle against the evil clan from the outer border countless times. They recognized him as the patriarch of the demon clan. Everyone was praising the patriarch. Suddenly, everything in front of them shattered. Yi Nian didn't understand where the demon clan had gone. Xiaoxi felt dizzy. Is this a new illusion, or are they back in reality after all? It was empty, but there was a giant tree towering here. You could feel the fading aura from this tree. They've been seeing a lot of trees lately. The world tree of the spiritual path, the world tree of the prison dimension, and now another one. A girl came out of the tree. She praised the main character and said he did a good job. So the babysitter asked who she was and how she knew his name. The girl explained that what they had experienced earlier was her information about the demon clone. The illusion was created from the experience of the first patriarch. Does she really want to say that she is the god of the secret realm? The boy also wanted to say what they had come here for, but the girl already knows their purpose. Spiritual medicine is the antidote. Yinani thanked her. Xiaoxi asked if they could find out her name. She is the spirit tree. Her essence is the world tree of the prison dimension that they must cut down. It was really their target they wanted to cut down, wasn't it? The protagonist replied that it was probably a coincidence. The tree spirit replied that she could hear everything. Xiaoxi swept up her power because she had created such a realistic illusion. Even her father Mu Chen can create such an illusion. She even knows Mu Yongxi's father. After living a long time and not with such people, one can meet. I mean, they have a spiritual dragon rabbit. She gave him a gift in honor of their first meeting. And Nanny wondered if she knew the first-generation patriarch as well. When she first started sprouting, she managed to meet a first-generation patriarch. They became good friends, but when he died, she was still weak and couldn't help him. She swore to protect the demon clan, and the patriarch of each generation came to her for experience. After the demon clan was banished to the prison dimensions, she also moved here after Yinyan's father. His father died too soon, and must not have had time to tell the boy anything. The tree in front of them was a projection of the abyssal world tree of the prison dimension. The real world tree was built by the evil clan from the outer border with the summoning formation, forcibly extracting energy. Her essence would soon be destroyed, and she had no choice but to hide here in the form of a tree spirit. Now she had almost no time left, and she needed Zhang Yinyan's help, and the babysitter asked what he could do for her. She will be reborn from ashes into a seed and abide in his body. She asked me to take her back to the place where she first sprouted. It was the continent of the Black Orchid, the land of the demon clan's ancestors. And when that time comes, she will again release the first sprouts, and will grow into a world tree. Until now, she had asked Jiang and Nanny, who is a 9th-generation demon clan patriarch, to take care of her. She also imagined that her name was Wangxiang Senlo. Wangxiang Senlo is the common name for all world trees. They are a mysterious race, and they have mother trees and daughter trees scattered throughout the worlds and dimensions. He didn't understand what was going on with this icy fog. Did he get sucked into that sapling pattern? They felt their strength increase. The spiritual power has increased so much, and the whole from the stage of the divine soul, it is very difficult to break through to the stage of Bhagavan. The girl has also reached that stage. Is it really due to Wangxiang Senlo? Perhaps he can use this power in the battle against Shen Xuan and the evil clan from the outer border. He seems to be able to perceive the infinities of the universe, but he must not act rashly. This power is powerful and terrifying. He wouldn't be able to use it with his current level. Wangxiang Senlo relied on the connection between trees, which allowed her to travel through time and space. Under no circumstances should he try to use it, for he might get lost in the void. The boy agreed. The secret realm was about to close, so they should leave. A report has come to His Majesty. They were contacted by Chen Liang, the deputy leader of the rebel army. The location of the rebel army is under control. They'll definitely capture this underdog group. And that Jiang? It's time for a father-son reunion in the afterlife. The summoning formation would soon be completed, and almost all the energy of the world tree would be absorbed. Finally, we can begin the recruitment of the large army of the Saint Clan, the base of the Holy Ghost Army. The fairy asked her grandfather to wake up. Xiaomo tried to reassure the fairy that the toxins in Grandpa's body were suppressed by the medicinal pill he had purified. Right now, they only have to wait for Mu Yunxi and Zhang Yinyan to return with the antidote. They're finally back. They need not worry, for they have also found the antidote. There is such a powerful life force in this branch. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in it, Xiaomao seems familiar. They realized that it was a branch of the world tree. This artifact will definitely get Grandpa Bao back on his feet. All the toxins started coming out. It's a highly toxic, heavenly cleansing powder. This poisonous gas wants to enter Grandpa's body again. The girl told Xiao Nanny to disperse this poisonous gas faster. Xiao Shi used heart purification. He engaged his royal eye. He caught Xiao Shi and asked if she was okay. The girl replied. Xiaomo mentally supported the babysitter as well. They had only been gone for a few days, and this little devil had already captured Mu Yunxi's heart. It seems it's time for him to act as well. He fell, and the girl caught him. Banjo asked if he was all right. The boy replied that his body had become quite weak recently after practicing alchemy. He also smelled the pleasant smell of the fairy's body. She put him down immediately. It's a good thing Grandpa woke up. All she did was say the word, student. The main headquarters of the rebel army of the Holy Ghost. The man informed Warlord Chung that Commander Bao had woken up. He couldn't understand how the teacher could wake up. There is no cure for the heavenly cleansing sand. Zhang Yinian brought the antidote from the secret realm and cured the Bao commander. Even if the teacher came to his senses, he would make that teacher fall asleep forever. A Mengdu appeared behind him and asked if Chen Liang had failed. Once again, Zhang and the babysitter messed up all their plans. His Majesty Shen Zhuan ordered the killing of Jiang and Nanny, And the babysitter is a prince who's as scared as an orphaned dog. And in his eyes, this guy is a nobody. The soldiers of the army of the Holy Spirit must let out their anger. Jiang Yinian, as an orphan, pretended to be the son of the deceased emperor and conspired with the people of the Daqian world. He poisoned his teacher and planned to take over the Holy Spirit army. For these exorbitant sins, today they vow to take this criminal's life. They will kill this guy and avenge the commander. Everyone was shouting that they would kill Jiang Yinian and avenge Commander Bao. This Chen Liang is a traitor, and Nanny didn't expect that he would poison even his own teacher for the sake of power. He'll incite innocent soldiers to riot. Chen Liang wanted to attack the protagonist to pay for all the crimes I had committed. Today he will take his life. All war can do is yell to grab the thief. He was the one who poisoned her grandfather and framed his highness. He replied that it was all slander. All the soldiers know Chen Liang, the commander-in-chief's only disciple. Therefore, why would he harm his teacher? In the past, the demon clan was banished to the prison realm by Muzong. Had she forgotten about it? Banjo conspired with the people of the Daqian world to kill her grandfather. She must kneel down and repent. It was laughable to even hear the words of a traitor who had attempted the life of her own teacher. If she didn't kill him today, then let the lightning strike her on this spot. He began destroying her technique. Chen Liang was giving her a chance after all. She couldn't understand how her black moon was broken in one blow. But this girl chose her death. Those flames hit the soldiers. She was caught by Xiao Mo, who told her to put out the fire. Even though these soldiers had been deceived by Chen Liang, they did not deserve such a death. The dark flame of the black moon is fueled by life, and once it flares up, it can't be extinguished until she dies. Xiao Mo couldn't believe that this guy dared to touch his woman. He advised her nicely, but she still won't repent. Now Banjo decided to burn the innocent soldiers of the army of the Holy Spirit. They immediately rebelled to avenge the army of the Holy Spirit and the teacher. Chen Liang asked the teacher if he could see it. Everyone was shouting that they should avenge Commander Bao. He has tens of thousands of soldiers under his command who will die for him. He is the head of the army of the Holy Spirit. This guy is so sneaky, and he intentionally dispersed the dark melting by directing it to the army below. In this way, he set up a Banjo. Anyway, this guy is already dead, and Nanny told them to take care of Grandpa Bao and Banjo. Let them leave this scumbag to him. A huge dragon suddenly appeared. The others didn't realize what it was. The protagonist stated that Chen Liang didn't deserve to be the head of the Holy Spirit army. He has worked for many years, through sweat and blood, for the benefit of the army of the Holy Spirit. If he doesn't deserve it, then no one in this world deserves a food army. When Zhang and Nian die, no one else will dare to compete with him. He used 1,000 bloody wind blades. This attack clashed with the dragon of the 9 depths. Even his own soldiers were affected, and he didn't even flinch. He ordered the entire army to launch an offensive. They obeyed his orders. Chen Liang is so cruel that he doesn't value the lives of soldiers at all. She asked where the commander of the center army, Zheng Shou, and the commander of the left army, Shi Tso, were. The central army appeared and came to protect the commander-in-chief. They had reinforcements. Even if they have reinforcements, there aren't that many. He ordered to climb the cliff and storm the city. And the nanny told Xiaoxi to go quickly to Sister Banzhou together with Xiao Man. She also told him to be careful here, and Nanny will deal with this traitor about himself. He used his finger for the evil emperor. With this technique, he began to push the army. Chen Liang jumped up and shouted that he would take his life. He used 1 chi of rivers and mountains. It depends on whether he has the strength to do it, and the sitter engaged the emperor's eye. Chen Liang did not expect to have the eye of an emperor at all. A soldier immediately ran up to him and asked if the commander-in-chief was all right. Others noticed that it was the purple eye of demons. The imperial purple eye could only be possessed by members of the imperial family. Did Deputy Commander Chen deceive them? He immediately went to the deputy commander-in-chief, demanding an explanation. But he doesn't have to explain anything to anyone. The emperor's eye really is incredibly powerful, and now the situation has turned against him. He seems to have a rune stone that activates a great formation. He will not accept that any of them will get what they want. He himself will destroy the army of the Holy Spirit. He made that Chen Liang wait for him. He encountered some problems during the suppression of the rebels. It was now clear that he had indeed colluded with Shen Xuan. Even a dog knows to take care of the old man who fed him. And he's not even a dog. He's really gone too far. Here they meet again, and this time they won't run away. And Nanny thought that he was fighting for control of the army, and he even sold the Holy Spirit army to Shen Xuan. If it wasn't for his sudden return as a prince, he would have taken possession of the Holy Spirit army long ago. If the protagonist hadn't found the cure, would Chen Liang have gotten to where he is now? It was all the fault of Jiang and Nan, and the babysitter shouted that he was wrong. Mengdi pushed that kid away. He said that His Majesty had personally ordered the fake prince to be finished off with his own hands. Steamed ground sacrifices appeared in his hands. He wished that this relic of the past would die. Real gold is not afraid of fire. He engaged the Emperor's eye. Others realized that it was indeed the Emperor's eye. The imperial lineage had not been interrupted, and they did not understand why they had rebelled. Yin Yan blocked a punch from Mengdi. It has a chaotic strength. These paired hammers weigh at least 10,000 jin. And Nian summoned the spear of the holy meteor, after which he shot his opponent. Mengdi should not be arrogant. Suddenly he noticed Chen Liang behind him. The one wanted to destroy the Emperor's false eyes. And Nanny called for the spear again, speaking of not overestimating his strength. He cried out in pain. And the babysitter hit exactly the demonic eye of Cheng Liang. This kid really took down Cheng Liang with one punch. Soon it will also be the turn of the Mengdi. He activated the secret teachings of the Emperor's eye, the spear of the holy meteor. He didn't understand where so many spears were coming from, and they were all aimed at him. Today will be the day of the death of 2 traitors. There were 36 saint copies surrounding the Emperor's eye from behind the guy. Could it really be a top-level technique recorded in the secret teachings of the Emperor's eye? The secret teachings of the Emperor's eye, the spear of the holy meteor, the formation of the 36 holy copies. Even his weapons were destroyed in one blow. He certainly shouldn't underestimate this formation. Let the guy watch him destroy that formation with his fist. He can try to do that, but it probably won't work out for him either. The man couldn't believe it, that he still couldn't reach the same level. Still, it seemed to him that he was able to destroy the formation. Suddenly, he noticed that the Emperor's eye had enlarged so much. Before this, the man had almost celebrated his victory over this insignificant formation. That bastard is too stubborn. Let him feel the power of the Emperor's eye on his own skin. Others had already definitely believed that this huge eye was the Emperor's true eye, and Nanny directed a crushing attack at him. The impact is so powerful that the pressure spread even this far. Mengdi absolutely did not want to die, therefore he engaged the heavenly cleansing sand. What he blasted in the air was able to repel the attack of the Emperor's eye. The protagonist guessed from the aura that it was heaven-refining sand. Even if he has the eye of an emperor, he can't do anything. His power is only at the stage of Bhagavan. Mengdi had already absorbed the heaven-refining sand and advanced to the Earth Bhagavan stage. With such a gap in strength, what else would he be able to counter him? When death is near, he never noticed any strange things happening to his body. He wondered what kind of weirdness she was talking about. After ascending to the Earth Power stage, everything continued to grow unceasingly. Death has been waiting for them for a long time now, but he didn't understand what was happening to his demon eye. The man also felt that there was something wrong with his state body. Judging from Xiaomo's years of experience in alchemy, what he inhaled, although it helped him increase his strength, but this thing has side effects. Life is shortened and the body explodes. He cursed Zhang Yinian. His Majesty's orders are to finish this kid at any cost. The protagonist is shouted to duck, for this man wants to take him with him. And Nanny used the secret teachings of the Emperor's eye, the finger of the evil Emperor. That finger startled the man. Everyone was clamoring for Xiao Nanny's victory. The commander-in-chief of the measures died so easily from the final blow. He did not believe it was even possible. He had the power of the Bhagavan of the earth, so Nanny decided to tell Cheng Liang something. Since the evil Emperor's finger can restrain the eyes of demons, only the pure-blood descendants of the Jiang Emperor's family can perfect it. It's time for them to settle the score with Deputy Commander Chen, but he's not going to give up. And Nanny's point is that Meng Di is already dead, and he still doesn't even intend to do it. The winner takes all, so there's no point in words. He only asked for one thing. He wanted to apologize to the teacher. Then the nanny would also keep his dog life, and after confessing to Commander Bao, he would take it away. But it was clear that Chen Lian wasn't going to do that. The girls shouted for the guy to be careful. He really fell for it. But Cheng Liang clearly didn't expect that the protagonist had foreseen even that. I mean, he gave him a chance. It works out that way, and Nanny intentionally left a gap in the defense to force him to attack. All he has to do is run. We can't let him escape. If he tells Shen Xuan about this hideout, it's all over for the Holy Spirit army. Xiaomo wanted to rush after him, but they need not worry, for he will not be able to leave. He thought that not all was lost yet, even though the army was gone, but the spear pierced him. The other soldiers noticed the Bao commander, who had also come out to observe this. They had been teacher and student for over a decade. He didn't understand why the boy had done that. Chen Liang explained that they had told him that his father was a spy of Shen Xuan, who had been killed by a teacher at the city gate. The old man had raised him for more than 10 years, and the boy was like a son to him. He asked if that goodness was still in his heart. The position of commander-in-chief, seizing power, even seizing the emperor. Everything looked like it would be a snap of a finger, and the teacher would be ready to bow his head to the boy Zhang Yinian. Couldn't he accept it? His daughter Bao Sui died very early, and his son-in-law and Banzhou went to the far reaches of the Daqian world. After all, he had really raised this fellow as his own son. Banzhou tried to support her grandfather so that he wouldn't be sad because he still had her. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps his luck wasn't good enough to become his son, even though this guy may have rebelled, but Grandpa needs to pacify all the soldiers of the Holy Spirit Army. Chen Liang conspired to rebel and was killed. The true culprit deserves punishment, not the accomplices he coerced. Therefore, they should not surrender so soon. The soldiers explained that they had been deceived by Chen Liang and asked the commander-in-chief to forgive them. Recognizing her to correct mistakes is a very good quality. They should welcome this person, the son of the Demon Clan Patriarch and the direct heir to the Demon Clan Emperor, His Highness Prince Jiang Yinian. Everyone rejoiced at the prince's return. It seems like the morale of the Holy Spirit Army has been shattered. Grandpa Bao should go back and rest, for his wounds still hadn't healed. Banzhou and Shoumo went to the battlefield. All surviving commanders of the Holy Spirit Army salute His Highness the Prince and Commander-in-Chief. The old man explained that the armies of the Holy Spirit had divided the Lina into 5 directions: main, right, left, rearguard, and inner. Of the 3 rebel armies, the right army surrendered, the rearguard and the inner army were crippled, all because of Chen Liang's rebellion. This will slow down the march of the army, but not quite. All these years, the old servant had not only regained his strength. Xiaoxi asked his grandfather if he had some other trump card they didn't know about. A few years ago, he organized an uproar among the rebel army in various places. Given the time, it should be here soon enough. The protagonist asked who Grandpa had placed such a heavy responsibility and trust in. Xiaomo and Banzhou returned. They reported that a huge army had arrived and claimed that their leader's name was Gu Ting. Their leader is very powerful, at least at the level of Bhagavan's kingdom. Here they come. After they arrived at the base, he immediately sent her secret messages. And here she is. Grandpa was asked what she was like. This girl has a great track record and is one of the big 5 demons. Meanwhile, she had already gotten to them. She is very capable and is second only to Tong Xuan in strength when he was in his prime. One of the 5 Guting demons, Xiaoxi recognized her elder sister's beauty and power. She reported to the commander-in-chief that she had contacted troops and volunteers. An army of 10,000 soldiers had been assembled. The old man said that she had done a good job. He also thanked her for her help over the years. The old man also wanted to introduce her to His Highness. This is the son of the deceased emperor in the past. The girl asked if this was the same prince that Tong Xuan was protecting. Zhang Yinian greeted General Guting. Guting asked where Tong Xuan had gone and why he did not dare to come out to meet her. The old man reported that when Tong Xuan was young, they were a couple who constantly shared sorrows and joys, and the nanny reported that the master had already passed away. She couldn't believe it. How could he die? Bao Sun tried to calm her down somehow. She asked who did it, and the nanny also tried to calm the general down somehow and replied that it was Mo Kun. And the nanny had already killed him with his own hands. She pounded her fist on the ground. Others didn't realize what was going on up there and had to dodge rocks. If she hadn't been so far away then, he wouldn't have had to go with the prince alone. How much she hates Mo Kun, Meng Di, Meng Ji, and Shen Xuan. The big 5 demons were under his command. It had already killed Meng Ji. Tong Xuan was dead, Mo Kun was destroyed, and Meng Di had lost his head. She's the only one left of the 5 demons. Therefore, she must lay the burden that had fallen upon her. His Highness has returned. His goal is to kill Shen Xuan and bring peace back to their people. That is the wish of Tong Xuan. He will surely avenge his people. General Gu Tin wishes to serve His Highness faithfully. He asked Aunt Gu to stand up. Shoshi suggested calling her mother mentor. Gu Ting was embarrassed and asked what kind of nonsense this was. After all, the guy will call her General Gu Ting. Since everyone is here, that now is the time to start. Although the Holy Spirit Army had suffered due to the rebellion of Chen Liang, Gu Ting had managed to bring reinforcements. Therefore, the attack on Shen Xuan should not be delayed. And according to the spy's report, Shen Xuan wants to use the altar to summon the evil clan's large army. This is an emergency that does not need to be delayed. Their goal seems to be to use the prison dimensions as a springboard to invade the Dakian world. Also, according to his research, the heaven-cleansing sand could not only drastically reduce the strength of the Dakian world, and also absorb the demon clan by blowing up their bodies, thus killing them. His Highness only needs to give the order, and the Holy Spirit army will go through fire and water without stopping. He asked all the people to support him. They must kill Shen Xuan and destroy the altar. He will give the demon clan back the deserved lands of the Dakian world. They didn't hesitate to go through fire and water. He shouldn't forget about them either. Now they must advance to kill the false emperor and destroy the altar. The altar isn't that far ahead. Aunt Gu led an army of 10,000 and set out to storm the capital. But he has no idea. What is the situation there right now? General Gu will make a false attack and mobilize the demon clan army stationed at the altar. This will give them a chance to carry out a surprise attack on the altar. Therefore, the protagonist doesn't need to worry. According to Banzhou, the demon king of the evil clan, Ji Kang, is just extracting the power of the world tree. He is preparing to use Shen Xuan, who is building an altar to summon the evil clan's army of many thousands. They must stop them at all costs. Once the evil clan begins its offensive, the prison dimension will be destroyed, and the world of Dakian will be engulfed in the fires of war. She just got the report. The construction of the altar was about to be completed, and they didn't have much time. Zhao Mo asked the fairy to trust, because he will burn and tear down this altar. But he shouldn't joke like that. They should hurry. They should also look at the ground. That black altar colored the great desert scarlet. The altar is complete after all. There's a darkness of workers up there. They all seem to be forced to do hard work. Once again, they cursed Shen Xuan. He has ruined his own people and therefore deserves to die. Zhang Yinan, dear tribesman, has arrived home. But he should be in the capital right now. Why is he here now? The false attack failed. If that's the case, it's time to start the fight. That bastard doesn't deserve to be related to Yi Nian. Suddenly, there was a curtain of light. Uncle had been expecting to see them for a very long time, and the babysitter easily ruined it. However, it's too late. He's activated the altar. The sacrifice formation has been activated. They didn't realize what was going on. They must enter the formation and find its eye as soon as possible. Only by destroying the eye of the formation can the sacrifices be prevented. And the babysitters will destroy the eye. They have to save people. He shouted to his uncle that he would stop him. Did he really think he could destroy the altar alone? This kid doesn't understand anything at all, and neither does his father. And Nanny asked why, given the whole situation, he had become the evil clan's mutt. Shen Xuan replied that it wasn't the evil clan that forced him. It was A Ling who killed him. But then they themselves refused to avenge him. You shouldn't blame him for injustices because of their own ruthlessness. If the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm can help him, he wouldn't mind cooperating with them. Xiaoxi decided to help him. Shen Huan recognized the sacred Shumi pillar and thought it was Muzong, but it's just a poorly made thing. He thought it was Muzong himself, and the nanny told her not to fight, and they'd better find the eye of the formation. Unfortunately for them, Shen Xuan is that eye, so they decided to attack together. The man noticed that they valued each other very much. These guys reminded him of the past. They pissed him off even more. He's using their blood to honor a Lin. Xiao Mo and Ban Zhou shouted at the people to get out of here quickly. They also noticed that the battle was fierce, but not both were the king's eye. But the aura emanating from it was evil. The royal eye of Jiang and Nanny is not like that at all. They noticed that an evil aura had penetrated inside their flying bone shell. They were quick to respond. Ji King, the demon king of the evil forbidden clan with 3 bodies. It will be good to use the 2 ants of the Bhagavan stage as sacrifices. Xiaoxi asked Xiao Nan where he got his royal eye from. Isn't the king's eye one of a kind? And the nanny replied that it was a fake royal eye. Everyone immediately noticed that there was a battle hanging in the air between the 2 royal eyes. The entire Jiang family are ruthless and disgusting people, and they had all forgotten a Ling's hatred. Grandpa Bao had told him about what happened to his aunt, and she wouldn't want to see him the way he was now. Alin had left him long ago, but he still remembered her every smile. His Alin died from another land of the world of Dakian. Zhangling's aunt died during the war between the Dakian people and the evil clan of the Forbidden, but the one shouted for him to shut up. The Dakian people deserve to die, just like the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm. Shenshen is really crazy, because that bastard didn't want to attack the Dakian world. He was the reason why he became crazy to avenge Ah Ling. Was it because of this that he handed over the demon clone and began to tackle the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm with it? But he doesn't care. He only desires annihilation. He would be happy if both sides were destroyed. He will destroy them all. He was ready to destroy the protagonist and Xiaoxi, and Nanny used the secret teachings of the King's Eye, the spears of the Holy Meteor. It also involved turning a copy into a dragon. Two very powerful forces are about to collide. There was a massive explosion. Xiaoxi immediately stood up for him. That furious aura of Xuan seemed familiar to him. It must be the heavenly refining sand. Xuan inhaled the heavenly refining sand. If one becomes addicted to absorbing it, it will become life-consuming and lead to death. There's no way that old man doesn't know that. Hate clouded the eyes of this madman. He, who once lost his love, is now experiencing three great hatreds. He hates the might and power of the Daqian world. He hates the weakness and cowardice of the demon clan. He also hates the evil clan of the Forbidden that provoked the war. He hates every last one of them. Ji Kang suggested that he should stop talking nonsense and start the sacrifice ritual. He had just picked up a couple of good victims here. Others didn't understand what had happened on the flying bone shell, and who was this guy? Those who have fallen are, after all, Banzhou and Xiaomo. It looks like they're seriously injured. They must quickly rescue them. Shen Zhuan shouted for him not to even dream about it. They must all die here. None of them can escape. The sacrifice has been made, and now the secret will destroy the world of the Daqian. As for the Saint Clan, they are too powerful to follow his wishes. Purple hands appeared and started making rocks with people. Devil claws are reaching out from the center of the formation. Banzhou and Xiao ML should leave from there as soon as possible. Banzhou replied that it was all about her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have suffered much with his strength. He didn't know what she was talking about. We gotta get out of here, and as long as Banzhou's with him, he doesn't care about injuries. That hand grabbed her leg. Xiao Mo should get out of here. But he didn't want to leave her behind. The girl begged to be kept, for she could no longer be helped. If he doesn't leave, the sacrificial circle will affect them both. They will go together, after all. She is a Xiao Mo woman as well. He's so stupid. She flipped him off. Banzhou confessed at the very last moment that she loved Xiao Mo. Therefore, he must not forget her. And in that very moment, she became a rock. His hatred began to come out. He hated the damn evil Forbidden Clan and Shen Xuan with all his heart. Every one of them he will turn to ashes. The red lotus of the wrathful Buddha appeared, as expected from the Yan Emperor's ancestor. It was a pity that the Yang Emperor's grandson actually burned his life because of a lowly demon clan woman. This guy is really going to sacrifice himself. Xiao Mo poured all of his life force into the red lotus. He wants to die with the demon king of the evil clan. The Banzhou statue started to fall. Zheng Yinian and Xiaoxi rescued it. Xiaoman also helped them. Sister Banzhou was petrified, and if she crashed, the consequences would be very dire. Xiaoxi didn't understand how they could save her when things turned out like this. They noticed that Shi-face Sis Banzhou's face had developed cracks. Shen Xuan used the altar to sacrifice the life force of Sister Banzhou. And as a sacrifice, she turned into a stone station. If they didn't do anything, it would be too late. If it comes down to it, the only thing left to do is try this. A gift from Ms. Senlo's spirit. The seed of the world tree is an artifact of the Senlo clan of immortal spirits. It can work if it fills you with life force. Xiaoxi shouted for him to pull himself together and die in the night. He doesn't care about a life without a can of Joe. Even if his body is torn to pieces, he'll burn those bastards to ashes. He shouldn't give up so easily. Banzhou can still be saved. Tears appeared in his eyes. He repeated again. Could she really be saved? And Nanny hopes that after activating the World Tree Seed, his life force will be able to help Banzhou. It seems to have worked. The cracks on his face healed. Can she really be saved? Xiaomo asked if Zhang and Nian could save her. Unfortunately, he can barely maintain the aura of life Banzhou right now. They can also ask around for her father or Emperor Yang's grandfather, or even the grandfather of Ling's sister Wu Zhu. Xiaomo should take her to a safe place first, and they will sort it out here. He took her in his arms and said he was leaving the rest to them. Shen Xuan only laughed when they started talking about resurrection. His Alan was dead, so neither of them could survive. Why has the world tree withered? It shouldn't be like this. Ji Kang will be rewarded for fulfilling his valiant service by the Saint Clan. He placed some energy in the world tree. To the world tree, the life forces are returning, but he has bad intentions. He's going to take control of the world tree to do something terrible. Capital. The scout reported that Shen Xuan was not found in the capital. The situation has changed. Since he's not here, they should seize the opportunity to retake the capital. Their task is to attack the capital, putting up a fight with Shen Xuan and luring out his henchmen. But now that he's not here, attacking the capital is useless. They must first determine where their enemy is. They didn't understand why the powerful soldiers of the capital were suddenly hit all of a sudden, after which it was clear that it was heavenly purifying sand. The soldiers breathed in this sand. However, she didn't understand how the sand ended up here, and they're coming together in the same direction. They're heading down the aisle. The World Tree was there, which meant His Highness was in danger. She ordered the army to turn around and head for the World Tree. The Demon King uses the World Tree to gather heavenly purifying sand. He intends to build up his power, and then use it to tear the passage through the dimension. They must stop his plans. Otherwise, the prison dimension and the dimension of the Dakian world will be a disaster. And Nanny must thwart his scheme. He summoned the meteor spear. With the strength of his royal eye, the guy managed to break through the cluster of heaven-refining sand. He had managed to ruin this magic trick. How could he have forgotten about those two ants? The evil clan of the Abyss is coming. Ji Kang said to call him the Demon King. He is only the Bhagavan of Earth. She has seen the Bhagavans of heaven more than he can imagine. This little brat is too young and throwing around such loud speeches. Even this Jang and Nanny compared to his father, he is much weaker. Does he have an old grudge against the protagonist's father? If so, then maybe it was the evil clan of the Forbidden that killed his father in the past. It had been more than 10 years since his father had fought for his life, and Ji Kang had been seriously injured. Otherwise, the passage through the dimension would have been opened long ago. It seems that he is the real assassin who was behind the murder of his parents. He used the second form of the Holy Meteor Spear, and those who block the path to the clan of saints will die, including him. The second form of the Holy Meteor Spear, Salvo. Ji Kang summoned the Dark Tiger. The meteor spear was absorbed by that tiger. Xiaoxi wanted to deal with him. She summoned the small Shuimi Sacred Pillar again. These kids had decided to sneak around and attack together. He must have overestimated them. Xiaonian shot a glance at his eye, but this demon's aura was as if it had merged with the World Tree. He didn't realize what a strange reception this was. He must be somewhere nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack them. So what if he realized that? They can't hide! Yin Yan stood up to Xiaoxi's defense, using the Emperor's secret plan. But Ji Kang broke through that shield. He threw a punch at Jiang Yinyan, after which, he began to fall straight down. Hearing Xiaoxi's screams, she immediately ran over to him and picked him up. The girl asked if he was badly hurt, and the sitter replied that she need not worry. When he had dealt with this Demon King, he would ask her father to marry them. Then he must heal his wounds first, and she will try to deal with him. He seemed to have heard that this girl was Mu Zong's daughter. If her father was here, he, the Demon King, might have been frightened. Does that mean he thinks he's worthy enough to fight her daddy? To deal with someone like this Demon King, Mu Yungxi is more than enough. She summoned the Sword of a Pure Heart, after which she stuck that sword directly into the ground. Xiaoxi summoned Luoshen's Lotus Sword. A sword began to appear from the sky, after which the girl pointed it at her opponent. It's supposed to be safe here. He also noticed Luoshen's Lotus Sword. She is so impatient. The first killing move. Xiaomo hopes that she can defeat the Demon King. Banzhou should not be afraid, for he will surely find a way to save her. He also recognized this sword, as expected from the daughter of Mu Zong and Emperor Luo. But all in vain. His body is one with the World Tree. Moreover, the World Tree is the core of the prison dimension. Therefore, he is an invincible deity in this world. Saint Senlo's hands began to appear on the tree. With those hands, he was able to stop Luo Shen's Lotus Sword. Meanwhile, the nanny was also recovering his strength, and thought that this trump card of Xiaoxi. This is a very strong technique. How could he let her risk protecting him? We need to stabilize his breathing and heal his wounds as soon as possible. This huge ball has blossomed into petals. Even his holy hands are torn. He obviously didn't expect that damn girl to overpower him like that. Now Xiaoxi must finish him off. She decided to finish that nasty demon. He used Senlo's tiger corpse to devour them. The sword entered this corpse. Jiang Yinyan was glad that the sword had entered him up to the hilt. Did the damn girl really think that would help her get rid of him? He pulled the sword out of himself. But it's not going to work. Then what if she repeats the technique again? She began to bring all the petals together. How could the treacherous girl think that she could get rid of the Demon King that way? He used the holy eyes of 3 corpses. This attack struck Xiaoxi, and the babysitter caught her. That girl really pissed him off. For a while, he would no longer be able to use the 3 corpses' holy eyes. However, the outcome is predetermined. All he has to do is take Mu Zong and Luo Huan's daughter hostage. Then he'll be the winner. There's no way Jiang Yinan will let him take Xiaoxi away. Xiaoman won't either. This inferior bastard of the demon clan should be dead by now. The guy didn't understand where he got so much power from. He kept yelling that he would never get Xiaoxi and didn't notice at all that there was a snake behind him. That laughter wrapped around him, ready to kill him. But he didn't let her do that. Xiaoman started biting her tail. Yinan told Xiaoxi to leave, for he can't hold it back for long. But she didn't want to leave him. That's right after all, and one way or another he won't let them escape. After all, he is God here. Since the power of this demon king comes from the world tree, it should just turn the world tree into powder. She's using her last strength. The girl pointed Luo Shen's lotus sword at him again. Jisong didn't understand what she wanted to do. The girl destroyed his heavenly cleansing sand. Even the world tree was torn in half. He clearly didn't expect his world tree to be destroyed like this. Yinani helped Xiaoxi, asking if she was all right. The girl replied that she was fine. The world tree is destroyed, so he must remember to propose to her in front of her father. He blushed, but promised to do so. These children destroyed the world tree and ruined his years-long plan. He would make their lives worse than death. 2 more eyes appeared on his forehead. The Demon King once again used the holy eyes of the 3 corpses. By opposing the Holy Clan, they are only delaying their deaths. He told Xiaoxi to hide behind him. After that, the protagonist used the Emperor's Eye to counter this attack. Still, the power of these 3 corpses' holy eyes is very great, and the guy thinks he won't have enough strength if he only uses the Emperor's Eye. The Demon King advised him not to overestimate himself. Xiaoxi also wanted to help him. Xiaoman also helped them. The Demon Clan will never become slaves, but even with their combined attack, it didn't help. They still hope to share life and death. They should stop resisting before his holy eyes of 3 corpses. And I have a lot to look forward to. The result was a huge explosion. He didn't expect to have to use half of his Saint Pupil powers. And why was this Emperor's Eye so hard to control? The sacred pupils should be put to sleep, so that they can be reactivated as soon as possible. Shen Xuan no signify, he uses Zhang and Nanny as a sacrifice to activate the summoning system. He began to call upon the world tree. The main character kept yelling, "No one can stop the indulgence of the clan of saints." At the same time, the girl was trying to wake up Zhang Yinian. He recognized the sister tree spirit. He's already connected to her body, so she's going to pour all her power into his body, so he can defeat the demon king of the evil clan of the Forbidden. The power of the world tree began to continuously pour into his body. The demon king didn't understand how such a thing was possible at all. Eventually, he attained the realm of Bhagavan of the 9th rank, leaping the realm of great completion into the realm of Bhagavan, whereupon the protagonist broke the sacrificial circle with a single blow. And in the same second, he was in front of the demon king, preparing to strike him. He hit him in the face with his fist, knocking him away from Xiaoxi and himself. Zhang Yinian caught her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was unharmed. She also confessed that Xiaonian is so handsome now. First he has to deal with that vile bastard. The holy eyes of 3 corpses in slumber. And the summoning formation is ruined. His whole plan was ruined. All they could hear was his laughter. Zhang and Nanny thwarted his draft, but the prison dimension is still over. Without the world tree, this prison dimension will simply fade into oblivion. And all its people will be dead. Before all that happens, he's going to kill this demon king. In his current state, he might try to do that. Blood began to flow from his eyes, in which Rosa, he used the holy eyes of 3 corpses. The demon king sent a devastating attack at them again. This insignificant ant is like nothing in front of him. Power began to gather around the royal eye and the sitter. It cried out that this man was finished. He used the all-encompassing eye of the emperor. He also sent his devastating attack to confront Jikan. The 2 once again met in mortal combat, only this time the demon king still lost. Its attack began to wipe him off the face of the earth. All that could be heard from him was a death cry. Xiaonian finally destroyed that rascal. He turned to the father and mothers, speaking of their son's repayment for them. The world tree has fallen, and the prison dimension is about to end. The demon clan will once again become homeless wanderers. The girl and child thanked His Highness for sending a floating warship to rescue them. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. His Highness and Commander-in-Chief Bao are here, and they will definitely save them. The Bayo Commander-in-Chief and all the tribesmen had already boarded the floating warship, and Nanny thanked Commander Gu for her hard work. Thanks to His Highness's decisive action, all the tribesmen were rescued in time. Gu Ting asked where they were going to go. The prison dimension awaits destruction, and the place can no longer be used for living. He will lead the clan, and they will leave the prison dimension. Xiaoxi offered to return to the world of Daqian. The clan on the demons could use any of the Dacian continents. Once back, then she will discuss it with her father. This is a trifling matter. and Nanny asked if Xiaoxi was already fine. As soon as she tasted the goodies, she immediately recovered. The chicken legs with honey that Aunt Gu made are delicious. If Miss Mu likes food so much, she can give her secret recipe to His Highness. His Highness can make this dish for her every day. She approved it. They are worried about whether the continent of Daqian, the demon clan, will accept the former vassal of the evil clan of the Forbidden. The demon clan has been banished to the prison dimension for a decade. After so many years of vain atonement, they drew a clear line and fought bravely against the evil clan. And that's enough. If he has to, he will beg his grandfather to shelter the demon clan. His grandfather, Muzong, and Grandpa Wu are prudent people who will definitely accommodate them properly. Also, they must find a way to save Banjo. He wants to give Banjo a happy and stable home. The demon clan's subjects wanted to thank all of them. And now they must prepare themselves, going to the world of the Daqian. Yinyan reassured Xiao Mo that once the spirit of the tree was restored, he would ask her to heal Sister Banjo. They clashed fists, calling each other brothers. She is going to send her father a message to help him open a passage through the dimensions. Daqian world, the residents of the Mu. Muzong explained that the remnants of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm had stirred, so he had invited everyone to this council. He gushed at the Emperor Yang what he thought about it. There must be a big conspiracy brewing, and it probably had something to do with the heaven-cleansing sand he was studying now. The Phantom Emperor Yang's phantom was present at this council. He hopes to have time in his research with the antidote. Emperor Yang asked Ancestor Wu how the investigation about the teleporting formation was going. He was also present here as a phantom. Ancestor Wu explained that the teleporting formation had malfunctioned repeatedly, and it was confirmed that it was the work of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm. They need to prepare various plans for this situation. Muzong noticed that the Great Pillar of Xiumi looked strange somehow. He noticed a letter from his little girl, saying they were coming back, and he should open the passage sooner rather than later. He opened a portal. From it ran out the Xiao Mo, who was carrying Banjo. Emperor Yang asked his grandson what kind of statue he was holding. Grandpa's here too, and it's about time. He asked me to save his grandson's wife. He couldn't believe that his grandson's wife was this statue. He had told Xiao Mo many times not to take the pills as he pleased. Predoku felt an aura of destroying the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm emanating from her. The boy almost forgot about the most important thing. He told Uncle Mu that there were a lot of people waiting outside and he had to help them find a place. Muzong asked how many people we were talking about. They had indeed returned to the world of Daqian. The demon clan had returned to the Daqian world. The old man couldn't believe they were finally home either. Everyone was praising His Highness. Meanwhile, Muzong was already watching them. He recognized that there were indeed a lot of people here. Xiaoxi took his hand so that they could go to their dad's house quickly. The two children stood in front of the man, and the girl asked if he remembered Xiao Nan. He only remained silent. Jiang and the nanny greeted Muzong. The girl pinched him, and he changed his address to his uncle. She also said that Daddy had been very busy all day scattering a multi-million-dollar demon clan, and he must be very thirsty. So his favorite daughter poured him tea. The man asked if she had become more sensible after being in the prison dimension. Xiaoxi replied that it was entirely the merit of Xiao Nan. After all, he was the one who was able to deal with the heaven-cleansing sand. Xiaoxi added that he gathered an army of 100,000 men and killed Shen Xuan, and then finished off the demon king Ji Kang. Otherwise, the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm would use the prison dimension as a springboard and invade the Daqian world. If that happened, a huge number of human casualties would be sacrificed. Xiao Nian performed an incredible feat. In general, he understood what happened in the prison dimension. Zhang Yi Nanny did a great job, but Nanny also added that it was actually Xiaoxi who had accomplished the great feat. It was she who cut down the world tree and got rid of the catastrophe of the heavenly purifying sand. Muzong saw that he is about a man who does not seek glory. But the man is a man of honor and should reward him appropriately. So he asked the boy if there was something he desired. As the new patriarch of the demon clan, he really hoped that their clan could peacefully transition into the Daqian world and become one of the Daqian people. In the past, he, Emperor Yang, and Ancestor Wu decided to exile a clan of demons into a prison dimension, hoping that they would change and be able to start a new life. Now the demon clan is in the abyss, and their hearts are turned to the light, and eventually were able to strike a serious blow against the evil clan of the Forbidden. He is deeply surprised that he can welcome them back into the world of Daqian. The guy thanked him, but someone resisted him. When the demon clan was a vassal of the evil clan of the Forbidden and had the position of slaves, and that they helped these tyrants is an undeniable fact. Grandpa Taitsang, Sis Lin, and Brother Tan have arrived. Muzong also welcomed the head of Taiwan. He is afraid that the Dakian world is not yet ready to fully trust them. They don't get to choose their own origins, but they do get to choose their lives. His father and mother had dedicated their lives so that the majestic demon clan could one day return to the Dakian world once again. Even in the face of coercion and temptation from the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm, they did not compromise even half a step. He had come here uninvited, only to help Muzong make the right decision about the demon clan. That the demon clan had returned to the Dakian world was a fact, but they would not win their trust completely. He proposed to divide the demon clan's settlements, and the nanny began to protest. The descendants of the demon clan have been children of different races for thousands of years due to long ago enslavement and oppression by the evil clan of the Forbidden. And after hundreds of generations of resistance, they have united into one clan. So, is Palace Master Tai Tsang going to split up the demon clan families? She asked her grandfather for advice. Grandpa thinks that living with a demon clan is possible on the same continent. Xiaoxi recognized that Dad, Ancestor Wu, and Sister Lin were right. She asked Daddy to just find a separate continent for them and let them live there. But to make it not only safe, but easy to keep them in custody, he agreed to find a suitable place for the demons, and Jiang and Nan could settle there with his kin. He thanked the Lord, but he already had a suitable place in his heart. Muzong wondered what kind of place it was, and Nanny told him that the land of the demon clan's ancestors was the Black Orchid Continent. The Black Orchid Continent is thousands of miles away from this place. Therefore, he will send Zhu Yuzi from the Mu residence with them as a guide. Uncle Zhu Yuji is Auntie Zi's cousin, and he has a very good relationship with Xiaoxi. He also recommended sending Suda as a guide on behalf of the Sky Palace. The protagonist thanked Mr. Mu and the head of the palace, Tai Tsang. The girl announced that she would be traveling to the Black Orchid Continent instead of with Xiaonan, but the man told her to stay. She had been away from home for so long that her mother was beginning to miss their walks. Still, she was a little upset. It had been 10 days since he had left the Mu residence. He wondered how Xiaoxi was doing. Suddenly, he was informed that General Gu had gotten into a fight with a representative of the Sky Palace. So, the nanny ordered him to take him there. He's a representative of the Sky Palace, and how dare she refuse to pour wine for him? He's just looking for an excuse to die on purpose. Some pathetic demon clan general refuses to pour him wine. He asked who she thought she was. This representative decides the fate of the life of this plebeian family. It seemed to Gu Ting that he was only purposely looking for an excuse to die. The prince appeared and remarked that this official was smug. He asked what plebeian race he was talking about now. The general wanted to tell His Highness everything, but the sitter stopped her too. He also noticed scratches on the girls. If a county inspector wants to have a drink, he can do so. But if he goes mad after drinking alcohol, it is already a disgrace to the Sky Palace. Some mixed-race plebeian is making plans for the Princess of the Mu residence. He's just a demented toad trying to taste the swan meat. If Mr. Mu were to find out about this incident, the guy has no idea how he would treat this snob. He said that it was a nasty maid who just poured guilt on the envoy. So why bother Mr. Muzong and make a fuss out of nothing? In the Dakian continent, everyone is equal. The demon clan are no longer anyone's servants, and certainly not his slaves. If he doesn't teach this guy a lesson, he will never realize who is the master of the Dakian continent. The protagonist summoned a meteor spear. He realized that this boy really did have power. It looks like he will have to tear Zhang Yinyan's throat out today. Yinyan also told him to attack since he wasn't afraid of him. Mentally, General Gu supported His Majesty. The demon clan would never submit to a human, but they were stopped. It was Zhu Yuji who apologized for being late. He was staying with his nephew in the Divine Beast continent, but he immediately came here as soon as he received Muzong's report. This must be the patriarch of the demon clan called Zhang Yinyan. Yinyan greeted him. Yuji noticed that the young patriarch is so young and heroic. This fellow reminds him very much of his nephew. So the man asked him to call him Uncle G. The man added that this Zhang and nanny allows his servants to insult the representative, so he asked for his offense to be taken into consideration. The man got angry and asked if he knew the man. He suggested that the protagonist take a walk to give Uncle G a tour of the demon clan's flying battle turtle. Sooner or later he'll make that kid pay tenfold. Ahead is the Black Spirit continent. This continent is his former home, where he was in Chi class. Uncle had heard about the class massacre that had occurred from Ms. Lin and younger brother Tan. If Master Teng Xuan heard about his current accomplishments, he would obviously be relieved in the other world. The boy had indicated that he wanted to return to his class, And he was allowed to. His uncle will look after his people and his fleet. As long as he's here, no one will hurt his kin. He thanked Uncle Tsu. He's finally back in his own home. The once great Chai class is now ruined and empty. Tang Shuya appeared behind him and confirmed his words. It would take a lot of work to restore it, and the babysitter asked the other brother why he was here. Could it be that the kid can return to the Chai class, but Tansuya can't? Even if he became the patriarch of the demon clan, Tansuya is still his second brother from the Chi class. And the nanny replied that he didn't mean that. Tangjuya realized that the babysitter was still the same too, and he was just teasing the boys. He suggested a competition, namely who could run to the sect gate first. And the loser will be the loser. The other brother cheats again. This time the protagonist will emerge victorious. Tang Shuya recognized these thoughts as ridiculous. He will even try to outdo him at the expense of the Tang family's wealth. And the nanny replied that it's all about youth, because he is not interested in such petty things. Tang Shuya has no idea what he has gone through. They've been through a lot over the past few years to avenge the master in Chi class. And now they're coming back with their heads held high. They worshipped in front of the graves, the master and the elder brother. They have treated for all their brothers and sisters and are now personally denouncing it. He informed the master that it wasn't his older brother's fault and he had lost control of himself. He should forgive his disciple. He also apologized to his elder brother for falsely accusing him. Tang Shuya promised that he would definitely restore the class and glorify it to unprecedented heights. And Nian would seal the Chi class by erecting a barrier around it so that in the future, they would restore the class and reopen their gates. And Nanny should go and become a patriarch and let him leave the restoration of the Chai class to his second brother. And Nanny proposed to rebuild the class together. The brothers will unite, and this union will be stronger than steel. They will definitely restore the Chai class and bring it back to its former glory. May the master, the elder brother, the rest of the brothers and sisters rest in peace. A few days later, I had to work hard to catch up with them, and Nanny thanked his uncle for helping and looking after his tribesmen. But that was nothing to him. The young man who carried the burden of revenge in just a few years had become the patriarch of an entire clan. He resembles his nephew Lu Jun in so many ways. The guy had picked up on the fact that his uncle had mentioned him several times before, so he wanted to see this nephew. The opportunity would still present itself. He also gave the nanny a letter as well. He was glad that it was a letter from Xiaoxi. They are so much alike. She was in a hurry to write. He was in a hurry to read. He wondered how Xiaoxi was doing now, and if she was doing well. A few days later, Mu's residence. He informed the lord that the demon clan was ready to depart, and Nanny wanted to ask him about Xiaoxi. The man replied that she was with her mother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they had a lot to talk about. Xiaoxi arrived and asked why no one had told her that he was leaving already today. She wanted to go with and Nanny to the continent of the Black Orchid. Mu Zong told his daughter that her mother was looking for her now, so she should go to her. She wanted to take Nanny with her too, to introduce him to Mother. He asked his daughter to get out of here. He had something to talk to Jiang and the nanny about. She told Xiao Nanny that she would say goodbye to her mom, and afterward, they would go to the Black Orchid continent together, after which Xiaoxi left. And he had a bad feeling about it. Mu Zong immediately asked the guy what he liked about his Xiaoxi, and the sitter replied that she was straightforward and innocent. The gentleman asked what else he liked about her, and the babysitter replied that she likes to eat. Does he really think that's a virtue? He asked Uncle not to worry. He knows how to cook a lot of delicious food and would never let Xiaoxi get hurt. He may not be strong enough, but he is willing to risk his life for her. Xiaoxi is his favorite daughter. Zhang and Nanny don't meet his criteria to become her husband. These two will have a year. If Zhang Yinan's intentions don't change during this year, he won't protest. He agreed with that. Xiaoxi knows that Daddy cares for her very much. She asked to be allowed to go with Xiao Nanny to the Black Orchid continent to have fun for a couple of days. The man replied that she's been having fun with him for a long time, and it's time to get a head start. Relationships are not child's play, especially when she is Mu Zong's daughter. He would give her a year to think it over carefully. Will she really choose Zhang Yinian? When she first ate his first kebab, she immediately realized that he was the one she was looking for. He asked her for just 1 year to think carefully. He also allowed the girl to write him letters, and the general reported that all preparations are complete. They are ready to depart at any time. Looks like Jiao Shi won't be coming. The old man said that Her Highness the Princess would be staying late at the Mu residence to keep her mother, Her Majesty Luo, company. So it was unlikely that she would be able to go to the Black Orchid continent with him. He thanked the superintendent for his time and asked him to pass something along. He'll be waiting for her on the continent of the Black Orchid. After which, they traveled to the Black Orchid continent, to the west a colony of volcanoes, to the north a snowy plain. And in the center is the lively and full of wonders, Great Rift Valley. In the past, their people were offended from hundreds of millions of miles away, and after finally stumbled upon this complete place of life. The Demon Clan's homeland is an amazing place. That cliff was created by the clan's ancestors, Jiang Cliff. He had heard that the cliff was made to honor the memory of the first patriarch, so that the next generation of patriarchs would take his name from this cliff. After decades, their Demon Clan had finally returned home. Everyone was happy that they were finally home. The uncle had accompanied them, and now he had to return to Mu's residence to report back. He thanked Uncle Z for accompanying them all the way. As a token of the clan's appreciation, he asked to take the gifts. The uncle replied that they didn't have such a good relationship, and the nanny confessed that he was here to write a letter to Xiaoxi. After all, his uncle had agreed to be his matchmaker, so he would give this letter to him. They said goodbye, but his business is not over yet. This lake is called Meihu. The lake water rises from under the ground, forming a lake. Then the lake water flows down the cliff, forming a waterfall. The old man Bao asked His Highness if there was something wrong with the ancestral land, and the sitter felt a strange aura. He asked his grandfather to wait for them on the flying battleship. They will come down to check things out. There is a large tree growing in the lake. It was growing from an island in the center of the lake. Could this strange aura be coming from it? He would go to the island and the tree, and she should check the lake. Looks like the root of a normal tree, so the strange aura isn't coming from it. He noticed that Wangxiang Senlo's seal was reacting. It is possible that this tree has something to do with Wangxiang Senlo. The most important thing now is to find out where this strange aura came from. He felt the same aura again. And the general reported that there was no strange reason around the lake, maybe at its bottom. This strange aura is spreading from the bottom of the lake. It feels similar to the aura of demons. It is similar, but also this aura is different. However, she is very compatible with the demon's aura. If they cultivate it, they will remain at an advantage. He asked from her if she had ever seen anything like it in the ancestral lands. Gu Tian replied that she had not, and perhaps it had formed decades later. Suddenly she noticed someone was here. The man asked as they dared to invade the Hidden Mist clan's forbidden territory. They didn't understand just where these ignorant bastards came from. Jiang Yinian introduced himself as the patriarch of the Demon Clan. He saw the evil spirit's eye and thought that they really were from the Demon Clan. But the Demon Clan was imprisoned in the prison dimension. How dare they come back? They received permission from the three great masters, namely Mu Zong, Ancestor Wu, and Fire Emperor, so that they could return to their homeland. Now she too had decided to ask a question. Since when did the land of the Demon Clan's ancestors become forbidden territory? She attacked the rest of the humans except for him. How did they even dare to rebel in front of the Demon Clan? They must not use spiritual power in the forbidden territory, for it will lead to disaster. He realized there was something going on in the lake. Gu Ting said, they should just stand there and watch her take them all out with one punch. They noticed a change happening at the bottom of the lake. They decided to leave, saying that the Demon Clan shouldn't have come back. Let them clean up their own mess. It was unclear what was at the bottom of this lake. They were startled by a single movement. There must be something scary at the bottom. The troops are on the move and they need to go back. If they have a chance, they should find out about the bottom of this lake. In other words, after their clan was expelled, another clan took over. They call themselves the Hidden Mist Clan and follow the path of violence. The old man also mentioned that His Highness spoke of a strange aura. He explained that it was an aura seeping from one lake and outwardly looked harmless. But the evil and spiritual ki are mixed together, and it looks like it was created specifically for the Demon Clan. They will temporarily stay on the flying battleships and make a decision after dealing with the situation in the ancestral land. They asked His Highness to ascend the throne and declare himself emperor. He must become the new emperor of the Demon Clan, but he didn't want to rush into it. He had to wait until the Demon Clan was officially accepted into the Dakian world. I thought he said his business wasn't over yet. According to her investigation, in the Great Rift Valley, after decades, 3 clans have come to reside. The strongest of them by far is the Hidden Mist Clan. There are about 120,000 members of the various clans living in the heart of the valley. Patriarch Wu Xingtian possesses the power of a land Bhagavan. In the south, the Spirit Exile clan has established itself, and in the north, the Northern Petal clan has established itself. And the nanny asked which clan those lurking boys belonged to. The general replied that the Hidden Mist clan had hastily retreated in the afternoon. which means they held a grudge and decided to pay them a visit under the cover of night. They must be wondering what on earth they were talking about. He turned to his friends from the clan of the Hidden Mist. He decided not to hide himself any longer, and in it, suggested that this guy is the patriarch Wu Xingtian. Since they had found out his name, he wouldn't beat around the bush. He would kill him, and then let the demon clan's well of the demon clan swallow this guy. And then his Hidden Mist clan would become the largest clan in the entire Black Orchid continent. He has a pretty big appetite, so we'll have to choke him down. Is this naive boy and this girl going to die alone? His brothers have been biding their time for a long time, and they were surrounded. She only laughed, talking about how it was as if they were unprepared for these actions. She called upon the army of the Holy Spirit. Wu Xintian didn't understand when they had time to ambush him. These grief-stricken soldiers he decided to leave to General Gu. The prince need not worry, for they will deal with them in a matter of minutes, and the patriarch of the Hidden Mist clan would have to fight the patriarch of the Demon clan. He quickly turned to Black Mist, through which he moved towards him and immediately attacked. The base repeated that the Demon clan should not have returned, and the sitter admitted it was nonsense. Why should they not return to the land of their ancestors? He explained that the current continent of the Black Orchid was not the property of their horde. There's no point in continuing a pointless argument. They are just thieves who took advantage of their absence to take over the territory. His clan is righteous and has taken over the territory on its own. Even if he were to finish off the Demon Clan patriarch right now, he wouldn't get anything for it. And the babysitter replied not to even dream of it. He recognized that this boy was quite strong. Therefore, let him watch Wu Xintian swallow him. This childish trick is not worth a mention before the eyes of the Emperor. He hadn't expected his black, all-consuming fog to dissipate. The main character used the teachings of the Emperor's eyes. Could this be the power of the Emperor's eyes? He can't win this fight. He used the hidden fog technique. He's so naive. With his eye activated, there's no place for that rat to hide. Even his secret clan technique would be negated. That's definitely bad. And Nanny used the Holy Meteor Spear, second form. A string of 36 meteoric copies. Now it's time for you to pay for your arrogant words. He still wanted to fight him. He had nowhere to run. Still, it was the attack that consumed him. Some Hidden Mist clan dared to rampage through the Demon clan's lands. They definitely shouldn't be so arrogant. They noticed that the patriarch was losing and needed to be helped sooner rather than later. They left quickly. Let them get the hell off their ancestral lands. If they dare to come here, they'll get another fight. Everyone praised His Highness and the general, and Nanny ordered a patrol to be organized in case of other attacks without surprise. Starting tomorrow, their tribesmen will descend to the ground. The old and the weak, women and children living on flying warships, and the elite troops of the city on the cliff. They will rebuild their home. Since His Highness has chased away the external enemies, everyone is very busy working right now. One look at how the Demon Clan lives in peace and tranquility makes him expect a happy future. But Yi Nian was still a little wary of the Hidden Mist Clan, the Spirit Exile Clan, and the Northern Petal Clan. The question was whether they could all live in peace. Suda of the Sky Palace was still not there. His Highness doesn't need to worry. If they dare to come here again, they will beat them up. The protagonist hopes that everything will work out just fine. There are reports of the enemy from the south of the Great Rift Valley, and the Nanny will check, and the Go Tin should guard the headquarters. The soldiers reported to Commander Zheng that the west was clear. Therefore, they should continue patrolling. Suddenly, they saw that the enemy had begun to attack. They needed to use defensive information since the enemy was hiding. The commander asked who dared to suddenly attack the Demon Clan troops. He picked up a rock and threw it at the presumed location of the enemies. It's a shame they were exposed. They're very brave. They dared to invade without warning in the possession of a clan of exiled spirits. The commander had noticed that this land had long belonged to the Demon Clan. Those evil bastards should immediately lay down their arms and surrender, and then they won't kill them. Well, looks like it really is the Demon Clan. That guy from the Hidden Mist Clan was telling the truth. The Demon Clan is a remnant of the past, and now this land of the exiled Spirit Clan. The Demon Clan had lived on the Black Orchid continent for tens of thousands of years. But whatever. He didn't care about those words. If he understood his place, then let him get out of here. Commander Zheng has been knocked back, and his paired battle hammers will be the last thing he sees. He was ready to kill the commander. But suddenly someone prevented him from doing so. It was His Highness's Holy Meteor Spear. The man recognized that this blow was powerful, but he still didn't know who the boy was. Just like that, he cracked his strong paired hammers. He didn't even notice how his subordinates were dealt with in an instant. The commander reported to His Highness that they were from the Exile Clan in the Spirits. Not only had they made a surprise attack on them, they were also going to drive them away. Looks like this kid, the patriarch of the demon clan. This kind of power proves that he is a cultivator of the Bhagavan realm of the earth. And the babysitter asked if the exiled spirit clan was also going to take over the ancestral land of the demon clan. The man didn't understand why on earth he told me that this lousy man was the Bhagavan of the land. Now he is definitely finished. The man replied that the younger man wouldn't have dared to do that. Wu Xintian of the Hidden Mist clan said that they had returned back with many treasures. It was all his fault. There's that name again. The protagonist told him to go back and tell his clan leader that if he wished to raise his hand for the purpose of fighting, they would not be able to shake hands. He replied that he would be sure to pass it on and ran off. Lake Mei. Based on past experiences and movements in the lake, the Mei Lake ruins will soon be rediscovered. Looks like they'll have to deal with Zhang Yinyan as soon as possible. Is His Highness really going to just let the clan of exiled spirits go? The guy replied that they wouldn't be able to outnumber them all anyway. Therefore, it would be better to form an alliance rather than building an alliance to attack other clans, which was to be expected from the wisdom of His Highness. He was also told that the Northern Petal clan had sent a letter of invitation, so the sitter asked what the letter said. He was told that they wanted to discuss the division of clan territory in the Great Rift Valley. However, the intelligence also reported that the representative of the Sky Palace, Suda, had also been seen with the Northern Petal clan. From the looks of it, they should still go to the meeting with the three clans. The Hidden Mist clan specializes in secret assassinations while hiding in the mist. The largest number of their people reside in the resource-rich Great Rift Valley region closest to the Rock City. The second largest group is the Clan of Exiled Spirits, where bloodlines are valued. They live in the southern part of the Great Rift Valley, lording it over the weak, groveling before the strong, and often remaining neutral. And the Northern Petals clan is made up of brigands, bandits, and outlaws. A very chaotic force gathered from their wanted criminals. Although they don't have many people, they have more strong men than all the other two clans. He fended off the weapon that was flying at him. How long it had been since he'd seen that black fog. He opened the umbrella of weapons, and Nanny recognized that he had a powerful counter-attacking power. This kid's strength even forced him to open the yin-yang umbrella. The protagonist asked who he was and why he attacked him. He replied that the clan of the Hidden Mist wanted him dead. Therefore, he will be the one to kill the protagonist. That's pretty dangerous. He used the secret description of the Royal Eye, the second form of the Holy Meteor Spear. 36 meteor copies. He used the yin-yang umbrella to repel this attack. These weapons are useless in front of his impenetrable yin-yang umbrella. Suddenly, the man noticed a strange beam of light, and Nanny used the evil emperor's finger. His yin-yang umbrella was destroyed, and the babysitter wondered if his umbrella wasn't so unbreakable. Why is it so tattered and torn? His yin-yang umbrella wasn't meant for defense. He used a weapon fusion into a spear. His true purpose is to kill his enemies. The main character used the secret scripture of the Royal Eye, the third form of the Holy Meteor Spear. 10,000 returning copies. Is Jiang Yinian so strong that he can't even repel this attack? This man had overestimated his own strength. However, he also forced Nanny to resort to the third form of the Holy Meteor Spear. That's pretty good. He saw he had a badge, and it's a Sky Palace token, so it's not that simple. They learned that His Highness was the victim of an assassination attempt on his way to the Northern Petal clan. The Hidden Mist clan will not give up their schemes, but he doesn't think they did it. The assassin may have used the clan's hidden fog technique, but after the battle, things got a lot more confusing. He was carrying a Sky Palace token. Even the Sky Palace is against them. The old servant thinks it's Suda who's giving them a hard time. Regardless of whether or not this assassin was sent by Suda, it's obvious that someone in the Sky Palace wants him dead. This incident is related to the Sky Palace, so he intends to contact the second Ling sibling. He asked Grandpa Bao to pass on the news that he had been attacked on the road, and had been badly wounded, and was currently unconscious. He understood, and the old servant would do everything. World of Dukian, the main branch of the Sky Palace. He's getting kind of uneasy. He noticed that the Yuhan had returned. He told her to get a good rest and asked her if she was tired after her assignment. After completing the task, she had received one piece of news, so she intended to find him upon her return to the palace. Therefore, she didn't expect him to be waiting at the palace gate. He already knew that it was because of the Black Orchid Continent. The secret realm of Lake Mei in the Black Orchid Continent is about to come back to life, and now geniuses from all continents are traveling there. Someone deliberately spread the news on Dukian. And as the watchmen of Mei Lake, Zhang and Nian will soon be under tremendous pressure. This is not the news he got. The girl asked what else he had to say about the Black Orchid continent. Jiang and Nanny contacted him and said that he was seriously injured by a subordinate assassin, and that one was carrying a Sky Palace token. Now she realized what it was all about. Junior brother asked them to investigate inside the Sky Palace. Since it was related to the palace, she couldn't ignore it. There was also something else he still wanted to tell her. During his last assignment, he found a high-quality knife at the local market and asked if she wanted to try it out. The girl replied that he had been tricked. It is definitely not a high-quality knife. Nevertheless, she likes this knife. Black Orchid Continent. The center of the Great Rift Valley, Lake May. Does this lake really contain the world's roaring treasure? The news he spread in no time, and they quickly packed up. The princess feels a majestic life force, and it is no less than that of the divine tree. This girl's name is Li Mu Er, who is the princess of the Divine Tree clan. Her Divine Tree spiritual technique is said to be able to sense the treasures of heaven and earth. The barren Black Orchid continent turned out to be a real treasure. He thought it was just a rumor. Everyone wanted to take the treasure for themselves. He turned to the Honorable De Shi and replied that the divine medicine needed to elevate to the Bhagavan of the sea is located in the center of the secret realm of the Lake of May. He thanked the younger Su Da for the information. If he got a great opportunity, he would definitely share it with him. They are brothers after all, so there is no need for gratitude. He's the only one who can get the rare treasures. The treasure is in front, so they should stand behind him and just give in. Let them watch him deliver his strongest blow and finish off the yellow dragon. He was sure that these rare treasures would be his, but it all depends on whether or not he can keep his life. He just doesn't realize how terrible the requirements to enter the secret realm are. As soon as he wanted to enter, he was struck by some unknown technique. They noticed that the treasure was protected by a ban. This guy looked like a strong cultivator, and he was finished in an instant. And it began to spread in all directions. They didn't realize what it was. No matter how much you chop it down, there is more and more of it. Everyone began to move away from him, for he was beyond saving. But someone still managed to put it out. Everyone wondered who this person was who was able to extinguish it. It was the patriarch of the Jiang and Neon Demon clan and the owner of this place. He asked Su Da about the purpose of bringing these people here. Everyone recognized that he was so young and already a true hero, but he should be lying in bed with serious wounds right now. Su Da said that from now on, the secret realm of the Mai Lake would be ruled by the Sky Palace. Is it the order of the Heavenly Palace? Or is it just his own wish? He showed the token, saying that the palace watches over everything. And right now he was holding the token of the Sky Palace in his hand, so he was its representative. The Demon Clan is a former vassal of the evil Forbidden Clan and is now under its supervision. He told everyone that the secret realm of May Lake would soon be revealed, and if the Demon Clan were to prevent them from entering, they should kill without regret as if they had done nothing. Those words only made him more angry. An army appeared behind him, and the babysitter wondered if they didn't want to ask the Million Demon Clan. The same flying turtles flew to them. The others realized they were trapped. The Demon Clan threatens them with their power. This clan is really arrogant after all, not even a few days after they returned to the Dakian world, and they already don't give the Sky Palace a second thought. This clan was like nothing in the Dakian world. Moreover, there are over 100 powerful Yuhagawans gathered here. The treasure and the one who found it are bound by fate. That is, connected to each of them, so how dare they take it all for themselves? Suda advised him to retreat immediately, and Nanny wondered what would happen if he didn't want to do it. Lake May is part of the Demon Clan lands, and those who dare invade the secret realm of the May will only die. He used the Holy Meteor Spear, Dragon Dance. Suda didn't understand where this boy got such strength from. He asked me not to kill him. Afterward, he noticed that the spear had stopped. Li Muyer explained to Patriarch Jiang that Suda was a member of the Sky Palace, and if he killed him, there would be no trouble. The most important thing right now is that the secret realms of Lake May are about to be revealed. They noticed that there was a swirl in the lake. It's really going to open up. Their coming here had no intention of offending the Demon Clan. Just at the center of the secret realm of this lake is a divine medicine that would aid for the advancement of their realm. She hoped that Patriarch Jiang would lift the ban of the secret realm, and the Divine Tree Clan would thank him generously. The Demon Clan was exiled to the prison dimension for a past crime, and now, after years of deprivation, they have returned to the world of Dakian as they resisted the invasion of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm. With the permission of the 3 cultivators of the Lord Realm, the Demon Clan was allowed to return to the ancestral land. They also hoped to become members of the Dakian world. As for the secret realm of Mei Lake, the demon clan is willing to share it with all the Dakian clans. Now everyone started praising Patriarch Jiang. They noticed that the demon clan was quite good. The secret realm of the Mei Lake will be open to all the people of Dakian. As long as they are the peace-loving people of this world, then they can explore the secret realm of the Mei Lake. However, they can only rely on their own skills to find treasure. Everyone was surprised that he jumped down and nothing happened, so the ban was lifted. They immediately decided to move on after him. He clearly hadn't expected the situation to be handled this way. Under the water, Lake Mei turned out to be so big. There are still so many large and small floating islands, and it looks impressive. Each floating island has a chain that goes to the bottom. I wonder if there's something down there. The floating islands have everything you could want, except they seem to have red bloodstains on them. He met no one here. He assumed that maybe they would be on another floating island. Suddenly, he noticed how the World Tree family resonated with this place as well. Before Wangxiang Senlo fell asleep, she asked to be taken back to the demon clan's ancestral land. Is it the secret realm of Mei Lake, or the strange floating island at the bottom of the lake? She need not worry, for he will keep his promise. The guy decided to go down to the bottom of the lake on a chain. Afterward, he noticed that everyone had scattered to the floating islands. He wondered if the treasure would be found after such fierce fighting. There was no stopping this crowd now, so he's gonna go straight to the bottom of the lake and find out. It was something like a powerful sealing spiritual formation. The protagonist wondered what was sealed behind such a large formation. Suddenly, he noticed the inscription of a third-generation patriarch. This place definitely had something to do with the demon clan. But he shouldn't act rashly. It's better to look around first.
He noticed a fruit that was overflowing with spiritual power. It was definitely a... He wanted to pick this fruit and give it to Grandpa Bao to help cure his old illness.
But he was prevented from doing so. And Nanny turned around and asked who dared to attack him stealthily. The holy warmth of the infant belongs to this venerable one. And the nanny had to defend herself. Is this really all that the so-called patriarch of the demon clan is capable of? This man attacked, and didn't even explain anything. Meanwhile, Suda decided to take advantage of the fact that Yin Yan had opened up, but his fist was stopped. So I really went for it. This honorable one was invited here by the Suda envoy to deal with this boy, but he didn't even expect his sword to be destroyed so easily. And Nanny replied that it was an unworthy attack from behind. He also called them a snake and a rat. He provoked 3 clans and sent an assassin, but he never managed to kill this guy. This honorable, respected Ji Yao of the Northern Petal clan. This lackey of the evil clan seeks death. They decided to attack together. For today, they must do everything to destroy the Zhang family. Xiyo used the sunlight sword formation. They would see how this kid would fight back under the tight sword formation of this honorable one. And Nyan wondered if he was being so boastful, calling a couple of swords a formation. He used the Holy Meteor Spear. 3rd form. Let him open his dog's eyes and see what is the mood of a true formation. He used a formation of 36 holy spears. He didn't expect this boy to be so strong. The balls of honor didn't even stand up to it, and Nanny also noticed that his swords barely lasted. The dog Sudoi sent was too weak, as if an honorable from the Northern Petal clan would bow down so easily. Today, this honored man will take down the evil clan's lackey, putting his life on the line. About Us wanted to use a flash of sunlight. Even though he's going to put his own life on the line, it's only futile resistance. I wondered what kind of conspiracy this Suda was involved in, even forcing a cultivator of the Northern Petal clan to put his best foot forward. However, even so, he was not an opponent to him. But he was beginning to feel uneasy. It had gotten so dark around him for some reason. Even their energy was beginning to fade. The honorable one didn't understand what was going on here either. This venerable one's flash of sunlight was swallowed up by the darkness. Suda praised the honorable Ji Yao for doing an excellent job. They were excellent in helping him buy time for the formation. He had a soul-fading lantern in his hands. Now the great formation is complete, and no one can escape from this darkness. Now I see what he was up to. He is indeed grateful for the honorable Ji Yao's help. Now he can rest properly. That bastard, he doesn't even spare his own men. Suda replied that he was just an ignorant idiot. If Nanny feels so sorry for him, let her follow him. Let her feel the endless darkness. He lit the lantern of the fading soul. It's like the darkness is eating him whole. However, this tiny bit of darkness would not be able to extinguish his anger. And he just confirmed what he said. This kid is really strong. The lantern light is almost out. He made the lantern of the fading soul explode. And Nanny didn't understand how the flame of that lantern could be so strong. Suda laughed from his desperate resistance. Let him just disappear into the darkness. and the babysitter used the royal eye. Suda realized that the magic formation could no longer withstand it. His lantern began to collapse, and then it just exploded. Finally, the protagonist dispelled that pesky darkness. His flashlight is broken, so he'd better just give up. He clearly didn't expect his lantern fading from his soul to break like this. You're the one who bloody Jiang and Nanny forced himself to use it. Let him prepare to die. This restraining seal of the evil god was given to him personally by the head of the Sky Palace. He felt a familiar aura. It was the seal of the evil clan of the Abyss. The protagonist still couldn't believe how this seal that exuded the aura of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm could be issued by the head of the Celestial Palace. He only laughed with Togo that the babysitter didn't believe him either. Too bad he'll die today and leave no ashes behind. He used the secret description of the king's eye, Holy Meteor Spear, after which Suda pointed the huge seal directly at him. When the nanny also captures him, he will imprison him in the Sky Palace, so that he can see the head of the Taichung in person. He used the technique of becoming a dragon spear, and Nanny didn't understand how something like this could be given to him by the head of the Celestial Palace himself. The impact left a mark on the ground. It was better for him to surrender without resistance. Suda replied that Taitsang would not let him go. He should not slander the head of the palace of Taitsang. Yin Yan has met the head of the palace on the spiritual path. Therefore, he certainly can't be the kind of person Suda describes him as. The current head of the palace has already become the past head of the palace, and the babysitter didn't understand at all what he was saying. Lastly, he wished for Jiang Yinyan to die with him, and the babysitter has already been caught in that tornado. He will never escape, and he will stay here with him forever. This guy didn't hesitate to burn the remnants of his spiritual power just to lock up and babysit. He didn't want that outcome, so he used the royal eyes. Suda flew straight to the spiritual information, and he really deserved it. He couldn't believe it. Was he really going to die like this? As it was, there was nothing more he could do. But Nanny didn't understand how it was that he had managed to break through the ban of the spiritual formation either. Is it because of the impact of the royal eye strike? He also lifted his clan's restraining ban as well. He's about to fall into the very center of the seal. This is obviously not a good thing. Suda was so angry, and he wouldn't put up with it for anything. Suddenly, he heard the voice of some deity that was ready to help him. The man asked who said that. The unknown person only laughed. The deity senses his hatred and not his humility. He didn't expect that there was such a large space inside this seal. In the ancestral land of countless iron chains and spiritual information, only a Ling one person was sealed. But he certainly can't be an ordinary person. What's wrong with his enormous stature in the first place? The deity had been spreading his aura outward for tens of thousands of years and was finally able to attract people here. Suda asked who he was. The deity was sealed here by the demon clan. Suda clearly didn't expect that damn demon clan to be mentioned again. The deity questioned to unseal him, and he would help straighten out the demon clan. Suda accidentally broke through the ban. Now it's going to be hard to do anything about it, because you can't even get into this vast amount of forbidden information. What's sealed in there? He's just hoping Suda doesn't do anything. The enemy of his enemy is his own friend. The deity liked this speech. He also said to break the seal faster. Suda reminded him that he must keep his promise. Deity always keeps his word. He needs to hit it right here. After years of erosion by this deity, this seal has long since become dilapidated. One broken link would be enough to shatter the seal. The demon clan's revenge plan is just around the corner, and so he broke that chain. He was glad he was finally free. The rest of the chains began to break. The boy wondered if it had all worked. A garment formed on him, and finally, after tens of thousands of years, he is free. But it's a vertical eye and an evil clan outlaw. The deity asked if he was surprised. I haven't heard that name in a long time. He should call them the Clan of Saints. The boy asked me not to kill him. The name of this deity is Ju, and he is the young patriarch of the Clan Demon Blade clan of one of the 32 clans of the Saint clan. But this deity was telling him to help him. In the end, Ju just crushed him. He promised to slaughter the demon clan, but he didn't say he'd keep him alive either. He had kept his hatred for tens of thousands of years, and only the extermination of one or two clans can appease it. He plucked the legendary holy baby fruit and was just about to give it to Grandpa Bao. But for some reason, Wangxiang Senlo started to react. Something under that tree makes her react. Is it the fabulous soil that allows any plant to germinate and grow? Specifically, breathable soil. With the breathable soil, Wangxiang Senlo will immediately become a sprout, and with this bond, Zhou will be saved. The princess and her men also notice the fruit of the holy baby. It's a true divine medicine. If one eats the fruit of the holy infant, one's strength should be this greatly increased. The patriarch had indeed managed to find something of value. She asked if he would agree to give the fruit of the holy child to them. Suddenly, the seal of the Great Formation exploded. Suda did something, and it's very serious. But what bothered them was that the fetus of the holy infant was crushed. Ju asked if they were still thinking about eating the holy baby fruit. Soon, they would all be eaten by it. People didn't understand what kind of huge monster it was. Then they realized that this huge monster was from the evil clan Forbidden. They could definitely tell from the vertical eye that it was him. Suddenly, a master who had traveled thousands of miles for the sake of the holy baby fetus stepped in front of him. That's why he can't survive. But he was immediately killed by the deity, and he asked where the gnat came from. It's too noisy here. Then he realized that these people were not from the demon clan. The strongest cultivator of their clan had been struck down with just a single blow. They didn't understand where the monster of the evil Forbidden clan came from at all. They should tell the deity where the members of the demon clan are. They realized that their brother was already dead. Only death awaits members of the evil clan. It is not a place where he can feel impunity, but he was killed immediately. His blade cuts through steel like dirt. He's a goner. Suddenly, the flying spears helped stop that blade demon's attack, and the babysitter told him to stop. The Hack clan Forbidden should not be so brazen in the demon clan's ancestral lands. He saw the eye on the protagonist's hand, and was glad he had finally found the demon clan. But it wasn't that guy. He asked where the bastard who sealed this deity tens of thousands of years ago was. So it turns out this evil thing was sealed by a third-generation patriarch. Ju asked who this kid was going to be. Jiang Yinian introduced himself as the patriarch of the 9th-generation demon clan. Tens of thousands of years had come, and already the 9th generation had already been born. That third-generation bastard has long since turned to ashes. Since he can't kill the third-generation bastard, he'll just kill the 9th-generation patriarch. And Nanny noticed that he didn't mince words. He was curious to see what he could do. Ju said to finish amusing himself with his childish toys. He used the secret description of the royal eye, the second form of the holy meteor spear. 36 saint copies. His blades are too sharp. He used the third form of the holy meteor spear. The spear would become a dragon. He was already getting curious. The deity used the slaughter of holy blades. All of them saw that Patriarch Jiang was on par with this monster from the evil Forbidden clan. The Patriarch needs to step it up, and Nanny was having a hard time with this guy. After that, everyone noticed that Patriarch Jiang's giant spear had turned into a black dragon, but he just chopped up that attack. He couldn't believe that his level 3 holy meteor spear had been shattered so easily. Yu replied that it was only a trifle. It was bad enough that this monster of the evil Forbidden clan was at the level of a demon emperor. His power is at the Bhagavaga level of heaven. The demon clan had sealed the deity for millennia, and now it was time for them to pay that debt in blood. This deity most enjoys watching the torment of his enemies, turning them into a bloody mist, and experiencing the pleasure of a blade-piercing flesh. Depends on whether he has the opportunity to do so. He commanded the royal eye to open. The princess noticed that the patriarch was instantly elevated, gaining great spiritual power. But she didn't understand what his cunning was. Shu noticed that this boy was a bit too calm. He used the secret description of the royal eye, the evil emperor's holy body. This member of the evil clan of the Forbidden should already find his death. They noticed that this was the spiritual body of the Bhagavan of heaven. They did not know at all that Patriarch Jiang had already become the Bhagavan of heaven. It's no longer a battle they could fight. They need to run fast before it's their turn. He didn't expect some boy to possess such power. Many of this monster's arms turned into blades. This deity would no longer be held back against him. Those people were lucky they escaped in time. Those blades are truly terrifying. Ju used the insane blades of silent annihilation, and Nanny used the evil emperor's holy body, evil spiritual sword. He realized that this guy was certainly not a weakling. If not for the seal he had been under for tens of millennia, this deity would have chopped him to pieces with his blades long ago. He also noticed those chains flying toward him. Is the seal of the Great Formation still in effect? He had already guessed what the secret was here. In the past, the third-generation patriarch had used in Great Information, borrowing Wangxiang Senlo's power to seal it. And these special chains were used to seal off the evil clan of the Forbidden. He's already overcome it once, so this trick won't work a second time. At that time, the third-generation patriarch needed the life force of almost all the members of the clan to seal the deity. And did he, who had recently entered the realm of the Bhagavan of heaven, dare to provoke him? He had done something like this before to kill his enemy. As soon as he reached the realm of the Bhagavan of earth, he killed the demon king of the Forbidden Land. The deity only laughed. The demon king fell by the hand of one boy who became the Bhagavan of the earth. At the peak of his power, this deity was comparable to the emperor of the heavenly demons, standing in the realm of the Bhagavan of heaven. How apropos, then he would leap over his enemy's head again and kill him. The seal of the evil emperor appeared in his hand. When that despicable third-generation patriarch used the seal of the evil emperor thanks to the assistance of his entire clan, that deity was sealed for tens of thousands of years. The protagonist involved the evil emperor's holy body and the evil emperor's seal. He will leave only ashes, and Nanny used the seal of the evil emperor. Destruction. That seal began to crush him. He cursed Zhang Yinyan and the damned demon clan. Eventually that seal ran over him completely. He shouldn't have gotten involved with the demon clan. Thanks to the patriarch, they were able to escape from the demon of the evil clan Forbidden. Who knew that a remnant of the evil clan would appear here? We need to report this to the Sky Palace immediately. The other man wondered where the Sky Palace representative was, and why he hadn't come out. Black smoke came out of the lake, saying that the deity would remember this day. All he has to do is wait, but the babysitter didn't want to let him go either. He had to defend himself against the spear. The princess spotted a demon of the evil clan Forbidden that got out, after which they noticed Patriarch Jiang grabbing his spear. He shouted for him not to even try to run away. Everyone thought that apparently Patriarch Jiang was apparently gaining the upper hand after all, and that was a good thing. Does the cursed demon clan continue to be haunted even after death? If this deity regained its full power, this bloody brat wouldn't survive. They all asked Patriarch Jiang to take care of him. Ju immediately attacked those ants that dared to yap in his direction, and the babysitter yelled for him not to touch the innocents. The deity asked if he cared so much about their lives. He would like to see if the protagonist would be able to save all those ants. This deity will make for his move first, and the babysitter yelled at him not to dare run away. Ju wondered if he would continue to pursue the deity or save these people. He used such a powerful technique to deal with the innocent. When the deity returns, it will level the Black Orchid continent. One could only hear cries for rescue. They cannot withstand the attack of the Bhagavan of Heaven. It's the end. She begged for someone to save her. Patriarch Jiang stood up for her, and the nanny asked if she was all right. The girl replied that she was fine and thanked him. These blades are innumerable. No, even if he uses formation, he won't be able to save everyone. What should he do now? Some were already wounded and some were dead. They were begging to be saved. Suddenly, their pleas were answered. It was a magical artifact, some kind of expert. This is the weather of the great Buddha, after all. And the sitter immediately began to guess who it might be. She got there just in time, though. All the Axis praised his work. They finally found him. He really doesn't dream about it. It's really Xiaoxi. And Nian immediately hugged her. How happy he was that she had come to find him, and the nanny asked what was the matter. Xiaoxi called him a liar. He's such a big liar. Jiang and Nanny said they would go together. She started beating him with her hands, calling him a liar. He promised that they would never be separated in the future. At the same time, his hand lay on her cheek, after which they kissed. Showman covered his eyes. When he returns to the Blade Demon clan and gains power, he will definitely lead an army to destroy the Zhang Yinyan demon clan. Let him await the return of this deity. The scenery of his homeland is not inferior to the illusory world of Wengxiang Senlo. Black Orchid Continent is truly a good place. It will be their home from now on. They held hands, repeating their names to each other. Suddenly they heard the handing of her stomach, and Nanny saw that the journey had been a hungry one. She recognized it. He had prepared for them. Still, his food is the most delicious. She really missed it, and Nanny wondered if she missed him or the food he made. Let them eat more, because they had such a long way to go. From the Skynet continent to the Black Orchid continent, the road is far and full of dangers. They're very brave. She won't let anyone push her around. As soon as she received his letter from Uncle Z, she ran away that night. The guy asked, but didn't Mr. Muzong give his consent? It was clear that he wouldn't even give it. The Pope forbade her to leave the Mu residence. She and Xiaomanu had to make great efforts to escape. The Mu Lord watches over heaven and earth, ruling over the heavens. In his opinion, if it wasn't for the Lord's tacit consent to her escape, she wouldn't even be able to walk out the door. Mr. Muk Zong treasures his daughter very much, but who even asked him to make an appointment to see him after a year and not let him see her? Whether it was a day or a year, her answer would have remained the same. Xiaonan's answer is the same. They started repeating each other's names again. Xiaoman doesn't seem to like looking at couples. He told her the situation at the moment. That demon from the Blade Demon clan had escaped, and no trace of the representative of the Celestial Palace had been found until now. She will definitely complain about Suda to Chairman Tai Tsung. The promised mascots flew to them. There it was, a message from the second brother and a Ling sister, and both asked them to hurry to the Sky Palace, and the nanny thought it might be related to the recent assassination attempt on him. Second brother and sister Lin asked them to hurry to the Sky Palace. Xiaoxi asked, "Didn't he say that he had proof?" "He has the Sky Palace token he found on the assassin's body. He contacted the second brother on the case and asked for an investigation. The Celestial Palace should have no reason to wish him dead." Although the Sky Palace is headed by Chairman Tai Tsang, it is also under the control of Her, the father of the Flame Emperor and ancestor of the Wu. During the spiritual journey, Chairman Tai Kang's clan fought side by side with them, and upon the Demon Clan's return, he opposed the Demon Clan, but it was for the sake of keeping the peace in Dakian. He really doesn't understand anything. He also claimed that the black seal with the aura of the evil clan had been given to him personally by Chairman Tai Tsang. Since Sis and Brother Tan called them, they must have dug up something incredible. The matter is urgent, so they must go now. He doesn't want to find out that someone is secretly plotting. Otherwise, he'll have to pick his teeth all over the floor. Xiaomo said, "Banjo, don't worry. We'll definitely save her, no matter what." He brought the girl to his house, a region without extreme flames. Grandpa should definitely have a way to save her. He was met by his grandfather, the Lord of the Boundless Flame region, Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. He had performed quite well while traveling through the prison dimension. He knelt in front of him saying that his grandson had a request. He begged his grandfather to save the banjo. Xiaoyan told him to stand up first. This statue is the girl he loves, and also Xiaoyan's future granddaughter. When he was still at the MU residence, he thought the guy was just messing with him. He decided to examine her. This girl turned out to be a victim. During the decisive battle in the prison dimension, she wanted to save him, and turned into a stone statue after being sacrificed on the altar of the evil Forbidden Clan. Xiaomo asked his grandfather if there was a way to remove the petrification. According to his diagnosis, the process is irreversible, so we need to find another way. If removed forcibly, his future granddaughter's consciousness will suffer. Uncle Mu Chen said the same thing, so he also asked him to go back home and consult with his grandfather. His friend Jiang and Nanny have a way to save Banzhou, but now Wenxiang Senlo has not even given a sprout. Who did it? Then you can resolve it. There is no resolution in the Dakian world. He will go to the demon realm and find a way there. What was expected of Xiaoyan's grandson? He opened a passageway through the dimensions. He also gave away a pure lotus of mystic fire. The grandson could use it temporarily for self-defense. Xiaomo thanked his grandfather. Even if he has to go to the edge of heaven or the corner of the sea, he will find a way to save the banjo. But she's going to have a hard time. They will travel together to the demon realm and find that very way. But for a while, they will have to treat her unfairly and carry her on their backs. This kid is so grown up now. He mentioned that the demon realm was a dangerous place, and he had to be careful. He vowed not to return until he found a way. He arrived in the demon world. The sky is gray, the ground is dark, and the grass doesn't grow at all. It really is a hell of a place. He repelled the intimidating demonic energy. Suddenly, he noticed the entire human crowd. But in reality, it was the evil clan of the Forbidden. He didn't understand what this huge army was doing. This structure looks like an altar. This altar looked a lot like the altar in the prison dimension. He wondered if it was a teleportation or summoning array and where they were going to go. Do they really want to invade Dakian? It's not good and needs to be reported. According to the calculated time, then Brother Jiang and Miss Mu should be here soon. Tong Shuya hoped that they could find this backwater place. The meeting should also be a secret, and no one should be allowed to get wind of anything. And so they arrived, and Nanny wanted to welcome them, but the girl said they would talk inside. She put up an isolation formation, and now they can talk in peace. Has something serious happened that requires such caution? Tang Shuya replied that it was quite serious. After receiving the reports from Xiao Nan, she asked Xiao Tong to investigate the affairs of the Sky Guard. He found the name of one guard in the archives, but he had been killed 2 more years ago. Moreover, he was not the only one killed at the time of his death for similar reasons, and the person who handled that death list was the Inspector Suda. Before sending the Black Orchid continent, it was the palace head of the Taikang Palace who nominated him to accompany him. Did Suda hide these people and then make them his own bodyguards afterward? After the incident on the spiritual path, the palace head Tai Tsang closed himself in seclusion with serious injuries. And at the same time, Suda became his confidant, handling the routine affairs of the palace head. She was beginning to suspect he wasn't what he used to be. Xiaoxi asked, "This incident can't be related to Grandpa Tai Tsang, right?" Xiao Tang was brave enough to start digging under the head of Taicang Palace, and all with the tacit consent of Sister Lin. It turns out they managed to find something. He found dozens of Sky Guardians who are listed as dead but are actually alive. They are scattered all over the continents and look like they are all somehow secretly connected by a dark thread to the head of the Taicang Palace. They are a secretive guardian of the place and apparently do not do good things themselves. Do they doubt the true identity of Grandpa Taicang? They don't have enough evidence, but they have suspicions. If they start digging deeper into him, the palace head might suspect something. Xiaoqi will report all this to his father. Lin Yuhan will also report it to her grandfather and the Flame Emperor, but she can't sit idly by and wants to verify his true identity. He wanted to go with her. The two of them began to realize that there was something going on between Tai Shu and Lin Yuhan. They wanted to make excuses, but Xiao Xi and Xiao Nan replied that it was fine, they understood. After which they began to follow the head of the palace. The old man told him to come out and there was no need to hide anymore. Yuhan is disappointing him. He is fanning the flames, sowing confusion, continuously creating friction between the demon clan and the Daqian world. She asked what he was doing all this for. She seems to know more than he realized. The girl reported that he was not the head of the Taicang Palace, and asked who he really was. I mean, they've been doing their investigation for so long, and don't they have a clear answer yet? Tang Shuya pointed his bow at him, saying that he was an imposter, and asked where the real head of the Taicang Palace was. The man asked if they would believe him if he said he skinned him. Why would he pretend to be the head of the Taicang Palace? And what he did to the real one? If they are so interested, let them find out. But whether they can or not depends on whether they can save their lives. Lin Yuhan wanted to reveal his true colors. She used the sword of kindling life, but he remained unharmed afterward. The man let the arrow of a shooting star fly. He only threatened that they were seeking death. They noticed that something is becoming wrong with him, and his body is somehow strange. An arm stretched out from his back. They don't even realize how comfortable it is to sit in that body. This skin deity is no longer needed. It was now clear that it was the demon of the evil clan of the Forbidden. He is from one of the 32 clans of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm, namely, the Spirit Demon clan. He only asked what kind of evil clan the Forbidden was. They should respectfully refer to it as the Holy Clan. He used the Spirit Demon's holy palm. She'll have to uncover the artifact. She used the golden pagoda of demon palm restraint. There was an explosion. Tang Shuya asked if she was okay. That damn evil clan will pay for this. He called them worthless ants. Suddenly, a spear flew at him. Xiaonan's timing is perfect. The main character offered to deal with the bastard together. Do they really think they can handle the deity with this? So this kid is Jiang Yinian. He asked if the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm had put all their efforts into replacing the head of the Taicang Palace, and all for the sake of re-invading the Daqian world. Deity was not originally responsible for the prison dimension. As for the deity's plans, they will recognize it after their death. He caught his spear and realized that this bastard was very strong, but he didn't even think of giving up after that. He threw his spear at him again, and he caught it, after which he destroyed it. A childish prank like that won't stand up to a single blow. How could he just take the holy meteor spear and crush it? These kids are all gonna die here. What a mouthful for him. Xiaoxi activated the small sacred pillars Yumi. If he grabs Muzong's daughter, then he won't be able to do anything either. Her father is leading the strongest cultivators of the Daqian world to stomp out this outlandish world. He also noticed that Lindong's granddaughter was here. They will fight him back all together. He wanted to see how talented the foursome was. Does he really think they only came here as a foursome, being unprepared? He used the secret writing of the King's Eye. He was even able to summon dragon-like lightning bolts, the Holy Spirit's line of demon annihilation. He did miss. Well, you shouldn't feel bad because there's more to come. This is no ordinary lightning attack. It's a blocking formation. Now, after a lightning strike, all that will be left of him is scraps. But not necessarily. Not only is his aura not diminishing, it's increasing. If they bring a Muzong, a Wu ancestor, or a fiery emperor, perhaps the deity would be frightened. Something began to grow out of him again. How dare they fight with their own strength? Let them die. He got too many black hands, and they didn't understand what he was trying to accomplish. He would start by destroying the system they were so proud of. The deity is coming out. There was a royal eye in the sky. He used the secret writings of the King's Eye, the seal of the Holy Spirit. They dared to force him to use the holy eye from the spiritual demon. He aimed the beam at Yin Yan's attack. The others also decided to help him. Xiaoshai used a measureless Ma punch. Lin Yuhan used the seal of the 8 devastations of the 9 heavens. Tang Shuya activated the Star Full Moon spiritual arrow. May this demon of the evil clan of the Forbidden go to hell. They carried out a joint attack. He didn't understand how his saint clan could lose to these ants. He should wake up, for the era of their former arrogance is long gone. After such a powerful impact, they were also all affected. But it's too late. He is like a burning candle in the wind, and yet he dares to boast. What is he talking about that it's too late? Even if they kill the deity, it will be too late. The world of Dakian will suffer an unprecedented catastrophe, all by the grace of the deity. They can't stop it. Suddenly it fell apart. He was trying to intimidate them before he died. But according to various leads, it's likely that something serious is going on. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan saw someone calling her on the communication stone. It was Xiaomo. They asked him what had happened. He informed Lin Yuhan to quickly stop Taitsang, for he was a demon of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm disguised as him. The girl replied that they had just found out and sorted it out, and asked if he was in the demon realm. He came here with the goal of finding a way to save Banjo. There's no time to explain, so she'd better see for herself. It looked a lot like that teleportation array. Those bastards had built tens of thousands of teleportation arrays all over the Dakian world, preparing to open a dimension passage and invade their world. And also to the Black Orchid continent of Zhongyinian. His men were in danger. Commander-in-Chief Bao has been ordered to increase precautions. They must be wary of invading enemies. In the past, they had fled from the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm. And now, they dare to return. It's hard to say. The Patriarch isn't here right now, so he'd better get his act together. They noticed that the volcano was still bubbling and thought it wasn't going to erupt. But it's very strange. The enemy was on the volcano. After returning to the Saint clan, the deity gained power over the Blade Demon clan, and was even promoted to the Heavenly Demon Emperor, not inferior to the Bhagavan of the heavens. From now on, they should call this deity Heavenly Demon Emperor Zhu. What this deity desires is for the demon clan to be finally wiped out. The other demons of the Blade clan began to pass through the portal. They should report this incursion to the Bao commander, but the man didn't even expect to be killed in the same second. It seems they are still raving about wanting to stop their many troops. The rest of the soldiers began to be killed as well. Jiang and Nan must know that this deity has returned. This protective barrier is incredible. The people of the demon clan will be safe under it. It was lucky that the seed of the Wenxiang Senlo world tree had sprouted and erected a protective barrier. Before his departure, the Patriarch instructed that Wenxiang Senlo's life should be properly taken care of. Did the Patriarch foresee that something like this could happen? They noticed a surge of energy in the house, so that means they came here. The commander of the BAO has been informed that an invasion by the evil clan of the Forbidden has begun. This is a report from an out-of-town patrolman. I guess he did show up. Zhu noticed that they had erected a protective barrier. It's useless now with the numerous Saint clan troops. He asked where Jiang and Nanny were, and told the despicable one to come out and bow to the deity as a greeting. The old Bao man asked if this was not the defeated general who ran away with his tail between his legs. Does he still dare to show his face on the Black Orchid continent? He asked the damned old man if Jiang and Nanny were here, or if he was just afraid to show his face. If he doesn't come out, the deity will break the barrier and express your entire clan. As long as Bao-sun is breathing, then this demon of the evil Forbidden clan will not even step half a step into the Rock City. He summoned 2 demon queens here, namely Huangqing and Shi, after which he ordered them to tear down this barrier. And they must also slaughter the entire clan. The fools of the demon clan used to be humble servants of the Saint clan, and now, after a few decades, they decided to oppose it. It seems, or the Dakian world gave them courage. He had heard that not only had they broken the teleportation oil in the prison dimension, but they had also killed the demon king Ji Kang of the Corpse Demon clan. He was a capable kid. It's a shame the Holy Clan never got to use him. Let them not be surprised if they all become his appetizer. He jumped at the protective barrier, trying to shatter it. He could destroy the barrier at will, and it wouldn't hold for long. The green-haired demon called him a fool. Let him watch how it's done. He called him a crazy bastard. In the end, the barrier was broken. Let these little bastards wait to die. Now the 2 of them attacked the barrier together. These kings of the Blade Demon clan are extremely strong. Everyone keeps rashly attacking. Sooner or later, the barrier would break. And then the Rock City would no longer be able to defend itself. There's no way General Guting will let them break through the defense barrier. She asked the commander-in-chief to let her block them. She flew up to the bastard, talking about getting his hands off the barrier. Guting would fight him. Xiao Man also wanted to do so. He revealed his second form. She didn't know that Xiao Man had this kind of power. They'll stop those bastards together. He only chuckled, asking if that was all their demon clan could provide. They sent some girl and a small puppy to fight, Guting asked, wondering if he was looking down on women. She summoned the golden armor of the Holy Spirit. Let him taste a woman's fist. It's a beast, should be tasty. Therefore, he decided to deal with Xiaomania. This was too boring a battle. When the deity and demon kings took their positions, and the Saint Clan's army approached their border, they took away all possible chances of victory. Bao Song explained that the ancestral land was under the protection of Wenxiang Senlo, and did he still intend to take them by storm? Does he really think that just one sapling can protect them? His taken eyes opened, after which, he summoned a demonic blade, seven-eyed blade. This demonic blade would break through their barrier and cut the entire demon clan. Demonically, the light of the Holy Eye, I-1, a blade cutting through the heavens. The defense barrier had been breached. He ordered the army of the Holy Spirit to kill them all. The old man noticed the seven-eyed blade. The heavenly god was the strongest of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm, and had used the ten-eyed one during the battle with Muzong. And this demon emperor possesses the seven eyes. He cannot be underestimated. He definitely holds a special position in the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm. After that, everyone started jumping to kill them all. They didn't even die after a jump like that. After all, they are starting to go upstairs. Their so-called rock barrier is like a flat surface for the fearless army of the Saint Clan. The old man yelled for them not to let those demons rise. He ordered the archers to begin firing. They must keep the enemy army off the cliff. They began to get rid of the enemy army. Overcoming the natural obstacle of the rock city of their ancestors would not be easy. But, unfortunately, they started to climb the flying shells. Ju asked how long they could sustain it. They were ordered to climb even higher to prevent them from climbing the battle shells. But this army of the evil Forbidden Clan are real monsters. The flight system is damaged, and the former shells are captured. They've reported to the captain that they won't last that long. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. They should use a last resort, namely top-down heatstroke. They all shouted that the demon clan would never become slaves. He never would have thought a girl like her would be so good in battle. He should stop talking nonsense and watch his fists. He recognized this woman as fearless. However, she still had a long way to go before this demon king. It's the little beastie that's really annoying him. It should not resist and obediently become his food. But Xiao Man didn't even think of doing that. The demon realized that he was going to use the same trick, but it wouldn't work this time. But he noticed that the energy was too much this time. Could it be that he was going to blow himself up as well? There was an explosion. He ordered the wounded to be moved and retreated to the center of the lake. The deity said long ago that they would not be able to hold. And now they have no choice but to retreat to that islet. Before his invincible army, all is in vain. Others began to panic, realizing that this was the end. General Gu tried to calm them down. The Holy Spirit army will fight to the last soldier. They will protect them. General Gu has been tasked by the BAO Commander-in-Chief to protect the civilians and Wenxiang Senlo. The defense barrier can no longer withstand new attacks, so the old man will do everything in his power to protect everyone. The others began to laugh at the fact that they really had no one, so they sent the old man off to die. Bao Song introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the demon clan's army. From this moment onwards, they shouldn't even think about stepping forward. Since he went out to die, the deity would reward him with a happy death. He used the demonic light of the Holy Eye, Second Eye, a celestial network encompassing the earth. You ordered the floating battle armor to retreat. He won't let the evil clan bastard hurt his kin. He used the hands of the Holy Spirit. This hand was able to break the net. He recognized that this old man was stubborn. When death knocks at the door, all resistance is futile. He and his people will end up here today. Nothing will save them from death. He used the staff of the Holy Spirit, saying that this deity was too complacent. If he thinks he can do it, then let him try to do it. She asked the commander-in-chief not to use that staff, but he was determined. He realized that this old bag of bones had decided to burn his own life. Even if it was the old man who put his life on the line, there was no way he would let them enter the ancestral land. Let this holy staff shine and cast out the cursed evil demons. Ju liked this annoying old man. He used the demonic light of the Holy Eye, I3, demonic holy light armor. His attack is completely useless against this deity. But since he's so eager to die early, the deity does his bidding. He used the demonic light of the Holy Eye, I4, the holy figure of the Blade Demon. They screamed when they saw the mighty heavenly demon emperor. This giant is going to attack, and it's too huge. Bao Song started to resist this destructive attack, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Everyone immediately began to worry about the commander-in-chief. With the appearance of the holy blade demon figure, he became invincible. She all called out to the commander-in-chief of the BAO. Jue replied that the ashes from that old man had dissipated and the smoke was gone. He will also make the remaining remnants disappear without a trace. He hit the protective barrier. This affected the sprout of Wengxiang Senlo, but even the last protective barrier had been destroyed. Ju already wanted to finally kill this demon clan, but bones from the water appeared and stopped his sword. She was immediately excited, for she thought it was the commander of the BAO. This old man, he's too tenacious. As long as he was breathing, they shouldn't even think of entering the ancestral land. Everyone was glad that the commander was alive. Even if the last drop of blood was spilled, he would fight until the very end. He summoned the bone armor of the Holy Spirit. I can't believe these cretins like risking their lives for that guy. Zhang and Nanny had long ago abandoned them and flew far above. They are just scapegoats who fight death for someone like that. But is it worth it? The old man shouted away to shut up. Patriarch Jiang wasn't that kind of person, and he wouldn't run away leaving them behind. These cold-blooded creatures wouldn't understand the noble feelings of the demon clan. He's way overestimating himself. Even if he overestimates himself, he'll let those bastard evil clan Forbidden know a thing or two. The demon clan were not ones that could be killed so easily. He summoned a bone sparrow Wyatt spirit. How good it was that Commander Bao could still give battle. But none of them can escape. They must find that sapling and trample it. They swooped down on the island where the demon clan was. As soon as they wanted to kill the people of the demon clan, they were immediately thwarted. It was Xiaoman. She was glad that Xiaoman was still alive, and the generals ordered the soldiers to retreat back to protect the civilians. Behind their backs is the last hope. They must never let them destroy the World Tree. The evil Forbidden clan, deity, wanted to attack, but the Bone Sparrow stopped his sword. This deity will send him to rest, Bao's son shouted so that he wouldn't underestimate the old man. How can this old man fight with a holy blade demon figure? The bloody old man is able to damage the holy figure of the blade demon of this deity. He's determined to make his death agonizing. He used the demonic light of the holy eye, I5. It was commendable that he had managed to get him to take this plebeian seriously. But the Bone Sparrow can't withstand this attack.
Eventually he started spitting blood.
We engaged the furious flurry of the blade demon. They had better give up their fluttering, for they have nothing to hope for. Everyone immediately began to worry about the Bao commander. That bastard is too strong. If even the commanders couldn't defeat him, they're definitely doomed. But they don't have to worry so much. He'll send them after the old man, so they'll be reunited sooner. They immediately launched an attack to find and destroy this sapling. They really have nothing to hope for. He remembered his emperor. He asked the emperor to leave this place. The imperial city has already been lost. Mo Kun and his rebellious troops have brought the forces of the evil clan of the Forbidden. They have united, and now their army is suffering significant losses. The demon clan cannot lose even more. He asked His Majesty the Demon Emperor to leave this place. The Emperor asked Marshal Bao, did he really think that the demon clan had no hope anymore? He replied that the current situation was indeed very serious. As long as His Majesty was still alive, they had hope. The Emperor told him to never give up hope. After all, the hope of their clan isn't something superficial. It's this little guy. He asked Xiaonani if he counted as well. The child only laughed. He instructed the commander Tongshuan Xiaonian. Tongshuan replied that he may not be alarmed. He would exert all his strength, but fulfill his duty. In order for as many of his countrymen as possible to survive, he must fight. He has one last order for Marshal Bao. Suddenly something caught fire. Is that old man still alive? And how can he show the lock on His Imperial Majesty when he hasn't even accomplished the task he set out to do? The old minister will continue to fight even after death. The broken Bone Sparrow is reassembled. He must fight the old man one last time. The Bone Sparrow of the Holy Ghost. Exhausting song. He attacked Ju again. He should definitely not underestimate this old man's last desperate attack. He shouted that this demon of the evil clan of the Forbidden Realm would die with him. He wanted to meet fellow members of the army of the Holy Spirit, again in the afterlife. The Emperor instructed the old servant to live a long life, and he did. The young prince has become no great patriarch, no worse than the last emperor was. Unfortunately, he won't be able to see it with his own eyes. He goes to his emperor. There was an explosion, and they couldn't even believe their eyes. Everyone began to mourn Commander Bao. He was glad the stinking old man was finally dead, and now it was their turn. But the second he did, he was incinerated. She vows to outdrink every bastard of the evil clan tonight to avenge the commander-in-chief. Showman wouldn't forgive them either. The whole army wanted to avenge the commander-in-chief. They can't even defeat this deity, and they are already going to challenge Heavenly Demon Emperor Jue. They are only ants who have a worthless hope. In the form of this sapling, She asked someone to stop him. He mustn't destroy the sapling. This deity will rob them of all hope. Xiaomo appeared and began to burn his army. If he were that demon, he'd better leave the world tree alone. He immediately realized from the unusual fire that this fellow was from the boundless flame region. He finally has a serious opponent. He used a sprawling sky kill. This world tree is the only way to save his beloved. If someone wants to destroy his last hope, no matter who he is, the guy will burn it to the ground. Xiaomo used the Buddha's Fury Lotus. The guy apologized for being late and asked where Grandpa was. She explained that Commander Bao had sacrificed his life for their protection. He did it to protect their last hope. He said General Gu should take care of the banjo. He asked me to wait just a moment. He needs to avenge Banjo Yi Xiaomo's grandfather, the bastard who killed Grandpa. He'll fry him to a crisp and then stomp his ashes. He noticed that it was a descendant of the Flame Emperor. The problematic guys are all coming out one by one. The commander sacrificed his life in the battle against him, but he could only manage to destroy the holy figure at the Blade Demon's side. Shumo wanted to finish him off. He used the Buddha's Lotus of Fury again. She noticed that that huge, unusual fire exploded, and that guy didn't even bother to dodge. He recognized that this unusual fire was pretty good. Only he can't even burn this deity. As long as the deity is wearing this demonic armor of holy light, any flame is useless. His fire turned into wings. Then Xiaomo would take off and beat him with his own strength. Funny. But is he seriously thinking of breaking the demonic holy light armor with his fists? He threw a punch for Banjo and a punch for Grandpa, a deity. It'll be interesting to see which is stronger, his fists or Ju's armor. But it was clear that armor was much stronger than fists. General Gu told Xiaomo not to overdo it. He was continuously striking for the dead members of the demon clan. Could it be that the demonic scolding of the holy light of the deity was cracked by some boy's blows? Then in the end, his armor broke apart. But he flung the Xiaomo away from him, as expected of a descendant of the Flame Emperor. He was even able to dishonor the deity. It's just a shame that's all he was capable of. Moving the demon realm had robbed him of more energy. He was sorry he couldn't avenge his grandfather. Suddenly someone caught him. It was Zhang Yinian. He came just in time. Everyone was happy that Patriarch Zhang had returned. Xiaoxi replied that Xiaomo was too reckless. His hands were very hurt. He doesn't care about his body. Grandpa Bao was killed by the evil Forbidden Clan, and Nanny told him to rest and the demon clan would forever remember his selflessness and kindness. All because of him. Because he was the one who let him escape that time. This time he'll finish him off no matter what. They asked Patriarch Zhang to avenge them and the Bao commander. On the battlefield, one could only hear words of him taking revenge on the evil clan. The demon clan really is full of dumbass idiots. Zhang Yinian came back here to die. Let not even the demon clan think of escaping from here today. An army of the evil Forbidden Clan wanted to pounce on him, but he destroyed it with a single strike. As long as the protagonist is here, he won't let them go any further. They rejoiced that the Patriarch had returned and the demon clan was saved. And Nayan reported that he would die right here. Deity can't stand the demon clan anymore, so the deity will finish him off. His spears could not withstand the blow of this sword. Its blade is very sharp. He also remarked that his holy meteor spears don't hold up. Zhao replied that it was pointless resistance. They lie vile, worthless slaves, and the sitter realized that he was several times stronger than before. The deity declared that he would finish off everyone and anyone today. They need to hurry up and protect the seedling. Xiaoxi called out to the great Buddha Tower. She said that they would be on the front line, and they should protect the civilians. They have a numerical advantage on their side. They will definitely outflank them and attack from the back. They have to hold the defensive line. They have to hold on, because they can't let them break through the defensive line. They even have monsters like that too. They used a formation of shields, absolute defense. He destroyed their shield. After which, that monster was pounced upon by Gu Ting, who was yelling at it to not touch her fellow clansmen. That motherfucker's pretty tough. She didn't understand how the big guy hadn't reclined yet. Suddenly something pierced him. He's got the strength, and he doesn't need the brains. He was defeated by the Patriarch of the Hidden Mist clan. They came at a very bad time. The enemy army asked if he also came because he wanted to die. Dared to attack the members of the Saint clan. They will destroy both of their clans. He explained that the bastards of the evil clan of the Forbidden will unleash whatever they want. Sooner or later, the entire continent would be destroyed, after which, more people of the Hidden Mist clan members showed up. Gu Ting asked, wondering if they were here to help. Not only was the Hidden Mist clan here, but also all the compatriots from the Black Orchid continent. The Spirit Exile clan had also come. Whatever conflicts there were between them should be put aside. The girl suggested finishing off all the bastards of the evil clan from the Outlands first. Last time, the deity didn't have time to recover from the seal breaking. Zhang Yinian took advantage of that. Today, the deity was the heavenly demon emperor of Qiyue. This heavenly demon emperor should not be underestimated. Zhang Yinian should have already realized that he was going to die today. He had grown considerably stronger than the last time they had met at Lake Mei, and the babysitter shot him. But even so, the Blade Demon clan still awaited defeat at the hands of Zhang Yinan. He pissed off the deity. He used the demonic light of the Holy Eye. Eye 6. The deity would cut off his flesh piece by piece until his life was worse than death. He wanted to demonstrate the true appearance of the members of the clan demon into blades. Body and soul become blades and unite in a person. She really did merge with the blade. In that case, it would show the final form of the demon clan members. He used the secret description of the royal eye, the evil emperor's holy body. He also used the shield of the Holy Spirit's light and the sword of the Holy Spirit, and also the demon emperor. Every patriarch, after taking possession of the evil emperor's holy body, is worthy to ascend the throne as a demon emperor. His Highness has finally become the demon emperor. Long live the demon emperor. Everyone began to greet His Majesty the demon emperor. The demon clan was no longer the penniless tribe enslaved by them. They faced off in a duel to the death. They all recognize that this fight is terrifying. His Majesty will surely make it through. Afterward, Xiaoxi saw that Xiaonan was unharmed. A puny little ant dared to do such a thing to a deity. He forced the deity to activate the seventh eye in battle, and the babysitter realized that this was a very bad thing. He ordered the evil clan's army to obey the order. They must turn themselves into blades. That bastard sacrificed all the members of his clan. The condescension of imprisoned blades. Let these insignificant bugs see the power of the Saint clan. This was the last killing move of the Blade Demon clan, which had so much power in a single strike. If this heaven-shrouded rain of blades crashed down on the earth, everyone would die. The war has already begun, and the Black Orchid continent will be the very first continent destroyed. After the deity exterminates the demon clan, his army will invade the back of the Dakian world. And in this war of measurement, it is the Blade Demon clan that will gain great achievements. These human blade attacks are extremely powerful. Since he's so eager to protect the world of Dakian, Zhu will destroy it to the ground, and Nanny has to hold out. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is meaningless. Zhang and Nian should already accept their fate. He's too dreamy if he thinks the babysitter will accept his fate too. It rained blades down on the ground. They were all screaming for help. Xiaoxi activated the Great Buddha Tower. She barely had time to block it, but this rain of blades is too powerful. She won't last long at this rate. Once again, he's being thwarted for Muzong's daughter. But this time, she's not up to it. If she can't stop him, thousands of civilians behind her will die, but she just can't give up. It will never fall. Still, she managed to withstand the rain of heavenly blades. Even if things continued like this, the entire Black Orchid continent would be destroyed. They were scared. Xiaoming shouted that he wanted to protect his home. Would they just stand there and do nothing? How can they watch what kind of house is being destroyed? The old man recognized the boy's rightness, and they should do their best. They'll put up a fight. It's better than just giving up. He'll fight the evil clan if he has to die. Patriarch Zhang fights for them, risking his life, and no matter how weak they are, they can do something too. And General Guting said to use her demon clan's spiritual eye on everyone. They have to give it their best shot. Individually, they may be weak, but working all together, they can unite into one huge stream. He called them naive ants. Their negligible strength is absolutely unable to shake the technique of the imprisoned deity blades. And the nanny immediately got excited for Xiaoxi. The great tower of Buddha was destroyed. They were so eager to win. Their hope was fading. The deity had said that in the face of absolute power, all resistance was meaningless. Jiang and Nian must accept their fate. They have no idea how the deity lived all those tens of thousands of years. And it ends tonight. To Zhang and Nanny and his demon clan, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to appease the deity's hatred. He used the demonic light of the Holy Eye, Eye 7. Full disclosure. All of them were scared. They felt a tremendous hesitation. It's like the scene of the apocalypse. Those pesky ants will disappear along with the continent. He was getting ready to unleash this whole attack right on them. They were all trembling and crying. The people realized that they were really finished. The demon clan would be razed to the ground and everything would turn to ashes. And the babysitter yelled for them not to give up hope. People saw that the patriarch was still hanging on. No matter how hard it is, They never give up. But the people did not believe that they still had hope of salvation. He proposed to the fellow demon clan members to show the evil clan their determination and strength. They always go all the way to the end, even if they have experienced countless difficulties and failures. How can they give up now? Even if his last breath remained, he would fight to the end. They must put their trust in Patriarch Zhang. Even if they are ants, they will do their part. They must defeat this rascal. Everyone was determined that the demon clan and Patriarch Jiang would win. If the ants get together, they can break the dam. As long as they work together, they are united. And he asked his compatriots to lend him their strength. They shouted that members of the demon clan would never be slaves. And Nanny repeated that the members of the demon clan would never be slaves. The two forces collided. Ju's ball began to collapse. He didn't understand how that was possible at all. He used the secret description of the king's eye, the will of the Holy Spirit. They're just an insignificant bunch of slaves, so they shouldn't have won. Yinan announced that Heavenly Demon Emperor Jue had been killed by him. From now on, the demon clan would change their name to the Holy Spirit clan. Everyone rejoiced that he was defeated, and they all praised Zhang Yinian. They will destroy the arrays, teleport, and protect their home. They will protect the world of Dakian. 3 days later, they destroyed another teleportation array. Banjo was taken off the petrification. Xiaomo said that grandfather would be very happy if he saw the Holy Spirit clan prosper. The demon clan had gotten rid of their position as slaves and turned into the bravest and strongest Holy Spirit clan. Zhang Yinan was now known as the Holy Spirit Emperor. The most important thing is that she's safe and sound. It was thanks to the World Tree, because it had helped her get rid of the petrification. She thanked the boy for always being there for her. Nanny also came in and told them not to let their guard down, and for them to destroy the teleportation arrays. They must destroy the evil clans of the Forbidden Continent. After the continent's support from the Holy Spirit, they should go to another place. Bunny's ass welcomed the Holy Ghost Emperor, and Nanny asked me not to do that. After all, she had just gotten rid of her petrification, so he told Xiaomo to let her rest. Xiaomo replied that she herself wanted to greet him and congratulate him on his title of Holy Spirit Emperor. The girl handed him the invitation letter from the Mu residence. There was an invitation from Muzong, the fiery emperor and ancestor of Wu, to make an alliance with Dakian. This is an alliance treaty with the Datsang, and only the Bhagavans of heaven are allowed to participate. His future father-in-law seemed to really like him. Xiaomo told him to take the opportunity at this meeting with his parents. Banjo asked her grandfather if he could see it. The Holy Spirit clan has finally been recognized by the Dakian world. They hope that this alliance will help to comfort the soul of the Baio commander-in-chief in heaven. He must also get approval from Lord Muzong. He asked Xiao Shi to wait for him. A multitude of cultivators flew into one place. I'm told that Dakian Palace is a peerless shrine that allows one to travel through the darkness. He didn't expect everything here to be so majestic. At this alliance agreement, Dakian is going to discuss the incident of the evil clan's counterattack of the Forbidden Clan. Numerous strongest cultivators had indeed gathered here. A man has invited the Holy Spirit Emperor. It is said the seats in this and the conference hall are gray, symbolizing the Bhagavans of heaven of the spiritual class. Silver, the Bhagavans of heaven of the immortal class. And the golden one symbolizes the Bhagavans of heaven of the holy class. The golden seat was reserved for him. He was approached by Uncle Z, who saw the Holy Spirit Emperor. And the Neon replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for several years, and he had already entered the realm of the Bhagavans of the heavenly holy class. He was qualified enough to participate in the Dakian Alliance Treaty. The Holy Spirit clan had achieved significant battle merits, and his great name had already spread throughout the entire continent of the Dakian world. Yinyan replied that the Holy Spirit clan was simply doing its best. He also asked the kid if he remembered the nephew he had mentioned back then. He had now grown up to become the Tuntian Ape Emperor, who should not be underestimated. He introduced the Holy Spirit Emperor to his nephew. Jiang and Nanny and Lu Zhong greeted each other. They are rising money, and a bright future awaits these young people. Muzong and Luo Shen had arrived. The children greeted each other. Luo Shen recognized that he looked quite handsome, and her daughter had the same keen eyesight as her. Mu Zong wanted to interject into their conversation, but he didn't succeed. Mom asked her daughter to bring him here, after all. She wanted to look at him. She began to squirm in front of her father. The two lovers were happy to see each other. Whereupon Xiaoxi brought Zhang and Nanny and said she wanted to marry him. Junior Jiang and Nanny greet Muzong and Luo Shen. This is his first meeting with his mother-in-law, and he didn't even bring a present. He really is a young hero with unusual grace. If that's the case, then we are at peace. Xiaoxi admitted that mom is the best in the world. Muzong asked if her father was bad. This time, the man called him Xiao Nanny and replied that he had done a good job for the past few years. He should treat Xiaoxi well from now on. Xiaoxi replied that dad had also given his consent. He told his father-in-law and mother-in-law that they could not worry. He would definitely treat Xiaoxi well. The flaming emperor and the ancestor of the Wu have arrived. Xiaoyan along the way, he dealt with a few evil clans of the Forbidden Realm and really hopes that he is not too late. Ancestor Wu asked Muzong, since they have gathered here, can they start? That moment has arrived and the Daqian Alliance Treaty begins. The Alliance Treaty has begun, and soon they will all be heading to the battlefield. However, there is one more important thing before that. Xiaoxi asked what it was about, and the babysitter asked if she would marry him. The girl replied in agreement, and then they kissed. And that was the end of the story.